I want an applause. I got a cold this year. Actually, my first brain detox in probably 10 years. And I like a cold, but I usually only get one every 5 years. I like colds because they're a natural facelift. You know, they take about 3 years, give me about 3 extra years on my appearance, so they should come every 3 years instead of every 5 years. That way I'll always stay the same age. I guess I will, run through a little bit of my background. One thing that I didn't talk about in great deal any before was my autism. I said I was borderline autistic, but maybe I shouldn't say I was borderline autistic like I said in the book, because I was grossly autistic. I just didn't appear to be grossly autistic because there was an entity that allowed me, that channeled through me to protect me and to give me some reality grounding in this particular existence. You want to come up front?
We shall. We will.
There's another chair here too. Let's look at that 2 seats.
There's 3 here and some pillows. That may sound a little strange, but here's how it went. I was born into a violent household. I was abused the day I got home, and that already set me up to be very afraid of this reality. It continued like that. I stayed on a psychic level. Then when I was 3 years old, my parents had my tonsils removed. For some reason, they decided to give me a tetanus shot at the same time. I got a tetanus shot every 6 months. Now, I don't know how many of you know what thimerosal is.
Mercury. Vaccination, right?
Exactly. It's in every single vaccination. It's 20 times the amount that the FDA say is poisonous of mercury. And every time you get a flu vaccine, tetanus shot, any kind of an inoculation, you're getting thimerosal. By the time a baby has his first shots by a year old, he's had 200 times the amount. The rate of autism in vaccinated children is astounding. Something like 12 to 17%. Usually it was like 1 in 100,000 got autism. Now it's like 60 in 100,000. That's a lot. That's a great increase. I started getting the mercury poisoning. It made me recede more and more because I always wondered why from the age of 3. And I don't know how many people comprehend. I remember the day I was born. I remember seeing the Venetian blinds. I remember seeing everything when I was born. I don't know how many other people have that kind of comprehension. I've only run into a couple. So, that does exist if you've never run into it and didn't have that particular awareness or consciousness yourself. But from the age of 3 to the age of 5 was very pronounced for me because I only parroted sounds. Language I could not put into any kind of a relative format to be able to understand. How could you take the sound apple and identify with the apple? The sound had nothing to do with that. I couldn't relate them. Then when I got into words, somebody showed me what apple, spelled, and that was even more bizarre for me. I just could not at all grasp that. And that went on all the way through college. I had to have my exams done orally. And many times the things that came out of me, I had no idea where they came from because I didn't know. I figured that my brain may have been parroting my parents and all the other intellectuals that I was raised around. My father was an inventor and scientist. My mother was an RN. Every one of my mother's 12 brothers and sisters were all degreed. 3 of them doctors. My grandparents were very wealthy, very educated. My grandfather was a professor at Pratt, taught music, art, and theater. So I thought all of these years that my brain was just responding. I would use words that I had no idea what they meant. And my body would talk, but I would have no comprehension about what I was saying. So to me this was even more bizarre because I was even more afraid of myself. You want to go ahead and come on up? By the time I was 21, I finally learned to identify the word "the." And that's how bad it was about reading. And then when I started drinking carrot juice, when I was dying of cancer and decided that I'd just die after the doctors gave me surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation, not in that order. They cauterized my spine with the radiation. Within a year after the radiation, I couldn't touch my knees if I were standing. I had to go through severe cases of bacterial and viral detoxifications to reverse those conditions. Most people think that bacteria and virus and parasites are awful things, and that's because of the bacteria theory. That bacteria, virus, and parasites are responsible for decay and degeneration in the body. It's not true. They are the symptom of toxicity and degeneration that already exists. If we take a look at all forms of life that are natural and healthy, they all are loaded with bacteria. Take a wild deer that's healthy, loaded with parasites, but never bothered by them, never ill. They work in conjunction. These creatures are natural to the environment, and they help life. That's why I wanted you to celebrate my colds and flus with me, because 70% of my brain for the past 20 years has been scar tissue, mainly from the mercury poisoning from all of the inoculations that I had. In the last year, I've gone through the roughest year I've had since the accidental mushroom poisoning. I was crippled for almost 3 months out of the last year, out of year 2000, because I had a viral and bacterial detoxification that was in the spine. And also in the bone. Now, I had multiple myeloma, which is cancer of the blood and bone. And on the left side, I never had a detoxification like I had on the right side. Now, when I had multiple myeloma, I was so crippled that I had to drag myself around the house on my elbows like a worm. Sometimes it would take me 30 minutes to go from here to the front door. I lived like that for quite a few years. It wasn't constant, but whenever I would go into a bone detox, the pain would be so excruciating and so severe that if I even went like this slight emotion, I would fall over in pain. And I would have to lift my leg. Well, that never happened to the left side of me until this year. So finally, my left side started detoxifying. My elbow, my shoulder, my hip, my joint, and my knee were like somebody was taking swords and just stabbing them in. Now, when I detoxed the right side, it took 2.5 years to go through that severe pain. This year, it happened for a month on this side, but it was only crippled for about 6 days altogether. 4 days on a couch, and then 2 days on crutches. And that sure beat the 2.5 years. And then January of last year, I had a detoxification in the lower spine area that was very painful and put me in bed and mainly in the bath. I would float and sleep in the bath because the pain was too difficult. And if you have a lot of pain, a lot of joint pain, soreness, or anything like that, if you go into a tub, a very warm tub with some sea salt in it and some skim milk, raw skim milk, suck the cream off and enjoy it, and then put the skim milk in the bath, you will actually create a float tank. And it makes it very easy to remove the pain and feel a lot better and almost ease the pain entirely. Doesn't feel like I didn't feel like I had any pain, and most people have the same experience. So baths are very nice. You just won't want it too hot, because if you get it too hot, then you'll destroy the bacteria in your own body. And then you have to eat some nice high meat to replace it. Does everybody know what high meat is?
Yeah.
Who doesn't know what high meat is? Most people know.
I don't know.
Read your book, you have to know.
I didn't put that in the book.
It's the tapes.
The tapes, yes.
I got all that.
Yep. High meat is the Eskimos gave it that name. They take fish or caribou and they roll it in hide and bury it between 2 and 6 inches under the ground, and they let it spoil. It doesn't really spoil, it sours and gets full of bacteria, and then they consume it. Now, about a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago, I tried to get 2 of my patients to eat this high meat because they were always depressed. One of them had been on medication for 26, 27 years. Prozac was one of them, and if anybody knows what the side effects are to Prozac, they're kidney damage, lung damage, all kinds of things. Neurological dysfunction. So this just keeps people in a cycle of using the drugs but never gets them well. This woman, whenever she called in, I had her for a client for about a year and a half, and she'd go on and off the diet with her moods. Anytime she'd get frustrated, she'd go out and abuse herself and eat the worst things. Coffee, anything, chocolate, anything with theobromine and caffeine in it that would make her crazier, she would eat. And you have to understand, when somebody's in that kind of condition, they can't help it. You've got chemicals damaging the system, disturbing the person. So I had learned that, according to John Monroe's work, that in the absence of bacteria and virus in the body, a clinical depression arises. Sure, you get rid of colds and flus, but then you have clinical depression. You reintroduce the bacteria and virus, again you have the colds and flus, but you don't have the clinical depression. So 2 women like that. This one woman, she would call me up, and this is how she said, "Hi. Hi. I'm feeling fine. How about you?" This is how this woman's temper was, her mood, her attitude. So after a year and a half, I said, "Listen, you've got to do something about this." I said, "You're not helping yourself. You're not helping me. You're not helping anybody. Eat this high meat." So finally she did. So I get a call that day, and she wants to talk to somebody. And I've already been through this before, so there's no way I'm going to answer the phone. I just ate the high meat. and I need to talk to somebody. I knew she would want to be babysat for 4 or 5 hours. So there's no way I was going to answer the phone. I don't care if I get paid $120 an hour. There's no way. So I let her go through without the whole. I only allowed the message to take 2 minutes of messages, so it cut her off 5, 6, 7 times. So finally the next morning she says, I can't believe it. And she's happy. She says, I went for a walk this morning. I listened to the birds. Entirely different disposition. And she said it worked in 20 minutes. And guess what? I chewed it.
Oh my God.
Chewed it. She said, I chewed it until it was almost all absorbed into my mouth. She said, if it was going to work, I was going to make sure it was going to work, that the hydrochloric acid in my stomach wasn't going to destroy it. I thought, wow, I've never even done that. That's brave. So, I thought if it tastes anything like it smells, there's definitely, I don't want to chew this stuff. But it's effervescent in the way it tastes. It tastes sparkly. A little bit of alcohol. It's just the odor. So I tell people now to chew it. It'll work a lot better for you. It makes more sense. It lasts longer. It's a better high. In fact, I even have a clinical psychologist who also has a degree in psychiatry who I invited over to try it. And he's there, really scared, like eating it. Things heard, the testimonials from these 2 individuals that finally did it. So he tried it, and he said, yeah, I definitely get a high within 10 minutes after eating it. So now he uses it in his practice. And this is a clinical person. And it's like magic. Because I've tried everything. I got a little beeswax in my throat. I've tried everything in the past. And that was my hardest client. Those were my hardest clients, with all the people who had psychological disorders because of the toxicity in their brains and in their nervous systems. And that is such a wonderful key. If any of you have an experienced depression at any point, you can get rid of it within minutes. But you have to have the rotten high meat ready first. And the way you do that, you take a jar that's twice the size of the amount of meat that you're going to be put in it. Now, it can be chicken, it can be beef, it can be lamb, it can be anything. I even do it with glandular tissue. It can be absolutely any kind of meat. You let it sit in the jar at least 4 weeks, and you take it out every 3rd and 4th day, preferably. It takes about 3.5 days to use up the oxygen. So the bacteria has about 17 plus stages. Some of them have A and B stages. So the bacteria will grow, transform into a different type, and do the 7 changes, complete changes, and in 3 subdivisions, there are minute changes within 3 of them, of those 17 changes. So you want all forms of those bacteria. So to keep them going through the stages, every 3.5 days or every 3rd and 4th day, you take it outside. Don't open it in your house because it'll smell like somebody had some bad gas. And it will linger in your curtains and everything. So take it outside, open it after you get outside, and then waft it in the air like this. Just one motion, like in the sign of infinity. We'll put enough fresh air in there and just close it and stick it in your refrigerator and do that for 4 weeks, and then have a large marble-sized amount once or twice a week. If you have severe depression, do it twice a week.
In the refrigerator or room temperature?
In the refrigerator.
Okay.
If you do it outside at room temperature, it goes too fast. It'll go through those stages rapidly, and then you won't get the enjoyment of having it unless you're going to eat it every day. Then it'll be fine. It'll move through rapidly. But, that might cause... I haven't done it that way with anybody. So I would... You've done it on a daily... Eating it on a daily basis? Okay. I don't know what it would be like to have that much bacteria in the body on that immediate of a basis of having it more than twice a week. I mean, if anybody wants to explore and experiment with that, let me know.
How does that work?
Hold on. Yes.
And are you eating from it in those intermediate stages?
No.
Or only after the 4 weeks?
Only after the 4 weeks.
And what happens if you leave it in the sealed jar for too long? Is it interrupted, or does it cause things that...
It's interrupted. It just stops right there. I took a steak and put it in a jar, in a quart jar, and of course there was probably a fifth more air than there was meat in the jar. I sealed it. I left it in the refrigerator for 1 year to the day. I opened it, and it didn't even stink.
Wow.
Once that oxygen is used, it stops right there. If it's in glass in a sealed container. In plastic, it'll rot. I mean, it won't rot. It'll just decay because plastic is porous. It'll allow air and gases into it.
Will it resume? Like that stuff?
As soon as you open it, it will resume.
It will resume. You
Yep.
can use it.
And it'll even go quicker.
I've got some stuff that have been in glass jars and I haven't opened them often enough, and I'm wondering if I should start again or whether I should just open them all and figure that...
No, you just open them again. You just start from there. They'll probably be ready. You can go ahead and start eating it right away then, instead of waiting 4 weeks.
Can it be dangerous for someone to try this that's not already on a healthy diet?
I don't know. I haven't tried it with anybody who hasn't been on a good diet, for at least a month. Yes.
How does that work in people? What's actually doing it? If you're taking it?
Well,
how does it change?
there are many theories on it, and the one that I think makes the most sense is that most people are so full of poisons and toxins, it destroys the bacteria and virus in their body. The body cleans itself in 3 ways. It uses solvents, which are made from fats, usually 80% fats, 15% proteins, and 5% carbohydrate. That it turns into alcohol in the body and makes a solvent, just like we have cleansers and compounds which will dissolve matter. Put it on metal. Coca-Cola, you put it on metal, it'll eat the metal away. It'll take rust off. So we have compounds that our body makes. This is a very slow process of cleansing to dissolve dead tissue, degenerative tissue, other toxins that are in the body. And the byproduct is almost identical to turpentine, and it is as toxic. So the body has to go through a slow detoxification that is debilitating to itself. So it creates like a lethargy. That's the way the body responds, lethargically. When you have bacteria and virus, bacteria is an actual organism. It can go in and eat like a parasite. It can go in and eat degenerative tissue, and it does it rapidly, quicker than your body can dissolve compounds with solvents. Plus, it's half as toxic, so you don't have all the side effects that you do with the solvent process. Then you have parasites. They work 5 times faster than your body can use the solvent process, plus their toxicity is anywhere from 50% to 100 times less toxic than the bacteria's byproducts. Plus, these byproducts of the bacteria and parasites is an anti-cancer agent. They are using them today to dissolve cancer. Vion Products, a new pharmaceutical company, has manufactured biogenically remade a salmonella so they can sell it at $8,000 a shot. Eat it, and you don't have to pay a thing. What this salmonella does is it isolates a tumor, cuts off the oxygen to it, and then eats it.
Wow.
Do you know what they did? You know what Vion Product did with it? It took away its eating ability. So what you do now is you use the salmonella to choke off the oxygen to the area, and then they'll pump chemotherapy into you to dissolve the tumor. Why not just let the salmonella do its work? Why attenuate it? Ridiculous. The University of Toronto for 22 years now has been using the verotoxin produced by E. coli to dissolve brain tumors in 5 to 7 days, including the vessels going to it. Bacteria is pretty good. We are so ill and so contaminated that bacteria and virus and parasites do not live easily in the body. This is because of chemical poisoning. if you didn't have all the chemical poisoning, virus and bacteria and parasites would thrive in your body because you'd be giving them a lot to feed on. But because of the chemicals in the system, you cannot produce, they cannot thrive. It's the same reason that I could eat tons of parasite-infested salmon, calf's brain, and chicken tripe, undulating with worms, and could never get one. Because I had had chemotherapy and I had had enough thimerosal in my system from all the inoculations to prevent my body from being able to germinate bacteria and parasites. I am just now beginning to do it, so I don't have to go through the slow process in getting well. I can get well faster. So I'm very delighted to be able to say I had a brain cold and an actual bronchial cold. My bronchioles have been 90% scar tissue since I stopped smoking. And let me tell you, I was one of those smokers who loved to smoke, and I would still be doing it today if it were good for me. And I would take a cigarette and I would puff on that thing, and I would fill my whole lungs until that end of that cigarette was this hot, burning red, and my mother would say, "You fiend, stop it." It'd drive her crazy. "You look awful. Do you know how disgusting you look?" It felt good. But anyway, my bronchioles got very burned from that because sometimes that smoke would get up to about, that tar. Get a lot of tar in cigarettes, and that heat carries all the way to the lungs. So sometimes that tar was reaching my lungs at about 900 degrees. It gets up to about 1,250 degrees when you puff like that. So, and I smoked 2 packs a day, Lucky Strike non-filter, so I really damaged my lungs and my bronchioles. Now, I've gone through enough pneumonias and spinal meningitis to clean out my lungs, and they cleaned out pretty well, 90% clean. But my bronchioles were still 90% toxic. Now, I went through a cold and a flu, took a picture of my irises, and guess what? 40% of the scar tissue went away in a month. Pretty impressive. I've got bacteria helping me. A virus is not an organism. A virus is a particle that gets into a cell and turns it into a phagocyte, which means it becomes cannibalistic. It eats like cells. But it only eats degenerative cells. So they're like a parasite. They can eat a lot of tissue and get rid of a lot of decay in a shorter period of time. Your best helpers. The only time that people have trouble with parasites is if they're not eating the proper protein for their body to be able to regenerate cells. So they ulcerate, they have gut exchange, lots of white cells collect, which is called infection, and then you have peritonitis, and then possible death or paralysis. But on this diet, no one who has gotten parasites, and a lot of people have parasites, don't have a problem. Don't even notice it. It isn't like having a bacterial detoxification or a viral detoxification. Those, you're dumping the mucus, you can feel it. But when a parasite does it, the secretions are so non-toxic that you don't have to dump out the mucous membranes. You can just dump it out the bowels and out the skin freely. So parasites are the best thing you can have. So take Hilda Clark's book and have a burning festival. Because she is way out of bounds. Yes?
What's your opinion on Candida?
Candida?
An overpopulation of Candida in the carrots, right?
That's the same thing. Candida is like a bacteria, only it's a yeast bacteria. Yeast feeds on sugars. The human being is not equipped to eat sugars. New York City Medical University did research on advanced glycation end products. Advanced glycation end products are the end product of using carbohydrate as fuel, as glycogen. That is a waste product, just like in a car we have carbon monoxide as a byproduct of burning fuel. Advanced glycation end products are just one of those toxins resultant from using carbohydrates. Now, the advanced glycation end product, according to the New York City Medical University, stores at a rate of 70% in a healthy body, 90% in an unhealthy body. So you can better believe that you're over 20 years old, you're storing anywhere from 70 to 90%, 80 to 90%, 85 to 90%. Advanced glycation end product called AGEs. Yes?
There are two questions. Number one is it possible then that the yeast and other things could actually help clear that? Number two...
That's what they're doing.
That's what they're doing. And the second thing is it possible to eat any completely whole, raw, basically kind of off-the-stalk grain and not have this problem? Or is that more raw? You're going
completely over the board, even if it's raw.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Now, of course, if you're eating it cooked, you've got other toxic compounds that go along with it that'll make it plaque in your system. On a raw diet, you'll have those form in the body, and they will be irritants. And of course, you have yeast, yeast formations, candida. Any kind of a yeast will feed on them to help your body get rid of it. Should not have eaten beeswax before I spoke, but it was delicious. Thank you.
Or even some of the raw grains which are supposedly alkalinizing, this doesn't work.
Grains are never alkalizing.
Never?
No. They're always an acid base. Grains can never be alkalizing. As long as they're high in sugar and they're a grain base, they're always an acid. So I don't know who came up with that one.
I've done a lot of reading on vegetarian grains, and I've used them for years, but they always claim that millet is the one that's non-alkalizing.
And buckwheat, too.
Non-alkalizing?
Yeah.
Okay.
The buckwheat.
Millet,
every book.
When I read that back in 1972, I think it was, I did an experiment with cattle, especially goats. And goats will eat anything. After 4 days of eating just a cup of millet in their grain, they wouldn't touch it. They would starve to death. They would not eat millet, whole millet. So then I cut it down to a few tablespoons, and they still wouldn't eat it.
They wouldn't eat grain, period?
They wouldn't eat any of the grain because it had the millet in it. So I had to leave the millet out.
It must have been the smell because they're really good at picking it out.
Yeah, but millet is so small, and it just salts everything. Yeah, but they wouldn't, it's very difficult to get out the millet. So it looked like that, and the cows had the problem with it too, especially milking cows. And it was like, it was too toxic for them after eating it for so many days. And they just would avoid the grain altogether, all of the grain, all of their feed. And then they would start eating the rails and, and the wood and everything else.
It's very bitter, though, millet is, unless you rinse it. It's sour.
Yeah. Well, I germinated it. I did lots of things with it for me. Yeah. And I didn't have that problem, but I certainly didn't feel good from it.
No.
Even germinated, right. Well, then it's even trickier because then you've got a cross between, a grain and a vegetable. So you've got cellulose involved in it, and that's very difficult to break down.
What about, have you tried to let, grains and stuff rot?
Yes, I used to use those a lot like I do the high meat.
Or whatever.
But I would get, I was having hallucinations because I was getting ergot in it and everything else, so. I was having hallucinations, and you can't have good conversations and hallucinating, so. But I'm sure it did help get rid of some of that, but then it still added more advanced glycation end products in the eating of it. Maybe if I had strained off the molds and just eaten the molds, it might have been different, but I didn't. I ate the whole moldy grain in my explorations and experiments. But anyway, to finish, the conclusion of that is that those sugar-based products have to be removed somehow. The body will form whatever it can to get rid of those to help you to be as well as you can. And yeasts are the thing to do it. since we don't handle starches, the human body does not handle them because it stores at least 70% in a healthy body, in an unhealthy body up to 90%. That is the strongest argument that I've ever heard that humans are not meant to eat high carbohydrate food. Now, I was editing back, 1971, 72. I was editing a major motion picture. And an editor in the editing room next to mine was John Goodall. He was the father for Jane. He had made a movie called The Beginning. It won the Academy Award for, I think, 1972, 71 or 72. And in that, he showed a group of apes who normally ate all fruits underripe green. All green fruits are 90% enzymes, very little sugar. Once a fruit has ripened, it's 90% sugar. You see birds, they always pick at green. Green fruits, nothing's ripe. All animals, the apes, green bananas. So what he did was he took a big shoot of bananas, cut it down, let it ripen till they were yellow, and then he threw it out to them. Anybody guess what happened?
They threw it back.
No. They ate, and then they started killing one another. One of them got killed because they went sugar crazy. Sugar crazy. They started fighting over them. Little chimps,
Right away it started?
Within half an hour. They were crazy. They went and ate one and then went away. And then all of a sudden, by the time they finished it, they were back there eating them. And they were fighting over it. And there was plenty there. And, the big one was trying to fight. And this one that was probably a year old, just a small one, he was going to have he was going to have all those bananas. And went up to the big one, and the big gorilla killed him. High sugar. It's not a good thing for any primate, probably.
It's funny. I read a story a week or so ago about there's a gorilla at a zoo, and he broke out of his container unit, or the little place where he was staying, and he went straight for the snack cart.
It went even crazier, right? Yeah.
So, if in fact it's so unhealthy, what is then the craving that evolves for people as well as obviously these animals? It's obviously bad for them, and yet once you consume it, there's a craving so that you want to almost consume only that. And you see that in kids, they're drawn to the sweets to the point that if you didn't mind them, that's all they would ever eat. Is that a chemical thing that happens?
Yes, like I said, once the body gets chemically imbalanced, it's neurologically impaired. It means the brain won't function. Your cognitive abilities are removed.
It's just weird, there are some things where you won't eat them because you would think they're bad for you, so in some way or another you're repulsed by them, and sugars are not that way. If anything, it turns you to the point where you binge on them.
Right, because you keep getting low blood sugar. And low blood sugar can cause all kinds of problems in the system.
So it kind of sets up a cycle.
Right.
Sort of almost like being drunk on it.
Yep, being drunk or addicted to, some other drug. You can't do without it because you're going to go through pain. Why do you think smokers do? Why do you think chocolate eaters eat what they do? Because they will go into a withdrawal that's painful psychologically and emotionally and sometimes physically. I was a diabetic. After that bout at 10 years old with peritonitis, and I was after my third polio vaccine. That was from my third polio vaccine that I went to anaphylaxis from it, and it perforated my intestine. So I went into the hospital, and they thought it was an appendicitis. It wasn't. They took it out anyway, and then injected me about every few hours in the hips and in the shoulder, in the arms. I was crippled with pain from that. But what that did was it set up a whole chemical imbalance in my body that threw me into diabetes. But it was not diagnosed because you know what I did? I would go into grocery stores and steal boxes of chocolate-covered cherries. And I would eat them in private. You know, I wasn't going to share them with my brothers or anything. And I could go through a whole box of chocolate-covered cherries in about an hour. And this went on. And I mean, I was called Fatty Arbuckle within a few years. And I was very fat from it. And I just couldn't stop. And finally, I got so ridiculed from being so fat. You know, being called Fatty Arbuckle and ridiculous. And my brothers had a great time with that. So I just decided, you know, that I would just stop eating, and I stopped eating. And that was difficult, very difficult. But I stopped eating sweets altogether to do it, just instinctively did it. So, yes, they are very helpful. You need them. But the way to allay it so you don't have to feel so badly is you have the lubrication formula. And the lubrication formula is $5,000 a bottle.
Right, hold on. It's more of a story with me than meets the eye. It's that $5,000 worth of tests. They couldn't find out what was wrong with me. I was throwing up, fever, nausea, depression, psychologically. I mean, not psychologically. The chemicals is like PMS all the time. And they couldn't find out what was wrong with me. Finally, the day after Christmas this last year, 10 months after I'd begun being sick, appendicitis, my appendix was taken out, and it was found very scar tissue and everything. So my next question is, what causes the appendix to become inflamed or infected? I assumed that I had the candida problem because my immune system was having such a hard time dealing with the infection that it couldn't handle the candida and keep it in check. So
you're mixing apples and oranges. They're two different situations. The appendix is the part of the body which registers all virus and bacteria that you've ever had in your life. Any disease, it's a memory bank for disease. It has a trigger that lets you know what particular bacteria needs to be given to the body, any virus, anything like that, so that the body can adjust it for the present time. The changes that have gone on in the body. The appendix is a very important tool for immunity. So when that gets toxic, that means you're storing other poisons in the body, maybe sugars, but mostly the appendix does not accept sugars. It's usually toxic heterocyclic amines, which are protein toxins. And they get in there and they start dissolving the tissue, the actual appendix, and it causes it to swell up. And then the white cells go and try to pull them out. It can't do it, so just because you're not eating properly. So what happens is it just keeps swelling up. The body keeps throwing in more nutrients, more blood, more circulation in the area, more white blood cells, trying to clean it out, and you don't have the nutrients, so it just gets compounded.
Why did I have candida problems when I got the appendix problem?
Well, you just got you've got two compounded problems. One's got nothing to do with the other. It's just that if you were so sick from one, of course, it was taking all the available nutrients there was, and of course the other would get worse. Right. Because you're just nutrient deficient. You're not going to be able to handle anything. And if you go into a double detox, you're in trouble. Pain-wise and anything-wise.
Well, I went on a candida diet as soon as I found that I had pancreas levels of candida. And the diet, I suppose, changed. I wasn't eating so much sugar, carbohydrates, backed off that, more vegetables and meat. Pretty much that's all you ate. And that, my nausea, I quit throwing up, a lot of my symptoms backed off from just doing that. That is a sign that you're allergic to the carbohydrate compounds to an extent where you're badly affected. Anybody who has candida, yeast infections, you're already too toxic with advanced glycation end products and other sugar compounds. Only way to get rid of them is yeasts. Bacteria mainly feeds on cells, organic tissue. Yeasts feed on undigested or poorly digested or the byproducts of carbohydrate. Yeasts are just as important as bacteria. But if you don't want the yeast, and the human being is full of yeast, because he eats all the breads and the cakes and everything,
You're going to be a body plagued with yeast your whole life as long as you eat any carbohydrates, including fruit.
So what are you supposed to do to prevent that?
Cut out the fruit. For somebody with candida, I say just forget fruit. Somebody who has allergies, that exhibits allergies to sweets, cut out the fruit. Don't need it. You have carbohydrates. All you need is 5% carbohydrates to function as a human being. 5% in the citric acid cycle, which burns fat as fuel. 15% protein as pyruvate to help that work. So the major nutrient you need as a human being is fat. Next, protein, very little carbohydrate. Solvent process, again, only 5% alcohol from 5% fruit. And you don't need the fruit, really, because you have a little bit of carbohydrate in vegetable juice. You have carbohydrates in meat. Hydrate just enough in all of those foods. I use fruit to help break down scar tissue to make solvents, sometimes in people. Or if I give them berries, it helps break down and dissolve metal. Take a little bit of berry juice, whether it's anything but strawberry. Take that juice and put it on metal. And I don't care if it's any kind of metal. Gold will happen less with. But in any metal, you put that berry juice on there and you'll see it start taking it off. Just cutting it, it'll turn black. Let's just start eating up the metal. So I like to use berries in conjunction with raw cream, raw butter, avocado, some kind of fat, so that when you start dissolving that metal toxicity in your body, that you have fat there ready to harness with that toxicity, or it will damage your system. It will start eating away at your own tissue, and then you have ulcers and all kinds of problems. Yes?
What about green fruit for enzymes? Is that acceptable?
That's good. I eat green papayas, green
pears.
Yeah, green bananas, I'll leave those to the apes. They're just so impossible to digest, even for, healthier humans.
So papaya would be one main thing?
Papaya would be a good one, very underripe, green pineapple. And always eat it with with fat. Never eat it alone. Still, you're going to have 10% sugar, and that's 5% more than you need. So you need to buffer it, so that if your body needs to get rid of any excess, it'll have the fats to do it. Or it will use it as fuel and give you more energy. Yes?
What about honey? You talk a lot about honey, and it's high sugar. In the diet that you gave me, there's very little of it. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure exactly how you deal with honey in a different way.
Well, honey, when the bees collect the nectar, they swallow it. They manufacture an insulin-like substance which converts 90% of the carbohydrate into enzymes to digest, utilize, and assimilate proteins. Once you heat it above 93 degrees, it starts altering that insulin-like substance. By the time you hit 99 degrees, it is destroyed. Honey under 93 degrees, most diabetics can eat without any problem and can go off their insulin because of the natural insulin from the bee. Basically, honey is vomited nectar. Is basically what honey is. It's an animal product, but it's a great product as long as it isn't heated. And not a problem. So you only have 10% sugar left in it. It's still a little bit much for some people, because we should have no more than a 5% ratio, and that's 10%. So you better have it with something that's fatty, or have enough fat in you already to deal with it. Yes?
Some honey makers state that the honey is warmed to the same temperature it would be like in a hot summer day in the hive.
Yes, I heard that bull. But those bees fan that hive and keep it below that temperature. The honey actually never goes above 93 degrees, or they'll abandon the upper layer and start going for the lower layers, and they will not go back up and eat that honey from that area unless they're starving. They'll stick down here. And then if they go up there, have you ever seen bees that have fed off of that honey up on top? They are crazy. They get very erratic, nuts. And especially you see bees that are fed the sugar syrup that they give them. Those poor bees, during those months of the year, it's horrible. 3 months out of the year, they're fed syrup, sugar.
Because we've taken away the food supply, they drink it for themselves.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Is it possible for somebody with type 2 diabetes to replace their insulin with the natural honey and but on the other half, be on a cooked diet?
I've never seen it. I worked with people years ago who were partially on somewhat of a good diet, even 10 to 30%. But I don't work, that way anymore. I like for people to be at least on it 60, 70%. Because it's just too difficult.
Yeah, but at the least you could say, or you may be able to say that it would cut their insulin.
Well, yeah, I've helped do that with some people, but you have to remember that it's still 10% sugar, and that's too much. For a diabetic, they should have 0. In my book, if they're on a diet, I said, should have a half a cup a day. But that's if they're on a good diet. They'll have the raw fats there to deal with any excess sugar.
What are the sources of the raw fats? Avocado is one you talked about?
Avocados, raw butter, raw unsalted butter, raw cream, coconut cream, which means raw cheese, meat fat.
Only organic, if it's the meat fat?
Preferable. But most of the toxins store not in the fat, as they say, unless you're going into the glands. The glands are 60 to 80% fat. That's where the toxins go, the glands and the bone marrow.
But you did talk about the fat in the inorganic meat, saying you'd rather have people eat the organic fat.
Of course, yeah. Because then they'll have more good fats to bind with toxins.
It's hard to find organic meat,
Yeah. You can eat that fine, but I wouldn't eat non-organic glands.
Okay.
Now, there's a group. There was an offspring of my raw food eaters who ate. They ate up until a year ago, I think, or 6 months ago. They ate nothing but inorganic glands. And you know my warning about that in the book. Now, these people had energy. How much of it was toxic and mercury and all that other stuff, I don't know. But they all looked like, all of them, looked like vampires. They looked white. They looked sallow, but they had energy, and they said they felt great. So I couldn't knock it except that they didn't look attractive to me, but that may be just my concept of what looks attractive, but...
Vampires are very popular right now.
Was their name Anne Rice? Took care of that, right? Yes.
I have a question. Go back to the high meat. After 4 weeks...
We're off of that subject. Sorry, you're too late. Teasing, go ahead.
I missed something then. When then you do eat it, how often do you eat it?
I said twice a week is the most that's necessary. It may be more medicinal and better to have it more often, but I've not done any experiments. So like I say, if you want to have it more often, let me know the results.
Twice a week until it's gone?
Yes.
How much are you eating?
About a large marble-sized amount each time. And like I say, if you use a swimmer's clip on your nose, it's quite nice. You can chew it all day.
Talking about 4 weeks now, from the time you start eating it to the time you finish it, how, like you say,
it could be 5-6 months.
Oh, it lasts that long?
Well, it depends on how much you make.
Okay.
If you make a big batch, it will last that long. Yes.
So
I'm sorry, I was pointing to her. She had her arm up there. Did you have your arm? Almost.
I forgot. Go ahead.
I noticed liver, as it turns into high product, gets a pretty strong ammonia-like odor. Eventually becomes kind of effervescent. That's naturally what happens with that. You should just basically just ignore the rather pungent odor and do it anyway.
It's already starting to decompose, which is good. It just pre-digested.
I mean, it feels good. It doesn't taste so good.
You know, I don't know how we got into the workshop end of this, but we certainly did, didn't we?
Yeah, this is the intro.
This is supposed to be an introduction. All right. The whole thing about this diet is that you don't have to worry anymore about whether you're disintegrating. Because everybody on every other diet disintegrates. On this diet, if you go through aches and pains, colds, flus, no matter what it is, you will detoxify properly, which is what those states are, and you will heal properly. There is no going backwards unless you're eating some toxic stuff. A month ago, I ordered a buffalo brain. This woman assured me that animal never had an inoculation. Her cattle did not. I get this brain, I have some of it, and I start getting mercury poisoning reaction. So I get on the phone and I said, "Hey, what's this with this animal?" And she says, "Oh, well, the animal's been in the herd for 3 years. It's 9 years old, but whatever happened before it got to me, I don't know." And she says, I said, "Well, I told you, and you assured me that I wasn't going to get any animal that hadn't been vaccinated." And she said, "Well, I thought after 3 years it would all be clean." I said, "No. Mercury poisoning will stay in the nervous system an entire lifetime unless you know how to get it out of the system. And a buffalo does not have that kind of a chemistry mixture fed to him to get it out of his brain and nervous system. Mercury locks thimerosal locks in your tissues forever unless you know how to get it out." So here I was going through a neurological detox, my brain, and I'm eating this mercury poisoned brain. You know, I thought, oh, great. But thankfully, I was on a good diet every other way. It did not poison my brain, and there was no residual that showed up in my irises. And I actually was able still to clean my brain, and it didn't interfere with it. But somebody that isn't as healthy, hasn't been on this diet as long as I don't know that they would have been able to handle it as well. So if you're going through a detox and you're eating properly, you're going to detoxify and clean that area properly, and you're going to rebuild perfectly.
And how does detox?
So you get better every time. You get better. You get healthier every day instead of going toward deterioration every day. So it's a choice. That's what this diet is about. It's about always getting healthier instead of degenerating day by day as you do on the SAD, which is standard American diet, SAD diet. Yes?
What about the use of chelation for removing mercury and other metals?
Well, DPS and all those that I've seen, people who've used those, they have very toxic metal rings around their eyes. I've only found one case who took oral chelation that did not have that. But everybody who had injected or consumed any one of the chelation therapies had poisoned skin, connective tissue, and lymphatic system. Poisoned with metals. Because what they use to detoxify you is metal poisoning already. It's a magnetic theory. We put this magnetic stuff in you. It's going to pull the metal out of your system. But where's it going to put it if you don't have the right nutrients? It's going to pull it out of your glands, and it's going to store it into your bones, lymph, and skin.
You're supposed to pee it. You're supposed to be extracted.
Sure, that's the theory. And some will go out the urinary tract, but from my experience in looking in eyes, it doesn't store there. I mean, it doesn't excrete a fraction of what gets relocated into the system. So that's not a way to do it. Like I say, berries and raw cream, berries and Berries and coconut cream is your best dissolver of metal. Get it out of the system, but make sure you have enough coconut cream. That saturated fat will just bind with it. Keep it from restoring.
So berries are the way to get rid of the
any kind of metal poisoning. Any kind.
Another question. I noticed that since I've changed my diet to more of your diet, my urine smells very different. Is that?
If you're like I said, we're getting off into the workshop area again. Let me try to make this just the introductory so we can move into the workshop area.
5 minutes.
5 more minutes? Okay.
We can leave it for later if you want.
Pardon?
We can answer this question.
Oh, these will. This will be answered. That'll be answered in the workshop area. So this diet has worked with everyone who's done it and tried it and stayed with it. Not one person has it failed. That doesn't mean if somebody was in 4th stage complications of 5 different types of terminal cancer that they lived, but they got better while they ate it before they died. And not many people have died on it. About 10 altogether, and all of them were in pretty advanced stages. But they got better. Their lives got better. Most of them who died that I've been working with lately have been people who've had chemo, radiation, or surgery. When the book came out, I'd only worked with 3 people, including myself, who had had those therapies, so I stayed away from them because I didn't know what the diet would affect and what was affected by the medical treatments. So I stayed away from those. But people who do this diet, no matter if they're at their end or not, or too far advanced, still they feel better, they have more strength. Give you an example. This woman had what I had, multiple myeloma. She was 68 years old. She had gone down to the Joseph Issel's clinic in Mexico, probably the world's most renowned Swiss chemist, MD, who dealt with cancer. He would use immunization type of cancer with a raw diet, which included raw meat. He could not get this woman's multiple myeloma turn around, so somebody handed her my book and said, get in touch with this fellow. So she flew right from Mexico to L.A., came to me for an appointment. In 30 days, all of her markers were completely normal. She sent them to, her son sent them to I don't know how many doctors. So the whole idea of the diet got around quickly. So they all wanted to throw the worst clients at me, and let me tell you, I got the worst condition of cancer that you would ever imagine. After they'd mutilated them, cancer was already doing its job on the body, trying to get rid of all these dead cells, trying to collect them, dissolve them, and get rid of them. And the body doesn't have the nutrients to do it. So it just keeps collecting, so the tumors get worse, and they're irradiating. I had one MD who had her whole face just cut away from cancer. And she's talking like this, and I said, do you even want to live? I mean, are you happy as an individual like that? Because I really needed to make that clear. You're going to do this or not, because there'd be no pussyfooting around with a condition like this if you wanted to live. So, and I do that with a lot of people who are advanced. I said, listen, you have to make a decision. You may have 3 to 6, 7 years of less happiness and a lot of detoxification if you go on this diet, because it's going to clean you out. We will gear it to clean you out to make your life better. But for the first 3 to 6 years, it may be tough. First, a lot of people say, absolutely, absolutely, and then they go through the same stuff that they've been before with the breaks of feeling better, and they say, you know what? I think I'd rather drop this body and take on another one in another life. And that's a perfectly acceptable thing, because I certainly didn't want to live. I mean, at the Cancer Control Society, when they asked me to speak this year, I heard every speaker, and we're talking about 120 speakers over the whole 4-day period, say the most important thing, and you're talking about people who are full of cancer out here, 500 people or more in the audience who are in pain and sick with cancer. And these people without cancer are still standing up there telling them the one thing to have is the will to live. I got up there and I said, I have been listening to this every day, all day long. You do not have to have a will to live. I wanted to commit suicide every day. I hated my life. I did not want to live. I wanted to die. I prayed to die because of the pain I was in and the weakness and I had no life. But I just concentrated on, because I had many reasons I wouldn't commit suicide, mostly spiritual and other reasons I believed at that time, that I wouldn't commit suicide. So I said I always did what I thought was best for myself at the time that may reverse and heal it. And here I am today, in the worst odds. You know, nobody has lived 33 years after diagnosis of multiple myeloma, blood and bone cancer. Most people live 6 months at best. There's been a few people who have bone marrow transplants who have lived maybe 10, 12 years. But no one has lived 33 years like I have. And most people, 99.9%, die within 6 months. So I said, it doesn't matter if you have the will to live or not. Just do what works. And you'll recover. But there's that plane, that state that you have to go through that shows you that this diet is not a magic bullet. It's something that will repair the damage and detoxify the toxins that are stored in your body and heal you, period. And it's work. But every day it gets easier. I'm only halfway. It takes 40 years to go from ill health to optimal health, according to Pottinger's work. It takes 5 generations of cells, and it takes us 7 to 7.5 years to replace every cell in the body one time. So you figure 5 times that's 37.5 to 40 years. I'm only halfway. I've only been eating a raw diet since December, 18 years, with meat on a daily basis. When I started eating meat on a daily basis, that's when I hit the right diet. And I've only been doing it 18 years. I'm only halfway, and if I stopped right here, I'd be so satisfied, it'd be fine. But I'm not. I'm still getting better. Every day I get better. So this diet is there as an option for those who want to get better every day instead of degenerating a little bit every day. All right. Thank you for coming. What we'll do is take questions and answers, and then I'll start reading everybody one by one. Now, I understand that there are some people who have to leave, and I was told that there are 3 people who have to leave early. So would they raise their hands? There are 4 people right here, right in a line. What is this energy? But you're terrible in sex, too, huh? Get in and leave? That wasn't on tape, was it? Oh, no.
Tape number 1.
No, we had some cream. That's why we're leaving early.
That's it. I embarrassed myself. Okay, questions. I know lots of people wanted to ask me questions out there, but this is the point to do it. Yes?
I've heard that you're doing some battle against California to outlaw raw milk or something. Can you, or at least help with maybe some people that might want to help fight that?
Okay. The situation with raw milk in California is the state since 1967 has been trying to get rid of raw milk. They couldn't do it blatantly. They couldn't get away with it blatantly because there was too many people that were drinking it and fought them. When they went after Altadena in the 70s, 74 and 78, about 100,000 people called and wrote the state that put a stop to it. They came after them in the 80s, and it kept going. Then what they did was started infiltrating the Medical Milk Commission. Now, the state of California allows each county to have their own medical milk commissioners to regulate raw milk in their county. What happened was the state of California started getting, and the American Medical Association and the American Veterinarians Association, they nominate doctors to go on the Medical Milk Commission. That's how it's arranged. So they started nominating anti-raw milk commissioners. Now, in the state law, it says the Medical Milk Commission is there not to ban raw milk, but to make it, certify it, and make it a healthy product. Dr. Leadham, John Leadham, who was nominated on, he's a professor at USC in Los Angeles, made a public statement that when he was on the Milk Commission, we would see the end of raw milk. And we did. We saw the end of, they put, basically he and all the other MDs and one doctor veterinarian on the milk board, made the restrictions so difficult for Stubbies, raw dairy, that they were passing, by the last month they were in business, they only passed 2 milkings out of a whole month. They went bankrupt. Altadena said, we're not packaging your raw milk anymore because we have to hold it for 2 days, and it never passes. So they had to constantly make byproducts of it. So they stopped doing it. So Stubbies went out of business. That's why they're not in business. So then we found someone down in Los Angeles where he volunteered to start hauling milk down from Claravale. Claravale had 26 cows, something like that, like 18, 19 milking. Once 2 years went by, he's up to 60-some cows. And he's producing a lot of milk, and we were selling it down in Los Angeles. And I got a meeting. I went to one of the board of supervisors. They handle county law. And I said, we really need to stop the health department from moving in on this dairy. So got a meeting with the COO of the Health Commission of Los Angeles County and the director, and I had a 45-minute meeting with them last February. They left us alone until last August 8th. Then they went in and started pulling it out of the stores. So we had I organized a demonstration, and we finally, in December, got them to put it on their ballot, make a motion to allow grade A and guaranteed raw milks, which the state allows. That means the Claravale would be allowed to be sold in the stores in Los Angeles. Right now, basically, they consider we're bootlegging it because it is illegal in Los Angeles and it's being sold, but not in stores, except for a few that they haven't gotten to yet. They were supposed to vote on this motion on December 19th. They voted on it, but Antonovich, one of the Board of Supervisors, decided to make an amendment to it. And he addressed his amendment like this: raw milk is a serious business. We should consider whether it is in our best interest, in the health of the public, before we vote on this, to make it stand. So let's go ahead and vote on it, but what we'll do is ask for a report issued by the health department and the implications involved and the risks. So I was the first speaker, and I said, you've had this issue for 2.5 years before you. The first time I brought it up was 2.5 years ago. You don't need 30 more days to do this. And he got red in the face and put his head down. And I said, and it's not a danger. Nobody's getting sick. No one's gotten sick. And if you have the health department make a report on it, they're all MDs, and they're against bacteria, so they're against it. So you're going to get a prejudiced, biased opinion. So basically, when they came out with their 5-page report, there was nothing good in it. The last paragraph in it said we could find nothing in our records or in the research that raw milk's any good, that has any benefits to health. There is a large group of very, what did it say? I forgot what it says. Very motivated, something like that, people who eat it and believe that it's good for them. That was their report. So I got together. We had 2 attorneys that have volunteered to work with us. One is on the diet, one is not. One's a vegetarian, as a matter of fact, and doesn't even drink the milk, but he's volunteered. So I would write all the legal documents and the letters, and then it would go under their name. So we basically got them to stop the vote until we make our own report. So I just finished one of the reports yesterday morning for Dr. Douglas, who wrote the milk book. So I compiled all of his stuff and wrote a 23-page report from him. Then we'll have another report from Dr. Privatera. And then other researchers, we have one from Yale who's working on it. So we have probably we'll have somewhere around 400 pages, including abstracts, showing that raw milk has been proven good in the experiments and tests by MDs and by universities. And they said they had none. So right now it looks like, from what I can tell, a senator stepped in to help us this week. And he said that, I know all the board of supervisors. Is there any way I can help? I said, can you visit each one of them and hand deliver the report? Because they're not going to review that report. It's going to go to their health deputies. The health deputies are all paranoid about it because they don't know their butts from a hole in ground. They're just the liaisons. They don't know anything about anything. So basically, it's not going to get to them. So what I need you to do is hand and deliver it to each board of supervisor and to talk to them about it. So he said, okay. He said, but I wanted to let you know Antonovich is not going to go. Not Antonovich. Yaroslavsky is not going to vote in your favor. And I said, well, I figured that. He says, you know why? And I said, because all the doctors are in his district. He said, that's exactly why. But he said, the other 4 are likely to, if we get this report together properly. Also, I went after, in one of my letters that I wrote for the attorney, I went after the bias and prejudice of the Medical Milk Commission and the board and the actual health department, that they are anti-raw milk, that they're very prejudiced against it, and the report was evidence of that. So they said, okay, well, there is a commission that oversees the health department, like they have a police commission, who is a board of other doctors who oversee the health department in case there are incidents like this. So finally I got a hold of the chairman of that department, and he's agreed to review the information, all of the facts. He will make a report because their report is the only report that can nullify the health department's report. So we've got, and they're allowing me to pitch the whole idea on the 8th before it goes before the vote on the 13th. So it looks very promising. If it doesn't, we will have so much data and all the reports necessary to get a writ of mandamus, which means we stop the law. It won't be legal. And it looks like we'll be able to do it. No matter how it goes, we will end up with milk. The last resort, we've already put this in place, is that we've constructed a co-opportunity. So what we've done is leased the cow, the herd, Claravale's herd. We pay him monthly for the lease of the herd. That means the milk belongs to the members. We just get our share, and we're not buying the milk. So we've arranged that. If it happens, the state has moved in on this. One of the paragraphs or one of the sentences, 2 of the sentences in the health department's report said, we would like you to put a year's hold on this and let us get the state to conform to our regulations, which means there would be no raw milk. And it's been from the state all this problem is anyway. A guy named Ben Warner, who heads the state of California Health Department. He's been in office about 36, 37 years. Time to get rid of him.
Yes.
And
Raw milk.
pardon?
Get him on some raw milk and high meat.
He thinks it's the most dangerous thing in the world. He's the one who's headed the campaign, basically, and he's been found a fraud to make fraud against it. So, you know, if it happens, no matter how it happens, you can have your milk. It's just that you will have to go to Claravale. You organize your own co-op like I did down there. All the contracts I've already given to what's his name, Ron Galbavy. Braithwaite, who owns Claravale. So you don't own the milk, you don't own the land, you don't own anything. You own the cows. You're a leaser of the cows. This is if you had a car, leasing a car. You get full value use of it. But at the end of the lease, you don't own the car, nor do you own the cows. And that's how it works. But that would ensure that you have somebody get a truck like we have down there, a refrigerator truck, and distribute one day a week to Northern California, and then you would have you'd have everything in place. As long as you're a member, which means you pay ahead of time. So you pay, a week in advance for the milk you're going to get the next week, basically is what it is.
Well, we had it set up to have Mountain Peoples bring Claravales up here. Mountain Peoples is a local food distributor.
Uh-huh. But they can. They can do it here. It's not illegal here. It's only in Los Angeles County.
Okay.
The snobs of California.
How many people here from Nevada City are they? Okay. Because all in Nevada City, I need to go to the local co-ops and start asking for raw milk almost every, and then they'll get it.
Yes, they will.
The demand is here. That's all that they're not. That's the reason why we don't have it yet. Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, on that real quick, I know that Eric, the manager of Whole Foods, what's it called? Earthsong. He said he would do it if enough people came up and told him that he wanted it, but he needs a commitment of like 100 gallons or he needs a certain quota to guarantee because he has to pay for the shipping up here. So people need to go there and tell him, and he'll get it. What happens down in San Diego in some areas where they don't deliver, they have one person go down and get for everybody. So once every 6 weeks, if there's 6 of them, one of those people goes down and gets each week. So they rotate in a 6-week cycle. One person goes down and gets it for everybody.
What county is the area itself?
It's in Watsonville, which is, Santa Cruz? Yeah, Santa Cruz.
First of all, I order through Whole Foods, and every week I get 6 bottles.
Yeah, yeah. Like I say, it's only illegal in Los Angeles County.
But also, deliver Claravale. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's legal everywhere else, but not Los Angeles. But when I finish with all these reports, I'm going to issue them on the internet, so anybody can use it in any state to go after raw milk, to go after their politicians, whatever they want. And we're going to go after the state, and then after that we're going after the federal government. We're going after the FDA, which basically got Ronald Reagan and Bush to sign no interstate transportation of raw milk. So we need to rescind that, revoke that law.
One of the things that's curious for me around raw milk is that, I live amongst people who are quite knowledgeable of health stuff, and all my friends have the same reaction, is that, are you crazy? It's, it's full of bacteria or whatever.
That's all hype.
Right, but what I'm saying is that the education is not happening also.
Well, that's what I'm saying. These reports have the education and the tests and all of the information in it, given objectively, too. Not favorable or disfavorable. It just gives the information that milk has never had a case of death from it, yet theoretically they're attributing. Like we got the report from UCLA. UCLA did a report on the dangers of raw milk. They never blueprinted to say that it came from raw milk. They did interviews, and that's how they determined that raw milk was killing people. They did interviews.
Nothing scientific, there's nothing proved. They didn't.
Well, you have to understand that the academic field loves to bravado itself on all this intellectual formulas that they create. So when you're talking about statistics, and that's what they did, they have these great formulas which they think are brilliant, but they have nothing to do with reality. So they think it's brilliant. And you should read the report. It makes you want to vomit because these people think they're so brilliant. And they're not right at all because reality doesn't show it so. Yes?
I've been on the raw diet for about 3 years, and I talk to a lot of people about it. So it's great fun when I tell them about eating chicken, and people, well, what about the salmonella and the raw milk? Like, well, I've been eating it. What do you think? After I tell them it's all hype.
Right. You want to say something, Larry?
I remember that when I was active in the Discovery Health Food in the 60s, so there were tests that were done on Altadena dairies, and they kept getting in the paper. So is the Claravale dairy have tests on their milk product also? Or
oh, yes. The state requires it, just not like the ones in L.A. See, the L.A. County right now, if you want certified raw milk in Los Angeles County, certified milk means certified by the Los Angeles Medical Milk Commission. It has to have zero. It has a zero tolerance for E. coli or salmonella. That means the milk will hardly ever pass. All other raw dairies and even pasteurized dairies can have anywhere from 10 of them existent in one part, in per million part.
Wow, what a bias.
Exactly. Yeah.
So in Santa Cruz County, the Claravale milk, which Mercedes introduced me to, that does have salmonella in it at a certain level it's allowed?
Yeah, occasionally. Yeah, maybe up to 10 parts, per million, which is great. I mean, I say, Ron, if it were up to me, I would have you throwing horse shit and anything else in there you wanted, But let me give you an example. In Georgia in the 80s, Mathis Dairy was a big raw dairy like Altadena was here when it was Altadena and then became Stubbe's. He was asked, he was a politician too, just like one of the Stubbe's brothers was a politician. He was mayor of Monrovia. But he was asked to go to a prison, I think it was in Augusta, Georgia, and take a look at their dairy that was within that prison, because this prison was self-sustaining. They had their own gardens, their own cows, everything. They milked them. He said it was the filthiest thing you could see. You couldn't see the top of the milk from the flies and the dung that went into the milk. And he said he got piped directly into the kitchen, and all he did was filter it and serve it to the men, and none of them, not one case of Salmonella E. coli poisoning. And you know that the E. coli content must have been skyrocketed, and they did not pasteurize the milk. They just drank it raw. Why wasn't there any bacteria food poisoning in all of those prisoners? Not one. I've got that in the report. You start putting out information like that, and they say, what? But it's there. It's documented. Yes?
You write in the book about the raw unsalted butter. So yesterday I was meeting with the head of the dairy buyer for Whole Foods in Mill Valley, and he said we don't have it because apparently from Claravale they produce enough milk to produce whole milk, and there's not enough left to do skim milk with the cream separation. So how do we... And he gave me one source actually, apparently in Maine.
Right.
Is that how you get
That's how you have to get it. You have to right away send away for it.
Or coconuts.
Pardon?
Or coconuts.
Yes, coconuts.
Oh.
Not quite the same, but it's, good. Hi, Mercedes. Yes.
Hi. That's what I want to ask about. When you talk about coconut cream, what is that?
That's when you take the coconut. I have a segment in my book that talks about how to open it and care for the coconut. When you take the meat from it and you put it through a juicer, like a Champion or an Omega 2 gear, or the Green Life that's also geared, the magnetic one, that will press the fat out of the pulp.
Is that hard meat or soft meat?
Well, mainly hard. But the jelly's fine too, but then you don't have to juice it as much. You just scoop it out, blend it with stuff.
But that has the fat in it too?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Doesn't have as much, but it does have. Yeah.
And the milk part is? The milk part?
The milk part?
You mean the clear?
You can remix that with the juice the cream if you want to thin it out, or just drink it. Very little sugar in that, even though it's so sweet. Those are minerals which would make it taste sweet, not sugar in the milk. So it won't cause a sugar. Let me tell you, when I lived in the tropics for a while, I would drink 6 of those a day and never got a sugar reaction. And I'm diabetic, and let me tell you, if I had sugar, my toes would be my whole feet would be in cramps, and my hands.
What about almond milk? What is the value of almond milk in the
It's cooked. The problem with almonds is that you have to germinate them to get the enzyme retardant out of them. And once you do that, you convert it into a cellulose, so it's more difficult to digest. If you have nothing else, it's helpful. But animal fat's very easy to eat, 100% assimilable. And the almond milk is probably 30% assimilable. So there's your difference. And there's lots of starch in it, which means carbohydrates. So then you have all those byproducts to deal with, all that sugar. And that increases candida, yeast, all kinds of things.
How do you do, I want to go and do a Buddhist retreat and there is no meat allowed on the.
That's not a Buddhist retreat I'd go to. I mean, there are other Buddhist retreats that allow it, because I have lots of clients that go on Buddhist retreats.
There's a place in Olima, the Vedanta Society. You can go. It's not Buddhist, but you can do your own thing.
But I like the one I go to. So the question, my question is not which retreat center.
But you can have your own kitchen, or you have your own food.
Yeah, you might have your own food there.
So if I can't, if I'm in places where I can, how do I deal with it? That's really my question.
You can't. If you can't, you can't. If you can't do the diet, yeah.
Like high butter and cream for a week and stuff like that.
Oh, that would be helpful, but you're going to get protein deficient, and you might have some reactions from too much detoxification.
What about raw eggs?
Raw eggs would be helpful, but like I said, there's not any mature protein, so you're not going to regenerate tissue. You're just going to maintain. But that's good. I have people who have allergies that I start them off on eating nothing but eggs for 3-4 days. That's all they eat is an egg every hour.
It sure helps.
Yes.
You talked earlier about using cream and berries to remove metal poisoning. If you have a lot of fillings, is that futile? If you have a lot of very old fillings, or you just, unless you remove all your fillings, or you just kind of removing what you can, but you're still living with it all the time?
Well, you're still going to need to clean it out. If you have fillings, you're going to be emitting, what's called a mercurial gas, and that's can be lethal because it collects it rehardens within the system once it's absorbed. But if you have the berries and cream, you're going to help remove that so it doesn't store in your body and contaminate you more. Especially if you have, fillings, you should eat that way. Keep the mercury, because every day it emits gas. Every day you'll get mercury poisoning if you have fillings. So you eat properly so it doesn't store in your body.
But then it's probably the right thing to do to have different kinds of fillings, right? Plastic or...
Yep. But then you've got the toxicity, you've got metal poisoning in the glues, and even in enamel and in the plastics, there's no way around it.
Can I make a comment on that? I had 2 fillings replaced. They drilled in. So far, I had to have root canals on both of those teeth. It cost me $2,000. Plus, now I have no root there. So, and that's not good either to have the roots removed.
Well, the one thing to do is, if you never want them to go too far, if you're going to allow them to drill, is never use Novocaine. When they get into anything live, you'll feel it, and you stop them. That's what I did. I had mine removed in 1978, and I had 4 hours of drilling on a Tuesday and 4 hours drilling on a Wednesday. no Novocaine. I ate a little marijuana, and I had some cloves that I put in my mouth, the little cloves. Sucked on them because it burns the hell out of everything, but it numbs everything. The trick is, though, it isn't the drilling directly into the tooth that causes the pain. It's when the bit gets hot. So anytime it got hot, my hand was on his leg. If it got hot, I just barely squeezed it. He pulled it out. I hardly had any pain. Hardly had any pain. And he drilled for 8 hours altogether in 2 days. And got it all out. And he never went too far because I could feel it. When he was getting into live tissue, I stopped him. Yes.
What creates the not craving the meat? I mean, when I was younger, I would eat the meat raw when my mom was preparing it and loved it. And then I became a vegetarian around age 20, and I would still have natural cravings for it and eat it if I wanted it. But the last 3 or 4 years, it's like there's been like no craving at all, and I'm eating.
Does it make you nauseous?
No, no, not that bad at all. But I'm not desiring it. I mean, I know what it feels like when you desire it. You go, God, I just want a piece of meat.
Yeah.
And I'm not that way. It's been about 3 or 4 years. I'm not feeling that at all.
Well, you have to understand that we're mainly anorexic for good raw foods, especially for meat, and that's a problem. So let me give you an example. I had a client, James Hopson, that was thinner than this beautiful young lady. And when he walked in the door, he was so thin, and he had been chronically fatigued for 5 years, he walked like this. He had to throw his arms out so he would have the energy to move forward. You see him today, a year and 2 months later, and he looks like, he looks like Samson. Incredible. But he came in and he has no appetite to this day. None. And I said, James, if you're not vomiting, you're eating. That's what I said. You're not vomiting, you're eating. You force it. And if you feel like you're going to vomit, eat 3 more bites and then stop. And it works. He's happy. He doesn't enjoy his food, but the rest of his life is great. And, it only takes him a few minutes to eat the food.
Wow.
So he has no problem. He's got all this energy. He's a student. He's studying this now. He was studying Eastern medicine. He's getting his doctorate in that. And here he is getting ready to dump all of that and to do this. So he's studying it. But that's what I'm saying. If you don't have an appetite, it doesn't matter. Even if you're repulsed by it, you've got a problem because your system is over alkaline or your blood is too acid. Your digestive tract, if it gets over alkaline from eating vegetables or too much fruit, you will be repulsed by meat. You will not be able to digest it, so your body says, I do not want that. I don't have the acids to do it. Or your blood is so acid that if you had any more acid in it, you could cause some kind of a stroke. So, not that would happen, but it's, the body may fear it.
So as you begin to eat it, your body will begin to create the acids and
the
pineapple?
No, you have to eat vegetable juice to get rid of the blood acidity. If you're repulsed by meats because if you have blood acidity, then you have to eat the vegetable juice.
I think I'm the opposite.
Green vegetable juice. If you're over alkaline in the intestines, you need to stop eating salads and you need to stop eating fruit. And then you'll have more of an appetite, at least, most people will have more of an appetite for meat. But like I said, if you're not vomiting, you're eating. Yes, Pascal.
When I eat red meat, I have bad reactions. I get hemorrhoids the next day or something like that, so I'm not even touching red meat. Okay,
that means that her blood is too acid. You look at her and you say, well, she's white. You wouldn't expect her to have, she's not ruddy complected. So you wouldn't expect her to have acid blood, but that's a sign of acid blood. So what you have to do, if you eat red meat, you have to eat 1 or 2, 3 bites of fish with it. And that will counterbalance it. At the same meal with it, with the red meat. Most people can do it with chicken after they've eaten the fish for a few days. So chicken or fish will work, but I would say if you're getting hemorrhoids, then eat the fish for about a week, and then it could be either fish or chicken.
So what is acidic in my blood?
Your blood is too acid. There's too many minerals which are acid forming in your blood. Not alkaline forming, but acid forming.
From toxins or
from toxins? Yeah. From debris, could be anything that's stored in your body from a lifetime. Toxin, yes. Ruth, right?
Yes. How do you get rid of too much uric acid? I have a touchy galley, I'm told.
Okay, uric acid usually comes from cooking meat, eating cooked meats, and also from exercise and your body not having the proper fats or the proper alkalinizing minerals to neutralize those and to eliminate them from the body. Usually causes gout or degeneration of the joints or muscles. It causes osteoporosis. Best way to get rid of that is to have bits of pineapple with raw cream or cheese that helps dissolve it and remove it from the tissues a little bit better. Watermelon, but watermelon is awfully high in sugar unless you're eating it very unripe, and it's the best way to do it.
How about cherry juice?
Cherry juice is lower in sugars than most, but it's still pretty high in sugar. So, but if you ate it with cheese or some butter, or cheese and butter, it would help.
It has to be raw, doesn't it?
Of course.
I'm talking about the stuff in the jar.
But it's
That's not raw.
That's not raw. That's the very
No, I'm not talking about that. That'll just cause more of it because of the high sugar content.
You have to make it.
You'd have to get your cherries and eat cherries with raw cream and raw cheese or raw butter. Yes, Richard?
How does sugar and fat work together in the body, like eating fruit and fat as you were recommending?
80% of the best energy combination is 80% fat, 15% protein, and 5% alcohol that the body makes from fruits. So if you're eating a small amount of fruit, if it's high in carbohydrate, it's okay. If it's a low carbohydrate fruit like most of your berries and cherries, then you could eat more at a time with the fat. But the fruit is there to ferment, to give you, to allow the body to burn fuel properly, utilize fuel properly in a 5% ratio, or to make into solvents to dissolve toxicity, also the same ratio.
So is that percentage by weight or
caloric intake, which you can do it by weight, because for every one molecule of fat, you have like 2.5 calories. For one of sugar, it's only 1 calorie. So, yes.
Raw coconut. Green coconut.
Uh-huh.
Can you eat those?
Yes, the jelly.
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you call jelly?
Experience with
Pardon? Yes.
Any experience with what will help with restless leg syndrome?
Restless leg?
Uh-huh.
Okay, it's high acidity. Okay. A lot of people have it. There's too much uric acid in the body, or there's too much vitamin C. People who take high amounts of vitamin C have all that energy in their hands or in their legs, and their body's constantly twitching. When they're sleeping, sometimes it'll wake them up.
What about cramping?
That's because what it does is that vitamin C is the job in the body of vitamin C is the citric acid cycle. It is only to burn fat as fuel. But because it causes, it neutralizes things like, what do they call those? Free radicals. Because it neutralizes free radicals and all this. They're starting to use it mechanically. And what it causes is the body to go on to look for fat. Vitamin C works on fat. You have to have a tremendous amount of fat. 5% vitamin C, 80% fat, 15% protein to be used properly. If it doesn't, guess what happens? People are taking mega doses of vitamin C. What happens? Their nerves end up becoming scarred because the vitamin C will go in and pull out, make lesions in the neurological tissue or in the glands anywhere, and pull the fat out, and then leave a hole, a sore that scars over in your body. And that happens on people who are as thin, as lightweight as you are. It just goes in and starts havoc all the time. Every time you feel a lesion, you can better believe that's vitamin C or some other acid going into the tissue, pulling out the fats. So you've got that jerking going on all the time. Other people who have nervous twitches, it can just be from, a neurological problem that may not be related to vitamin C, but can be another compound that's irritating the nervous system. But usually it's always some irritant to the nervous system. Okay. Yes?
I had a flu a couple weeks ago, and ever since then I've had lots of gas. And I'm wondering if that's a sign of anything when you have a lot of gas, and if there's a particular thing that's good to do.
Was this an intestinal flu?
No, it wasn't.
Where was it?
Actually it was. I was nauseous, and I had a headache, and I was dizzy.
Okay. That is a sign that the intestines have been breaking down compounds that are in the tissues and dumping into the system. So it could be related to, let's say, plaquing in the intestine, and dead tissue is there and it breaks off. And as it breaks off and starts dissolving, guess what happens? Like any chemical reaction, you'll have gas that's a result of it. And it has to be, unless you're having a lot of cream. Cream is the only way that will neutralize those gases. Because what it does is, it doesn't really neutralize the gases. The cream coats the compound that's been dissolved so that there's no gas necessary.
Would other fats do that too, like avocado or coconut?
Not as well as cream will. Cream permeates everything. Butter can permeate everything, but still not like the cream. They will help to an extent. Sometimes what they'll do with avocado is they'll make it worse, because avocado is a great detoxifier. So if you ate avocado and cheese, it might have more of a soothing, absorbing reaction. But if you eat it with avocado with anything else, it's likely to make it worse. Okay? Yes?
Hey, I have one question, but also to remind you wanted me to share about the depression thing.
Okay.
But the one question, can you direct what scar tissue you can heal at a time? I mean, can you choose an area of your body you know it and go for it?
Mm-hmm. But I charge $5,000 for that. That's a little bottle, right? What you have to do is you have to eat the foods that dissolve scar tissue. And at the same time, you apply a hot water bottle every night on the area where you want the scar tissue to be removed. That'll increase circulation to that area, and most of the more nutrients will get into that area.
All right, and then the depression thing you asked me, what I mentioned to you, is, I felt really good. I felt like I'd been on top of the world for a while, and then just right after Christmas, I went in one of the lowest depressions. I didn't think I could ever feel that bad again. And so that was sort of scary to feel that bad when you didn't think you would. So I wanted to bring it, and he wants to talk on that a little.
Don't you feel sorry for her?
No, I don't want to.
I know, that's why I keep it. I'm keeping you. Well, according to, think about it logically. If you have toxins forming everywhere else in the body, and the emotional, neurological reaction is a physiological process in the body, then wouldn't it also have toxins related to any kind of trauma that you go through, any emotional reaction in your life? If you look up The Biology of Emotions on the Internet by Elnora Van Winkle, she wrote a paper on it. She was a biochemist at New York City University. Elnora.
Van Winkle?
Van Winkle.
V-A-N-W-I-N-K-L-E.
Pardon? W-I-N-K-L-E. Van Winkle, yeah. The Biology of Emotions. And she was a researcher at New York City University in biochemistry, dealing with neurological activity for something like 40-some years. She's 70s. She's on this diet, more the primal diet. I mean, more an instincto, because she's much too thin. Because she doesn't eat enough fat. She eats what she appeals to her, but she eats the raw meat, the raw fat, and everything, but just not, like I suggest. But in her paper, she talks about the actual chemical reaction during a trauma is a physiological compound. She separated it. You can read the complicated biochemical version or her layman version, and it actually shows that there are toxins presented during depression, during trauma, during all those times, and that when the body detoxifies those, you have the same occurrence of emotion that you did at the time. So there may be no emotional reason, no physical reason, no circumstantial reason for you to feel badly. But the depression comes up with those chemicals. So she recommends, like the primal diet, she recommends primal therapy. Screaming, yelling, kicking, beating the shit out of things. That's not my way. And she and I went round and around about this. It's the only thing we seem to differ on about this whole thing. I'm saying that if you are continuing the anger, the resentment, and all of that, you are continuing it in the present as well as before. Wouldn't it be nicer if you took that energy and then directed it into singing, dancing, something that's delightful? It will change the memory patterns. It'll even change the way the body reacts the next time it has that experience. But if you're kicking something, beating the hell out of something, you're going to continue that behavior every time it comes out. And guess what happens if there's no pillow around and you're there facing your lover? Not a good circumstance. And that she talks about in the paper. So why would you want to do something that continues that? I don't know.
With depression, you don't even have any energy to do anything, so you can't even imagine singing, dancing, or...
Well, you'd be surprised. If you start listening to a beat, I felt depressed. You put on a record that's got a nice beat that you really liked at a particular time, and it starts moving you in the other direction as long as you're not fighting it. You can revert that. You can change it. Yes?
You're right. You feel like you don't have the energy to do anything, but if you can remember that I am depressed, and this is okay, and you smile, you will start to change your chemistry.
Yeah.
And if that's all that you can get yourself to do, you will start to feel differently.
Yep. Okay. All right. Then I'm going to start. I need to start anyway with because we have a lot of people, so I have a lot to read. So, okay, who's first? You want to flip a coin?
I have to be aware.
Okay. Come on. What time is it? 3. Okay. It only takes 5-6 minutes a person, so if that. What's your name?
Tim.
Tim?
Yeah.
Say it in the mic.
Oh, Tim.
Tim what?
Smith.
Smith. Okay, Tim. I don't believe you. You don't want anybody to know your real name. See both problems. Turn the light. Okay. Sorry I have to put his back like this, but I need the light. Okay, both testicles are starting to debilitate. They're drawing up. It shows a tremendous from a very young age, probably as young as 11 years old. It looks like it was a reaction from a vaccine. Looks like there's mercury poisoning actually in your testes. Eat some blueberries. Will help you with that. Blueberries and cream, coconut cream. A little bit of pineapple, too, because you have some scar tissue all around it, and you need to remove the scar tissue just to be able to get to the mercury. You have some other toxic mineral compounds in there along with it, but that was just trying to build some kind of a shell around the mercury poisoning. The adrenal glands look like they were also affected, and they're enlarged in a fat way instead of elongated. and they're very jaundiced. They're holding a lot of bile. Eating coconut cream would also help with that. Raw cream, any fat to help remove that. Now, if that starts dumping right away, since it's connected so closely with the bowels and the kidneys, you may get, your urine may get to the point where you can't hold more than 2-3 ounces at a time, because it will start burning you, burning the tissue in the bladder and the kidney. So you may have to go frequently, and that's a good thing because you know you're eliminating something. Gets into the bowels, it's going to cause diarrhea, and you just have to go through it.
Okay.
Probably won't last more than 10 days for you at a time, but will probably go in cycles.
And that's from the adrenals?
Yes,
okay.
Bowels from the adrenals. You have it going all the way up into the pancreas, too, way up here. Basically, you look like you have, your pancreas looks like you're diabetic. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not diagnosing for anybody, but this is the appearance when somebody has pancreas that looks like this. It means it's not functioning. At least the adrenal glands and the testes are still functioning, but the pancreas doesn't look like it's functioning properly. When we eat a cooked food, what happens is the pancreas sends out hormones to the entire body and says, I need to leach from every cell. I need vitamins, I need minerals, I need protein, I need carbohydrates, I need all the good stuff. Give it up. Because we have to handle this load of crap that was just eaten. And each time you eat a cooked food, you take a little bit of energy and a little bit of nutrients from every cell. If your pancreas doesn't function, you're in trouble. That means everything that goes into your body that's cooked, you will react twice as badly. The right thyroid is okay. It's functioning okay. The left parathyroids are okay. The left thyroid is okay. The parathyroid's very good. The tonsils look like they're gone. You have lots of metal poisoning in the left side of your brain and the center. Also some gangrenous tissue in there. And through your sinuses. That may be the bruising that's going on. What happened to you?
I bumped my nose yesterday. That's what all.
You did a good one. How did you do that?
Moving some stock. Beer barrels.
Well, it's not just that. There's metal poisoning in there, actually deeper into the sinuses. Okay, normally you wouldn't need much red meat, probably 50-50, but you are clumping white cells. Your red cells, because they're metal poisoned, are a little bit weaker. So I would say eat 60% red meat and 40% white. And of that white, I would say 35% fowl and 15% fish or seafood. You need lots of minerals. Oysters would be very good for you. Clams. Swordfish would also help.
The oyster just eat raw? Yeah. And all that? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, you can make a raw sauce to go with any of these things. You can take tomatoes and blend them with a little hot pepper, fresh hot pepper, some butter. Delicious, and maybe a little bit of lemon juice. Oysters are really nice if you just don't like oysters the way they are. Along the left side of your spine, you have scarring, especially right around right here. So I'd encourage you to put a hot water bottle on that area and also down here because of all the contamination in the testes. You have metal poisoning in both kidneys. And the liver. So I would suggest that you eat 6 to 8 ounces of berries a day. So you go get Cascadian Farms in a health food store. They're frozen organic berries.
Oh, frozen's okay?
Frozen's okay. Remember, like I said in the book, frozen berries are okay. Or frozen fruit's okay, just because it's already sugar and there are no enzymes in ripe fruit, so it doesn't matter. So freezing doesn't destroy any enzymes that don't exist anyway in the fruit when it's all sugar. But in the berries, there's very little sugar except for strawberries, so don't get strawberries. And then mix it with, some kind of fat to help bind with that. And eat that in the afternoon, not in the morning or evening. If you eat berries in the morning, you're going to cause a kidney detoxification. You don't want to force that. If you eat it in the evening, you're going to cause a neurological detoxification. You may not be able to sleep at night. If you have it in the afternoon, your body will spread it out everywhere and do it evenly so it won't concentrate in just one area. You need to eat at least 1.5 pounds of meat a day and eat fat with it every time, preferably 3 tablespoons of butter. Looks like your system would be better eating 2 meat meals a day rather than 3. You could use, to help your testes grow back quicker, you could eat from 12 to 18 eggs a day. And you need to put on about 40 pounds.
Where?
Everywhere.
And then take it off.
No, you need to gain 40 pounds and then put on an extra 15, 20, and then take that off. But you need to get stable. But I'm going to go over that as soon as I'm finished with you. Your juice should be about 60% celery, 20% parsley, and 20% summer squash. Summer squash are zucchini, cucumber, crookneck. Okay? And if they're not organic, take a paring knife, go over the top, and if it comes up with a wax, it's coated, peel it before you juice it. Okay? The summer squash help absorb toxic minerals in the body and any contaminated starches. Help pull it out of the system. And you need to drink 4 to 5 cups a day. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now I'm going to go over a few things. Yes?
A question on berries. Are fresh better if you get them? Or does it
Yes,
matter?
it does. There are more enzymes in fresh berries, so you already have the enzymes active. But if you're drinking your juice, you always have some extra. Remember, 2 cups of vegetable juice a day, green vegetable juice a day. Doesn't mean carrot or anything like that because that's too high in carbohydrate. But green did I look like Nixon? Green vegetable juice a day. 2 cups will take care of your daily needs. It means that every time you eat something, it's not completely fresh, it's not right out of the ground, it's not off the tree, it's not off anything. So there's always enzyme deficiency. Drinking vegetable juice 2 cups a day will take care of all the daily need. 2 extra cups a day will help replenish all that's been leached out of your body from all the years of cooked food, but it takes time. Years and years and years to replenish all of that. So 2 extra cups a day will put you further on the road to excellent health. Yes?
How long does that juice keep from the time you make it?
Good question. That's what I was going to go into right now. So rather than have to set up the question, you did. Thank you. Okay, you can make it for 3 days, but you have to preserve it in this way. You have to get jars like this, 8-ounce jelly jars, canning jars. Get lids. Get the ball jars, and they have enameled lids with actual rubber lining sealer. Cur jars, the metal is on the inside. It's not enameled. Plus it has some awful gray matter that melts into your food. So ball jars and ball lids are the ones to get. Or if you get cur jars, throw away the lids and get the ball lids. They do sell them separately. And they even sell these fancy ones now that where the lids match and all that at Target and places like that. And they're completely enameled inside and out. Most of them are just this color outside and ball jar enameled on the inside. So what you do is you juice, so you're drinking 4 cups a day, which is a quart. So you can make 3 quarts, 96 ounces. divide that into the proportions that I recommend. If you need to have one recommended when you're up here, I will recommend one. What you do is you juice the 3 quarts, then you take 3 ounces and you put it in the 8-ounce jelly jar. Then you put 3.5 ounces of honey in here. Then you also have to have an Oster or an Osterizer blender. And they've got that big bowl, and at the bottom there's a black base, and you unscrew that. Then what you'll have is a washer and blades, metal blades, and that black base. If you take the washer, you put it on the top of the glass, take the blades, put that through, down into the cup, the glass, and then take the bottom, the black bottom, and you screw that on, turn this upside on the blender, and blend it for 5 to 10 seconds only. When you do that, you prevent all the oxidization while you're blending. If you use a big blender, it's going to go all the way up all over the place and just keep sucking new air in all the time. But when you blend in these, it isolates it. The gases from its own food will mix and neutralize the oxygen, so it doesn't oxidize your food. Then you pour that into your 3 quarts, stir it gently, and then take one of those bowl measuring jars which has a little spout on it. Now, if you use the one that comes with the Green Life juicer, it's so narrow that it goes everywhere but where you want it to go. So I went out and got a Pyrex one with a bigger mouth, and you just pour out of that. Then you pour the juice back into that, and then you have 12 of these jars lying on the table, and you fill them all the way to the top. And if you do it like I do it, you get it bubbling. So because as it sits, all the bubbles will come up to the top, and you have foam on the top. So I curl my tongue and suck the top off, and then cap them and put them in the refrigerator. They will only deteriorate 7 to 10% in 3 days, in 78 hours. So you have a little bit over 3 days to drink it. For some reason, in the lab, what happens is after the 78th hour, after 9 tests, it just, for some reason, even though it wasn't open and exposed to oxygen, it just deteriorated fast. So as long as you maintain it like that, maintain it chilled, it will preserve for 3 days. Yes? Pardon?
Are you saying that we should put honey in all our vegetables?
Unless you have a serious sugar problem that even 10% in the honey is a problem for you. Yes, you should. It helps preserve it. It's 1.5 tablespoons of honey per quart.
Is more okay?
Pardon?
Is more okay?
It depends upon the individual.
Okay.
I thought I heard you say 3 ounces of juice and 3.5 ounces of honey.
Yes, but you're blending that to pour into the big amount.
Oh.
That's so you blend it all into one, so you have to blend all of it, yes. So you got it? Okay. Yes.
Okay, reading on the news group, Vinny has been playing around with microhydrogen, and I just wondered, he mentioned that but what do you think about that? Is it a bad thing? Is it a good thing? It should be avoided? What do you think?
Well, a lot of these people think that they're a lot better than nature. And they think that they can outsmart and do things a lot better than nature. And I say, I've done that a lot. I've screwed around with different waters. I've screwed around with everything. And let me tell you, there's always a side effect to it. Always. And Vinny's going through it right now. Vinny can't even move out of the house. So I suggest that it's better that nobody fool with anything that's made by man, except for the machines. And that's it. And just mix your foods, but mix it with good water, not anything that's been processed.
If I have trouble with, I tried putting honey in my juices, and I guess the taste to me was almost repulsive. Is it just I have to get used to it?
No, then use lemon. Take 1 small lemon or lime. Make sure it is not waxed. They put in there organic, and yet I went into Whole Foods, and I saw these coated everything. And I picked them up, and it smelled like petroleum. And I went over to the produce person, and I said, what are you doing labeling this organic? There's petroleum on these. He says, oh, well, we're doing that now. And he showed me the sign, and they even brag about it. And they talk about how, organically minded they are. And there's actual petroleum. So one of the suppliers gave me a call when he heard that I was bad-mouthing them, and he's very conscious, and said, what are you talking about? I said, take a look at it. Call your supplier. So he called the supplier, and sure enough, on the organic, we're allowed to put this because this is natural wax, but it's got propyl in it, which is, 3% petroleum product. And I said, don't you believe that if it's organic, it should have nothing on it, nothing except air? He says, definitely. I'm going to stop carrying any of them, and I'm going to notify all of them. He's one of the bigger suppliers in Los Angeles, greater Los Angeles area. So you just have to inform the people. But if it has it on it, you'll have to peel the rind. Otherwise, juice the rind, the whole thing. In your juice, it'll help preserve it. Also, the juice man, whatever what's he called, the juice man? Yeah. Anyway, he goes on, don't eat those, rinds because they make paint of them, everything else. Sure, if you process them with chemicals, yeah, and with petroleum, you can make it into a solvent. But otherwise, it's a great biochemical solvent that'll help you break down all kinds of nasty stuff in your body. So it's a good thing.
Orange rind and zest. I've heard someplace that orange rind, the zest and rind could be a problem. Not
unless it's processed. Not unless there's petroleum on it.
Good source.
Yeah, but you don't want a lot because it's very potent. When I did the test with it, even a raw form, if you use the whole rind of an orange in a juice, it would be too much. That's why I say you're talking about a small spread out over 3 quarts. A ping pong ball size. Yeah, lemon or lime for 3 quarts.
I talked to you a while ago about the fresh herbs that I had pressed. Just some mint and ginger and some basil. And it's been maybe like 3 or 4 months. And they juiced an awful lot. And they're still in the fridge, and they taste just like I just juiced them. I mean, you can hardly tell at all. Why? How do they keep fresh for so long? And something like, because it's just a very small enzyme content or and bacteria content in them. I don't know if they still have all their healthful properties.
Well, they probably won't have many enzymes left. But they'll still have the fragrant oils. Because anytime you're dealing with an herb that's concentrated, you have a high proportion of oils. That will still stay organic. And it'll taste very flavorful. But if you do that with celery, something that's mostly H2O, it'll break down very rapidly.
But will it still retain all its medicinal?
Some, not all.
Not all.
Because it won't provide you with the enzymes you need. It'll provide you with good oils and minerals and other things, but it won't have the enzyme activity.
So you're better off combining it with the celery?
Well, it's better not to do that. It's better to juice them fresh. And if you don't, of course, medicinally, it can be good and medicinal. That's how we got into the whole dried herb things, because they weren't available year-round, and yet people were getting sick because they were eating cooked foods. So instead of doing without, they dried them and then boiled them and got some nutritive value, even though there were side effects from even the medicine. But if you juice things fresh, then they're everything you need to heal without side effects. Yes, Richard?
What do you think about the herbal extracts, like ginseng or ginkgo or any of those? The tinctures?
No, they're all processed and distilled usually, or tinctured, which means that there's either alcohol placed in it or some other element to cut and extract, and then you have the side effect of those. Okay, I've got to get back to reading. Who's next?
I have one question about the juice, putting the honey directly through the juicers.
4?
to preserve it? To add honey to the vegetables?
Uh-huh.
When you put the vegetables through the juicer, put the honey through the juicer with it.
You might do that, but you also might get your whole inside very sticky.
And won't that oxidize more than the way you're saying with the blender?
Probably will. Well, the thing I'm afraid of is that metal, even though it's solid and stainless steel, the honey could start cutting the, with that kind of a grinding going on, the honey could start, the 10% sugar in it could start causing the metal to come loose. So I wouldn't do it. Hi, your name?
Kathleen Rash.
I stuck my chest out because you're supposed to talk into the mic. Okay, relax your hands. Okay, your left ovary is debilitating and it looks like it's actually caving in. The right is better, but it's also starting to debilitate. Oh, just want to let everybody's sick here, so don't be blown away by with what I say, okay? Don't get upset. You're all sick. You're all diseased. That's why you're here, right? To get undiseased. But you have to know where you're starting from. From where you're starting. Bad English. Okay. Your adrenals seem normal, but they're inflamed and overactive. Which is your blood may be a little overacidic, irritating. Pancreas is about, one side it's about 70% functional. On the left side of the pancreas, it's only about 10%. So you could handle one piece of fruit a day as long as it's with fat. You have metal poisoning from the chest all the way up to the skull. A lot of it in the sinuses. Did you have allergies?
No, I work with oil still.
Oh. Are you coating your hands with butter or something first?
Vitamin E. No.
Guess what vitamin E is, folks? It's the byproducts of Fuji and Kodak developing film. It looks like a tocopherol, and a tocopherol is what vitamin E is. So they just sell you that as if that's a waste product. Guess what? How much money they make instead of how much money they spend on dumping it.
Even though they say it's wheat germ oil.
Oh, if it's from wheat germ oil, it's D-alpha tocopherol. It's different. However, it's still solvent extracted, which means they've just made it into the same thing that Kodak uses. You can only extract wheat germ oil and get it stabilized by a solvent extraction. If you cold press it, it gets it up to 170-some degrees and destabilizes it. But you're still getting your petroleum product when you get in distillation, when you're solvent extracting it. Causes massive headaches in people and a lot of contamination. So it's better just to take some butter or cream, stick your finger in the milk and cream up your hands. Some other way to do it, coconut cream would be best, because coconut cream has a little sugar in it, so it coats the hand. It actually stops it from breathing to an extent, so it will not absorb the pain.
I had an operation in 82.
You had what?
A tubular pregnancy.
Uh-huh. When?
82.
That's probably what this is.
It was the right tube, though.
Well, some people are crossed.
Okay.
Because it's caved in, so it's like there's was surgery done. Parathyroid is excellent. Thyroid is okay. Do you have your tonsils?
Yeah, I think so.
Great. These are good. Your parathyroid's good. Your thyroid, your right thyroid or left, whichever if you're crossing, one of your thyroids isn't as good as the other one, but it's okay. But your glands are mostly working except for the left side of the pancreas, and both of the adrenals are not in great shape, and the ovaries. Your hands look much better from the last time I saw them. They don't have all that dryness there was before.
Mm-hmm.
How much of the diet are you doing?
About 75%.
You see I don't know, people can't see what I see, but You see this white marking into here? That's the small intestines, and you see all the damage that's happening in there from the 30% that you're eating. Got to get away from those breads. Okay, because that's what's causing that. And, that just interferes with everything else you're digesting. That doesn't mean you're doing, not doing better. You're doing a lot better because your skin's different, your eyes are very different, and, your skin everywhere is different, so you're doing a lot better. But that is enough. I had a client who had breast cancer, and for 9 years she was on the diet, had no problems at all, but she would eat her bread every day. Or pasta once in a while. And just a year ago, I showed her, I took photographs of her eyes the first time that she had her eyes photographed. And I showed her from 1 year to the other, and she saw that she didn't have the changes that other people who were on the diet 100%. Because I showed her in comparison. She was blown away. So she went a year without eating, and she says, that made such a big change, everything. Everything changed for her. And just that, maybe 15% of the diet. And she says, I will never eat that stuff again. And the changes from 1 year to the next were tremendous when she had her eyes done. So you may think you can get by with that shit, but let me tell you, it's, of course, doing 70% is a lot better than you were doing before, but, there's even better that you can do.
I pay for it when I do.
What is your experience when you do?
Oh, I have a rock in my gut.
Yeah, you can see right there. Look at it.
Okay.
It's even turned rotting. It's even turning your stomach a little gangrene. Can you see the green?
Yeah.
And both sides, not as bad as this side, but. Okay, I'm going to recommend. Let me see your eyes.
You haven't said anything about my liver.
Well, the liver is pretty white. I mean, it looks like you had hepatitis or something. I mean, you may have hepatitis and not know it, because it's very white and it's very sallow. It's not in the best of shape. But it's not full of bile like I would expect.
You said it was dead last time, so at least I'm...
So that's good. That's better. But, I mean, it doesn't look real alive because it's white.
I know. It's better than...
Yeah, it's better than what it was. The liver is this area right here. So you can see that the whole thing is still white, but there's some splotches of red in it. So at least it's functioning to a point. Okay, what I'm going to suggest is your bones have cleaned up, which I wasn't expecting. In the skin, better in the eyes than I'd expected. So, except right around the ears, you have a lot of congestion, lymphatic congestion. You've got a lymphatic rosary belt. So, for fruit, I would like you to eat maybe one cycle of 3 days having some pineapple, the greener pineapple, only about a half-inch slice at a time, circular slice, with lots of fat. Do not eat it without lots of fat, and I mean twice as much, which means you'll actually have more than about 5 times the amount caloric-wise in fat than you will sugar, but that's the ratio you'll need. And that'll help break up some of that congestion in the intestines, also break up the lymphatic congestion. Then go 4 days without. Meat-wise, you still need about 65% red meat and 35% white. 20% of that should be seafood, fish, and the other 15% fowl. Now, when I give these, I'm giving an ideal. Doesn't mean that you have to be so strict that it has to be 7 days a week. That means, 4 or 5 days a week, try to do that. But that doesn't mean go out and eat bread and cakes and stuff like that either. I'm not saying that. Unless we have a whole gallery, we could have the modern day Roman gladiator thing. What is that? What's that called? The auditorium where we can all watch you suffer.
Coliseum?
Coliseum, that's it. Thank you. I don't know why that word wouldn't come. Glands, parathyroid gland is great. Don't remember it functioning like that before. Juice combination. Vary it. I'd like you to have some winter squash, but no more than 10%. Butternut or acorn squash. Help get rid of some of those, like the cadmium from the yellow dye that you're using in the paint, and some of the others that'll help pull it out of your system. So maybe a 3-day cycle using 10%, and then off for about 10 days, minimum of 10 days, and then use that again. Otherwise, use summer squash, zucchini, cucumber. But you should always use those, but in a higher ratio when you're not using the winter squash. So the squash should be about 20%, celery about 15%, and the celery about 55%, or 65%. So what you'll do is just when you have the winter squash, you just cut down on the 10% of summer squash. Use that to help. You could definitely use berries, in the afternoon with some fat, and that'll help. Now, you've got lots of bile stored out in your tissues and your lymph system because of the ring you have.
The outer ring?
Pardon?
Is it the outer ring?
It's that little rosary, the white ring, inside the darkest ring that's right around the iris. There'll be times when you're going to get really nauseous, and if you vomit, great, it's the best way to get rid of it. Otherwise, it might be some diarrhea. Okay? You can have a little bit of cheese and help absorb some of it.
Mm-hmm.
What are you
Even the diet in the whole will take care of the bile?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome. Next. Yes?
If she eats more than a fruit, you said that her left side pancreas is gone. If she
Her?
Yeah.
No. On one side it was mostly gone. The other side it was 60% okay. So she could have one piece of fruit a day.
What if she eats more than a fruit? What kind of damage and what kind of problem?
She's not going to handle the sugar. She's going to go up and down, get angry, upset, emotional, cry a lot.
Right. Even though it's raw sugar, body cannot handle it. Even though it's raw sugar.
Yeah, well, the body can't handle. In her system, the body couldn't handle any more sugar than that. Now remember that if you get emotional, you lay away off of fruit for days. No high carbohydrates. No starch, no breads, no any. You shouldn't have that anyway. But anything that is made into sugar in the body, you want to stay away from. It will cure you within 24 hours.
One of your recipes in your book for cold is oranges with eggs and bananas.
Mm-hmm.
And for those, you have only. I mean,
That's
use those for breakfast every day.
That's for making solvents to help break down the mucus and all the other garbage that's coming out. But on a normal basis, fruit in the smoothie is not a good idea, except once a day. Pardon? And lemon will do the same thing if you have too much of it. In fact, lemon will start breaking down the bones if you have too much of it. Any citrus will.
So the 3-day lemon fast is out.
There's no such thing. Oh, I wanted to say one more thing before we get started. I love for people to get overweight. This is an important thing. I call it the weight loss, weight gain program. Weight gain first. If you're even overweight and you haven't started the diet, you need to gain weight. Now, I'm on my down cycle. I'm a little heavy right now. I went up about 20 pounds. So what I do is put on the weight. The fat goes in and leaches out old toxins stored in the tissues. The only way you can get it out. Fasting does not get out anything, but it breaks down your blood, it breaks down your liver and your glands, and they start eating each other. Everything eats itself. So it's not a detox that does anything other than get rid of some cells, and what it does is get rid of the weak cells. The healthy cells eat the weak cells because they turn into phagocytes, and what are they eating? They're eating the weak garbage. Are they getting stronger? No. You're just getting more hyperactive because of the hormones that will generate when you're hungry and starving.
The high that people feel.
Yeah, that high is to go out and hunt and eat. Go out and hunt and eat. Yeah. So what I suggest people do is eat a lot. And when they eat meat, they eat extra fat, lots of extra fat. And then when it's time to take the weight off, women, I give you some flack. I suggest that people get 15 to 30 pounds overweight, but I've compromised. 12 to 15 pounds overweight, which your normal weight should be. And then take that up. Now you need 2 sets of clothes. Right now I've got my fat clothes on. These are my 33, 34-inch waist, and normally I'm a 31. Okay?
Explain why.
If you like, if you want to look like you're trim. Yes.
Can you explain why you do the fat?
Like I said, those fats go in there and they will leach out the toxins that are buried. If you don't have excess fat in the body, it cannot leach out things that are stored deep in the tissue. It will not happen. I explored it for years and it just did not happen. When I started using the weight gain, the weight loss, I could get, like one girl, she had brown eyes, dark brown eyes. Her mother had blue eyes, her father had green eyes, one of her sisters had green eyes and one had blue eyes, and she was born with brown eyes. So she was chronically fatigued from the age of 20 years old till I met her. She was 28. Chronically fatigued. Worked 1 day a week, if that, 6 hours. That was it. That's all she could do. Otherwise, she vegetated. Very weak, very unhappy, very unhealthy. Everything irritated her, and she was one of those twitchers all the time, like this. So in a year and a half doing the weight gain, she was very bold. She wanted to get well. She went from very thin, like you, 30 pounds. Gained 30 pounds, and she's only 5'5". 30 pounds. She all of a sudden looks strong and healthy, you know. And she does it quickly. It takes her about 6 weeks to gain, or 4 weeks to gain, and about 6 weeks to lose. I have some people who can gain the weight in 3 weeks and take it off in 3 weeks.
Does it come off organically? You'll just know?
No, yeah, I'll tell you how to do the cycle. So, in a year and a half, her eyes went from dark brown to green. Then the next year and a half cycle, 1/3 of one of the eyes turned blue. Cleaning out. So I talked to her mother and I said, what was the incident with her? And she said, well, I was in college, I got pregnant, I didn't know, I was smoking, drinking, partying, alcohol and all that damaged the placenta. The placenta couldn't filter out the garbage from the mother. So that's why she got so toxic so young.
What happens with people that cannot gain weight?
You can gain weight. Anybody can gain weight. If you eat extra fat with your meat, you will gain weight. And you eat lots of eggs. You know, I have people eating anywhere up to 33 eggs a day. You know? You just eat. You eat and eat. If you're not vomiting, you're eating. How many times do I have to say it? Then, that's right, but it works. So if you like your depression, you can stay there. If you like that low energy, stay there. If you don't, fight it. And then you'll deal with nausea, and it'll make you forget your depression or whatever else it is. And you'll be moving forward. Okay, then to lose the weight, Then it's fun. You have a cup of juice. You wait till you're very hungry. That doesn't mean stupid hungry or angry hungry. That means hungry. Then you have an egg-sized amount of meat. Now, I used to vacillate and give people different ways to do it, but it was too complicated. People didn't know what to shift. They'd have to call me. So I worked out a formula that seems to work with everybody. So it's an egg-sized amount of meat. Then the next time you get hungry, it's juice. Then the next time you're hungry, it's egg. One egg, Rocky style. And those who do not like it, just put a little half a teaspoon in your mouth at a time and you can swallow it. Then juice again, meat again. Juice, egg. Juice, meat, juice, egg.
Forget the fat then on this one.
That's right. Well, you got the fat in the egg. Okay. That's enough to take care of your daily needs. And what it doesn't have, it will pull out of this fat that has already collected garbage deep in the tissues, and will utilize that and get rid of it. Now, some women over the age of 40, first 2 times of the weight loss, it's very difficult. Usually it takes anywhere from 2 to 3 months to lose it. After the second time, it usually goes in 3 to 4 weeks. 5 weeks at the latest. So the whole response gets quicker. And these people are getting cleaner faster, getting healthier faster. This fellow I told you about that came in skinny, that did this, he can gain the weight in 2 weeks and lose it in 2 weeks. And he does 20 to 30 pounds. This guy was he's 6 foot tall. He was 132 pounds when he came to me. Now he stays right at 190 and goes up to 210 and back down. And this guy is so happy. He still doesn't have any appetite for food. He still doesn't like food. But boy, it sure gets him what he wants. So he just deals with that as his limitation now, instead of everything being off. Yes?
You mentioned winter squash, and does that have more carbohydrate?
Yes.
And so in small quantities, for some people that might be appropriate?
Correct.
And what about things like sweet potatoes? Is that the same thing?
Never.
Never.
What about the yum that you talk about? One.
Yeah, but like I say, any time you're using an herb or anything like that, no more than 5% of the juice. It means if you're 96 ounces, that means only about 4 ounces of a concentrated herb, like the wild Mexican yam for women who have heat flashes, things like that. It may help that a little bit in most women.
Why no sweet potato?
Too high in sugar.
Yams the same?
Yams are sweet potatoes, yeah. Yep.
Well, where can you find at the health food store the wild yam? I mean, is that on the shelf?
Not really.
How do you get them?
Well, I've got a woman who's trying to find it. She just got her license from the from the federal government to import it. So we're working on getting a source. But then I have to experiment and explore it for a couple of months to be able to see whether it really does anything or not on a raw diet. And what concentrations we can utilize it to keep, because again, it's a yam. But there are some varieties of that particular boscus plant. It's called boscus. That's one of its, there's a first name and then there's boscus. It's as hard as a marble. So to get it to break it down and dissolve it, I may have to put it in whey, to break it down. Pickling, you used to do pickling with whey instead of vinegar. Much more beneficial for the body. So I've started pickling everything instead of, with the raw unpasteurized apple cider vinegar, I use whey now. So I make some cottage cheese and I'll take the whey and use that to pickle things with, like mustard and whatever I want to break down,
and
to be able to utilize it differently.
Do I break down really hard herbs?
Yes.
Even some Chinese herbs and stuff like that.
Like the hard mushroom. Just takes time.
It's like astragalus or something like that.
Yeah, it'll break it down. It just takes time. It will not break down unless you crush them and then boil them. So some of them will never break down properly. to where you can utilize them.
Are dry herbs of benefit? Dried herbs?
Only medicinally for people who are on a cooked diet. On a raw diet, they're detrimental.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. If you're juicing, you couldn't get it more concentrated. See, back in the old days, they couldn't get vegetables to juice because all they could do was grind and then wring. We have access to celery, parsley, all this stuff all the time, so we can juice. We're doing much better than they ever were able to do, 100 years ago and thousands of years ago.
What do you do with the fibers from the juice?
I spread it in my garden, and if it's summertime, then I don't. I put it in a compost heap and breaks it down. Eggs break down so quickly you wouldn't believe it. Okay, so the weight loss program. Now, for some people, they can't handle the high juice content. It makes them a little crazy. It makes their heart beat rapidly. So I have them reduce the juice down to 4 ounces at a time and only 4 of those a day. So that means they're only getting 2 cups a day. However, what I have some of them do is they'll go ahead and eat the 8 ounce, drink the 8 ounces, and then they'll have the meat. Next time they have the egg, and then they'll have the juice, instead of having a juice between those two. And when for the first 4 or 5 days, you might want, because there's such a hunger, that's created in the first few days for about 25% of those who do it. For about the first 4 to 5 days, eat every hour. So you can break your juice down into 4 ounces. So it's 4 ounces of juice. Next hour, an egg. Next hour, 4 ounces of juice. Next hour, meat. So you're eating very often, so you're not really getting into the craziness.
Juice, egg, meat, or juice?
Same thing.
Juice, egg, juice?
Juice, meat, juice, egg, juice, meat, juice, egg.
Juicy meat.
Pardon? Juicy meat?
And how many cycles a day then?
Just keep going until you go to sleep.
So how would you do that? Like once in a while you decide that you're going to do that. How do you decide to do that?
I recommend that people keep on a constant vigilance of it.
Up and down.
Up and down, constantly.
Like if I have an egg, I feel nauseous, so I should just then what do I do? I mean, I may have to go to bed, because I'm totally slowed down and I just don't feel like doing anything, and I'm like, I have to wait until it passes. So is that what I should do?
You should do, yeah. Usually means that it's drawing out some toxins from the neurological system that are maybe mercury. Because from an egg getting that kind of reaction, it's usually some kind of chemical poisoning that's affecting the nerves.
But make sure it's at room temperature, because I found, after you said about earthquakes storing your eggs, I buy my eggs, I make sure they're sitting out for at least a week before I eat them. If they have been chilled in the refrigerator at the store, they will make me nauseated.
Yeah.
So I gotta leave
because you don't digest them.
Right. So be sure it's not that.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not that.
Okay. Just thought I'd throw it up.
Is it okay to just eat egg yolk, or do you need to eat?
Oh, no. Like I said in the book, the animals that I fed egg yolk only were ravenously hungry. Ravenously hungry. Those are animals on a raw diet, though. Those people who are on a cooked diet, an egg yolk would be fine, because it would give them extra vitamin A, extra cholesterol, all those things. But on a raw diet, egg yolk by itself will make you ravenously hungry, and egg white alone will make you a little cranky.
Have you tried raw eggs?
Yes, I actually will take the eggs and I'll bake them in the sun for a couple of weeks, and they smell horribly. Horribly. No, I don't eat the shell. Oh, the egg's in the shell, and I just put it in the sun, right? And then I break them, and let me tell you, they taste incredible. Like the meat, you just put a plug on your nose, and it's great. And and it makes, it's automatic lift like with the meat. Only it's more of a physiological lift. The high meat is more a intellectual lift, a spirit lift. But the high egg is usually a physiological, hormonal, glandular lift.
How long do you leave?
I got one guy who said, "Oh yeah, well if it does that, it'll work for sex, won't it?" So he went out and had 6 of those eggs, rotten eggs, with a cup of cream. That guy was crazy for 5 days. He has 3 girlfriends, and he took care of all of them all day long. I'm not kidding either. That's a true story. Yeah.
Not my bad breath.
Well, when you have that much fun, I guess it doesn't matter. No, what you can do is you can always rinse your mouth out with lemon or lime juice. And let it permeate so it gets up into the tissues. And then you won't smell that, because that's down here. Down here.
Does it poach them?
No. No, it melts, so it's all very liquid. It's all very liquid. Well, it depends on how far you go. If you catch it at a certain point, the egg white will be murky. And the egg yolk will be just liquid, but very orange, sometimes even red. Sometimes if you let it go really far, it'll turn black. Yeah. And the old Chinese men will pay $1,000 for a black egg. Yeah. Yeah, well, it is so full of bacteria that it brings them back to life. And they're called century eggs. They're anywhere from a year to 25 years old. And they come up with all kinds of white or black bacteria, depending upon the soil they're buried in for that decaying process or degenerative process. And when they eat them, they're like kids, teenagers again. They go have sex for weeks, something like that. And they pay $1,000 for that. I pay $1,000. If I were an old Chinese man.
You might see someday.
Okay, I've got to get on to these readings or we're going to be here forever. Okay, your name?
Una Moye.
Okay, lots of bile in your system. Everywhere there's bile. You're going to have bouts of diarrhea and maybe some vomiting. Your whole genetic structure is really good and sound. So you've got good basic health. Rarity I see in this country. Of course, you're not from this country, right? The left ovary is breaking down tremendously. The right one's in great shape. The adrenal glands are normal, look good. The pancreas is almost completely debilitated on the left side, and on the right side it's about 50% active. No more than 6 ounces of fruit a day, and always with fat. But I would say recommend more off it than on it, maybe every other day, having fruit every other day. Red blood cell count is very good. Of course, all the bile is not helping, though. So I would say about 50 to 60% red meat and 40 to 50% white meat. Kidneys... you got lots of toxicity in the kidneys and right above it in the liver. So I wouldn't change the program that I gave you earlier today. I'd stick mainly with that, except for the quantity of meats that I gave you. The ratio of meat. The spine looks incredibly healthy on the right side, and the left side, it looks like it's scarred. But I remember looking at your iris, both sides looked scarred. But the basic underneath health of this side is good, but this side isn't. So underneath the scar tissue, there's a good... I remember we couldn't see it because of the scar tissue there, but this side looks very good and this one doesn't. So if you have a lot of pain, it's likely to happen on the left side of your body. And most of the mineral poisoning is on the left side, too. Okay, I wouldn't change a thing.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks.
Could I be next?
Yes.
Flat, straight.
Yes.
I'm gonna walk on a pillow. I don't think I'll have to.
Okay, I want you to have 5 pounds of butter a day.
22 eggs.
42 eggs.
42. I can hardly eat one.
Let me tell you a story. I had this woman who was about 72 years old. Her doctor called me. This was 2 years ago, last January. Or we're in February. Yeah. January. And she said, I've got a 72-year-old emphysemic patient who's going to die this weekend. Is there anything I can do? I said, yeah, well, called a little late, aren't you? And she said, well, I got my license to protect my family's welfare and stuff like that. Well, it's your conscience. So I said, the only thing you can do is get her about 10 dozen eggs, put them by her bedside, and tell her to eat an egg as often as she can. And if anything's going to help her, that's going to help her. And this was on a Thursday, very late at night. She was calling from Maine, so it must have been probably 11:30, 12 o'clock her time. And I got a call on Monday morning early from a woman who was talking like this. This woman hadn't been out of bed in 2 years. She said, I wanted to thank you. I ate 66 eggs over the weekend. And she says, first time I've been out of bed in 2 years, what else can I do?
Wow.
So.
66 more.
Yeah. And meat. That's what I told her. She says, I can do that if I've gone this far in 2 days. Okay, relax your hands. Okay, you've had very overactive adrenal glands all of your life, which means you were hyperactive.
You said that right.
Okay, that's too much adrenaline without enough fat.
Oh, okay.
Okay, makes you too irritable. You have the signs which indicate that your pancreas doesn't do much anymore.
Oh.
So sweets are not something good to have. You need some good raw meat and raw fats to make you strong, to give you your energy. If you keep going for carbohydrates, you're just going to keep debilitating, and you're not going to retain any muscle tissue.
Okay.
And you've lost most of it already. You still have some in the ovaries. There's still muscle there, and a lot in your spine, and some in your thyroid gland. But everywhere else, your muscle tissue is dissipated. You still have good genetic abilities, so if you ate raw meat, you'd still be able to regenerate cells and feel stronger and younger.
Oh.
Your intestine, your right side of your intestine is not in good shape. It means that it's very congested. Stuff doesn't move through easily there. Eggs will help that. Some smoothies. 2 eggs and about.
You have to eat them raw.
Well, if you blend it with some honey and 2 raw eggs with some honey and some raw milk, it'll taste like a milkshake. You'll love it.
Okay. I drink protein drinks every day. Should I not?
Well, that protein drink, is processed protein. It's not healthy protein. It can't build muscle tissue, except muscle tissue that disappear quicker than you put it on.
Oh.
It's like those bodybuilders who do that. They stop working out. 6 months later, they're all flab. And it goes to flab because it's a toxic protein. If you put it on with meat, you'll be like me. I haven't exercised in 22 years. And I keep solid, great muscle on. And that's because it's raw meat. It's stable in the system. The left thyroid is in excellent shape. Parathyroid's okay. You have your tonsils.
No, I don't have.
You don't?
Tonsils.
Well, you have some swelling there. Let me see.
Want me to open it now?
Yeah. There's a flashlight on top of the desk over there. Pin metal flashlight. No. Yes. Thank you.
I had them out when I was 17.
Let me see. Say ah? More ah. I see. Well, you have some good lymph glands which have grown there to facilitate that, the loss of them. Because on the see this side, they're all flat and look scarred, but on this side, you see it's nice and rounded.
Yeah.
So it shows that your lymph system took care of the missing ones, but not on the right side.
Good. Yeah.
Well, you've got good genetic health. You could live another good 10 years if you eat right.
Oh, I'm heading to 20 more. That's my daughter.
I know. That means you better eat more fat.
I'm aiming for 100 years.
Okay, then you better eat better.
Okay.
Because you're wasting away everywhere else. Means you don't have any and if you don't have any muscle tissue, that adrenaline, the high adrenaline you have, is going to go eat away at what you do have, and then it won't be easy to live.
Okay.
It won't be easy to have friends either. But you have great recuperative abilities if you just eat properly. A lot better than the 80-year-old woman I told you about. And she's doing very well.
Okay.
She was supposed to die 2 years ago.
They haven't diagnosed that for me yet.
Well, she was in an auto accident, which broke her spine.
My hip just a year ago.
Mm-hmm. Broke her spine. You've got lots of congestion in both ovaries and some metal poisoning there. So some berries would be good for you too.
Okay.
The reason you're not moving the lactic acid, you see all these, redder spots all over, that's a sign the lactic acid is staying in your muscle tissue. That's a lack of fats. It takes fat to clean that out. With just a little bit of good fruit like pineapple. But it would have to be 1 small piece of pineapple to 3 tablespoons of cream or butter, something like that to move it. That would be the ratio to move it out.
Fresh pineapple?
Yes, yeah. If it's canned, it'll do just the opposite.
Oh, okay.
Put metal poisoning in there and make it worse. Celery juice would be excellent to help relax the adrenal glands. A little bit of parsley. You still seem to have a lot of vitamin D and a lot of sunshine that stays in your body. So parsley isn't as important, but of course it would help also get rid of the lactic acid that causes aches and pains in your muscles and joints.
Okay.
So I would say 80% celery, 10% summer squash, and 10% parsley. And I would suggest that you ate about a half of a pound of meat a day. And that could be, beef, chicken, lamb, anything, and of course raw. And eat some butter with it, lots of butter or cream or avocado, and raw and salted cheese with it.
I eat lots of cream. I have my half and half on the cereal.
That's not the cream I'm talking about. I'm talking about raw cream.
I'll fix it when we get home.
Okay.
I'm afraid to go home.
Let me tell you, you'll love it.
My husband's just the opposite. He's overweight.
Mm-hmm. Pears would also be good for you, but again, have it with cheese or butter, or cheese and butter. Okay.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
You're very welcome. Ruth, her name was Ruth. I didn't put it on here. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Yes? Okay, you all have to leave by when? The two here? Okay, the next 3 people, if you stand up here right away, then we'll be able to move through you quicker. Because if I give people a chance to ask questions, they will. So let's put you up in a line up here, the next 3 people. So those 3. Say your name, please.
Robert Rash.
Robert Rash. Okay. Robert. Oversexed Robert. Great testes. You produce a lot of everything. You got the hands of an athlete. An athlete who can spend 5 to 8 hours a day in physical activity. However, you have all of this contaminated bile all throughout your diaphragm, digestive tract, all the way up to your neck. It's almost like it's poisoned you. Do you still do athletics? Anything?
No, I work at construction. So.
Yeah. And are you breathing in something that's causing that? Because it's all from here to here. You cutting wood, you cutting
Been under
asphalt.
For the last week.
No, this is old.
Oh, I don't know.
What do you do in construction?
Concrete.
Are you breathing any of that cement dust?
A lot of stuff all the time.
You know, while you're mixing it and all that, I would definitely use a mask until it's finished and it's settled in the water, because you've got gangrenous tissue from here to here. That just usually means, what I've seen in the past, lung cancer that comes so fast you're gone in 6 months. Okay, so it's hard to get rid of that too. So taking lime juice, funny as it is, taking lime juice with coconut cream and mixing it with chicken, you know, like the Tahitians do. They take lime juice and coconut cream and some diced tomato, and they'll dice up either chicken or fish and mix it together and then eat that. And I would say you need about a half a pound of that a day, and then a half a pound of red meat. And another quarter pound of fish per day, minimum. You could have more than that, but that's the minimum. And with each time you eat any meat, you should have minimum of 3 tablespoons of butter, or maybe 3 ounces of cream. They should be going through 1 to 2 quarts of milk a day to help remineralize, because that cement has gone there and pulled out some of the minerals, just like it does with the sand. It just starts locking it, binding it, and you've got it caked in there. So you need to replace it, as well as wait for the lime and the coconut to break it down. The dust at construction sites, if it's the dirt, it's not going to bother you. It's going to make you better. But when you're breathing, cement dust, mortar dust, we're talking some serious congestion. On this side, it isn't as bad. It's there. So your left lung isn't absorbing it like your right one is. But it's still not a danger like this one is, from what I see. All glands seem to be functioning very well, except the left thyroid is a little low. Parathyroid's fine. No tonsils. But the lymph glands look like they're okay. On this side, the lymph isn't working as well there, where the tonsils were. Thyroid is okay. Parathyroid is okay there. Pancreas is fine. Basically, you're pretty well, except for that cement damage that's poisoning the whole system. Otherwise it looks pretty good. But what that does is it clogs your lymph system. And if the lymph system falters, nothing can recover. Because the lymph system cleans and feeds everything. The blood mainly takes oxygen and gives it to the rest of the body. That's about all the blood does. The lymph system feeds everything. And it also has to take the poisons out, break them down, and then get rid of them, either out the skin or the bowels or the sinuses or the ears or the eyes. Anywhere there can be drainage. And women have an asset. They have the vaginal cavity, which has lots of mucus.
is why they ask if cancer is apparent, has it gone to the lymph? That's very serious. If cancer has gone to lymph nodes, that's very.
They consider that the end. You know, and that's the last thing I was diagnosed with. After chemotherapy, they diagnosed me with lymphoma, and they wanted to me to go back for a biopsy, and I said, biopsy yourself.
Just like that.
Yeah, just that's exactly what I said. I said, biopsy yourself. Your brain is basically what I said. I recommend that you have about 80 to 90% celery. We need the salts in there to help break up some of that stuff. And also they can help us keep from going to gangrene, because if it goes gangrene while it's in your body, you're going to go into rapid pneumonia about every 6 weeks. I'm not a doctor diagnosing anything. I'm just telling you what I see in their system. 80 to 90% celery, and the rest 10 to 20% parsley. It's affected your kidney, not your liver, but your kidney, all of your intestines on this side, and all of your chest, the lungs. It's even gotten into the pancreas. I guess it's protecting the heart, but then the tissue all around the heart is drying out. And you need about 5 cups of juice a day to make that, to facilitate that. I recommend that you have about a tablespoon of lime juice per quart of juice. And if you can get the rind that's organic, juice the rind with it. So basically what that means is, like I said earlier, 1 large lime that's very green, and juice the rind and all when it's organic. That'll help. Now I expect you to go into diarrhea once in a while. Because this gangrenous tissue is going to come out. You're going to see black come out. You're going to see all kinds of things. Different colors when it comes out. But be delighted, because it's a quick way to go. Sometimes you might even vomit. That's a quick way to go, too.
Sure.
You have a bit of a salt ring, too. So that means you might have some headaches. You know, some good migraine headaches. What you need to do, anytime anybody has a headache, remember that the brain is flush with nutrients. More blood, more circulation of all kinds. The skull is too small. And the brain's trying to expand, get more nutrients into it. Take hot water bottles, put them against it, but don't press. Don't lay your head this way with one on top. Lay it on the back side with it on either side, or be sitting up to where you can just keep the hot water bottles, just lean slightly back, you know, like a pillow, and put the hot water bottles here without pressure. Your head, your skull is all filled with lots of fissures where it can expand and open up. The heat, the hot water bottle will allow everything to expand, and it will get rid of usually 80% of the headache.
That headaches are caused by body needing nutrients, the brain needing nutrients?
Yes.
Okay, so you want to expand the skull. So.
Well, it's already expanding when you've got the headache. It's already doing that.
So the heat relaxes
the skull, so that the skull can expand and allow for the expansion of the brain without it causing pain.
You put your head in a hot bath, does that help too?
Yep. Well, the whole body in the hot bath will, of course, expand the skull. But don't get too hot, like I say, you know, because then you'll destroy the bacteria in your body, and that'll cause depression. Unless you've got a good plate of high meat ready, or some good rotten eggs.
So would saunas be no good then? Hot is too hot for the body?
That's really too hot, and it'll fry the lungs. And if you're in there for 5-7 minutes at a time, and you're on the lower side of it, not way up high, it's okay. 5-7 minutes at a time.
Okay. Some kind of headache seems like getting hot makes it worse. If you get immersion.
Well, it will for a few minutes. Because it raises the water level again and everything. But as soon as it gets to the head, it usually alleviates it. I mean, to the skull. But like I say, if you have a headache, I'd put the hot water here first and then get in the bath after it mitigates. Suggest you eat a 3/4 to an inch circular slice of pineapple a day, but not every day, like 1 week on, 1 week off. And make sure it's very underripe, like white inside, so it doesn't have a lot of sugar. Otherwise, you might get a little irritable. And teary-eyed, very sensitive. Mm-hmm. Avocado is good to eat with it, too. I would say you probably should average about 2 pounds of meat a day, all the meats together, rather than just the, pound and a quarter I suggested. Go up to 2 pounds. I eat from 1 to 3 pounds a day. And you'll use every bit of it, so not a problem. And then I suggest after about 3 months that you go on a weight loss program and take off about 20 pounds, and then put it on again, take it off, put it on, take it off. Okay.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Maybe you said it earlier, but I'm not sure if you explained what system you're using to read off the palms.
It's not my own. I developed it out on Venice Beach when I was studying nutrition. I needed to lure people in to get them on the diet. So I put myself out as a nutritional palm reader. Yeah. And what I did was I would ask them about their conditions, and I would see what corresponded from person to person. And then I was able to tell what part of the body was reflected in the hand. There are people who've mapped out the feet and the hands and everything, but I found that they didn't relate exactly as, it should, because, that wasn't working as well. So when I let the body tell me, people tell me,
the symptoms told you that you look
for the corresponding changes in tissue.
Wow.
In there.
Not veins, is there tissue?
Tissues, everything. Color, tissues. I read about 7 things. Sometimes pulse.
Wow. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Your right ovaries are very overactive. That usually means very sexual. Left is slightly less than that, but very, very prominent. Pancreas is almost completely gone. Non-functional. It means stay away from fruit if I were you. I would stay away from any carbohydrate if I were you. Like I do. I have one maybe every 3 days, if that. The thyroid, the right thyroid is excellent. The left is functioning, but it's starting to break down a bit. Parathyroid on the left side isn't functional. The right's fine. Doesn't look like there's tonsils. There's some lymph glands on the right side which are facilitating that area, but not well. It's really congested and dark. The sinuses are quite congested and jammed. Some light gangrenous tissue there. Kidney, the right kidney is not in good shape. Left kidney is a little bit better. Ovaries, wow, it's rare to see that strong of ovaries at our age. It's very good. Looks like those might be secreting enough hormones to be able to substitute for the ones that you're absent in other areas. Quite anemic. Suggest not diagnosing anemia, but the tissues look very anemic. I have to be so careful. Somebody asked me about that. Was the FDA was going to come after me? Who was that asked that? Yeah. Well, the AMA came after me in the state of California. They came after me for practicing medicine without a license. And they were very nasty to me over the phone and very accusatory. And I said, did you take an oath of office to, protect the Constitution? And I said, yes. And I said, well, isn't it innocent until proven guilty? Yes. Well, then why are you talking to me as if I'm guilty? He said, well, that's my job. We've got to interrogate. This isn't your job. Your job is to take up your oath. So you investigate and find out the information. And then if it sounds like I'm guilty, then take it to court. You're not the judge. Well, it's my job. I said, let me tell you something. If you're going to talk to me rudely, you just talk to my attorney. We'll set up a meeting. It will be videotaped, and we'll have a nice, good meeting. So he did. So we had a meeting. They were very nice over the videotape. Very nice. And I said, okay, now what is your problem? Well, we have this complaint here, that you're practicing medicine without a license. I said, wait a minute. What did they say I prescribed? Well, there was no medication. You just tell people to eat raw chicken. And I said, well, we know that they do that in other countries. Is that wrong for me to do something culturally legit? Well, you're going to get people sick. And I said, wait a minute, this is a whole conceptual thing. I'm not dealing with, you're talking about me, accusing me of practicing medicine. What medication have I prescribed? None. Okay. What do I say? I only handle food. I don't tell anybody to take any vitamins, nothing. Well, you're going to be dangerous if you're telling people to eat raw meat. I said, that's just your opinion. Do you have any, backing for that? And I said, it doesn't even matter here. I only deal with foods. I'm not practicing medicine, and I don't need a license to do that. The state of law said that anybody can be a nutritionist. They just cannot diagnose. So that's what I'm reiterating. I'm not diagnosing here. I'm analyzing. I would suggest that you eat 70% red meat. If you really want to feel comfortable and relaxed, feel like everything's so much better, stay away from fruit and high sugars. It will just make you weepy and upset, and nothing will satisfy you. You have lots of bile stored out throughout your torso. That also irritates you. And if you eat fruit, that's going to churn it up without being able to discard it. So it'll just keep irritating your system. Coconut cream will help remove that. Coconut cream and lime juice will help that. You don't need a lot of it, but you need some. Also, you need lots of sunshine. And if you can go swimming, go to a tropical place sometime, all that stuff would be excellent for you. You have all the ability to handle fats, to absorb vitamin D regularly, and it would just change everything. And then you would feel, just more satisfied all over and more thrilled, and you'd be able to really enjoy that sexuality and all of your sensuality, because this is major. Prominent. You have some metal toxicity in your sinuses and brain. If you make a sauce like what is that avocado sauce that they make? Guacamole with what could do it? Okay, this is a little unusual. I recommend for everyone to have a nut mixture once a week because it gets rid of appetite for, craving for starches. So a nut mixture, a nut butter mixture. So what you do is take 4 ounces of either walnuts, pecans, pine nuts, hazelnuts, sunflower seeds or pumpkin seeds, or any combination of the 6. Blend it into a powder in one of the 8-ounce jelly jars, and then add 1 egg, 2 tablespoons of honey, and 3 to 4 ounces of either raw cream, raw coconut cream, or butter. You need to eat about 3 ounces of that at a time, and blend that for about 30 seconds into a paste. Nut butter.
Yummy.
It is.
You call it candy,
right? You call that candy?
What are the 6 nuts you get? Walnut, pecan?
Walnuts, pecans, pine nuts, hazelnuts,
right,
and sunflower seeds and pumpkin seeds.
Could you use flax seeds?
No.
And how much of the butter?
3 to 4 ounces.
So 4 ounces of nuts and 3 to 4 ounces of butter or cream.
Butter, cream, or coconut cream.
But no vegetable oil.
No. I used to use peanut oil, but, Spectrum is doing their number and cold pressing toasted nuts, peanuts. So that doesn't make any sense. But
And then any other vegetable oil?
if the peanut oil is very light yellow in color and clear, it's probably the good peanuts. But if it's amber or red or orange, then it's not the right peanuts. But any other kind of oil with it, whether it's olive oil or flax oil, you're likely to cause a neurological detoxification, and you might find yourself not able to sleep at night between 12 o'clock and 5:30 a.m. for sometimes weeks or months.
Is this solve carbohydrate needs, have you said?
Pardon?
This purpose of this mixture to solve carbo needs?
Yes, right. Well, starch needs. Not carb needs, but starch. So if you take that with a half of an avocado, mix that together and eat that with any kind of meat that you like, more often fowl, like chicken, then it will, that'll help your system, be a little bit stronger in the upper glandular area.
Mm-hmm.
If you do not have a mate, you better take care of yourself sexually. But you've got very good. It's very odd. Over on this side of the body, you have cells which are very strong and very resilient. On this side, they're very dry and very weak. So I recommend that you have a lubrication formula. Lubrication formula is egg, 3 ounces of raw butter, 1 teaspoon of honey, 1.5 tablespoons of lemon juice. Blend that into a cream. Takes about 30 seconds or less, 20 seconds, and then drink it.
Okay.
And that'll actually get into those tissues where it's not getting on your left side. Did you have a stroke at all?
No, not that I know of.
Because it's mostly dry in the brain, so it looks like you did. Anyway, that lubrication formula will get in there and help you resolve whatever caused that burning, and help you, clean up, hydrate that area, and then clean it out. And I would have that every night. Okay? Juice formula, a good one for you would be 60% celery, 20% parsley, 10% white or green cabbage, not the red cabbage. There's a little ulcerations in this. And to help get those closed up and stop the seepage, the cabbage juice will help that. And then 10% parsley.
Where are the ulcerations?
In the brain, and in the sinuses. And it's causing bile to move up into the brain, which can be irritating. What is your name?
Debra.
Debra what?
Judd.
Debra Judd. Nice name. Sounds like a movie star, Debra Judd. Because of the heavy bile, you might go into a lot of diarrhea and nausea. So eat small amounts of cheese all day long except with your juice. I would suggest that you have at least a pound of meat a day. Pound a day will probably be fine. But that's of all kinds. Now, it looks like you're going to be able to use a little Campylobacter infection to be able to help that. And that's maybe a little bloody stool a little bit, but just ride it through if you have it. And you can get the Aztec Secret Clay in a health food store in the cosmetic department. Just put a little bit of that in a smoothie and drink it, and that'll help heal and relax the bleeding in that area if it happens. But I'm just afraid it's more not happen so much on this side, although there's more bile over here. But this side is so dry that it might happen. I would like to prevent it for about 6 weeks until the lube formula gets there and hydrates everything. Then you probably wouldn't even have to think about it. But sometimes you can't tell what the body's going to do when there's that much bile in everywhere, irritating everything. Bile is very caustic. That's why when you get diarrhea, you'd have diarrhea because it has to move it out quickly. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Keep going, take a break?
Nope, we keep going. We'll be here all night.
I like to go soon. Here for this lady, possibly.
Okay. Get ready. Oh, you're already here, so just stay there. What's your name?
My name is Carol O'Gara.
Carol O'Gara. Hi, Carol O'Gara. Okay. Right ovary is in great shape. Right adrenal gland is fine. It's debilitating a little bit. The pancreas is starting to debilitate. Not starting, it's halfway there on the right side. It's very congested on the right side. Doesn't look like it's left side doesn't look like it's working very well. The right ovary, left ovary is also debilitating and very weak. Adrenal gland is exhausted over here. Thyroid looks good. Parathyroids look good. Looks like you have a tonsil over here on the right side, but it's debatable on the left. Did you have your tonsils removed?
I did. Yeah.
You may have some lymphatic gland. This is scar tissue right here, but this one got some good lymph activity. Parathyroid's in excellent shape here. Thyroid's good shape. So, but you're dehydrating everywhere. Your inner tissues are dehydrating everywhere, so you're just shriveling up inside in your tissues. Water will make it worse. Do not drink water unless you have to. Just leeches. There's no live nutrients in water unless you're drinking rainwater full of bacteria. You need a lubrication formula. I would suggest one in the morning for your smoothie. In the mornings, like I said, people, juice, meat, smoothie, juice, meat, smoothie, juice, meat, smoothie. It always works the best, no matter who it is. Not always. 90% of the time, that works best. For your smoothie, I would suggest, juice, meat, lubrication formula, and in the same pattern. At the end of the day, it's lubrication formula, juice, go to bed. So 2 lubrication formulas. Lubrication formula I just gave would be fine for you. The 1 egg, 3 ounces of raw butter or raw cream or raw coconut cream. Okay. You could have 1.5 tablespoons of either lemon or lime juice and 1 teaspoon of honey. Blend that together. And that'll help get everything. It is hydration. Rehydrated is the wrong word. It should be re-lipidized. Because what you need to do is hydrate yourself or coat and protect everything with fat, not water. Water just dries everything. I haven't had any water in 2 weeks. And when I have the week before I had that, so I was going through a detoxification, I had 2 ounces for the week. Go for milk, go for juice, go for things that have electrolytes in them that you can utilize your minerals in food properly, because the minerals, when they're in food, they carry nutrients with them, like potassium may carry a carbohydrate. The sodium ion carries H2O, which little is needed, or other fluid that may come with it, enzymatic fluid. And when the cell opens up, it attracts it in, and that's how it eats. But water are empty minerals. There's nothing attached to them. So what they do is go in your body and start leaching it out of the nutrients out of your body. So water's not a good thing. Do you drink a lot of water?
Not since you told me not to.
Good.
Mostly just milk, a quart of milk, and as much as juice if I can, up to a quart.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what I remember is that your cells last time were very vulnerable. And now at least they're strong, but you're still not getting the fat into the tissues. Were you eating the lubrication formula at all?
I just didn't get the butter or the cream.
Okay. That's a problem.
Yeah.
The white product. White chocolate looking nice.
I do, but it's like part. It's blood.
Could use more Is eating coconut the same as having coconut cream?
Is what?
Is eating coconut is eating coconut the same as having coconut cream?
No.
Eating raw coconut?
No, it's not. You cannot. There's the fiber is too complex.
Yeah.
To get enough fat out of it, so you have to wring it really. I mean, it's still you'll get some out of it. She asked, "Is eating the coconut as good as coconut cream?" No, because there's lots of fiber in coconut. Just like in any kind of a cellulose. That's why I prefer people juicing the coconut rather than eating it. But still, it's okay to eat the coconut, but you just won't get as much out of it. And a lot of people who eat a lot of coconut lose their appetite for everything else because it's so complex to digest.
Where can you get coconut?
Any store.
Most grocery stores have.
Pardon?
Most grocery stores have.
Yeah. And just to remember that,
It's never frozen.
Never frozen.
We're talking the whole coconut. Round.
Oh, okay.
Well, not the whole coconut. The whole coconut's about like this. Yeah, just the nut inside. I recommend about 25%. I know it's really high and be really rich. 25% parsley. What kind of a juicer are you using?
Cabbage.
What kind of a juicer?
Oh, a juicer. Champion.
Okay. So 25%, because that really doesn't get the meat out of it like an Omega or a Green Life. So use a full 25%. A volume of parsley. I know that's a lot, but you need that vitamin D, you need the vitamin E, you need everything to try to get the oils to be absorbed into your skin. Like I say, your skin looks 100% better from last year. So last March it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So you're doing a lot better. There's a lot more strength there. You still have lots of bile. Have you had any diarrhea in the last year?
Yes, I have. As a matter of fact. And headaches.
Yeah.
Like migraines.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I say, put the hot water bottle on to expand the head. And you're going to have to deal with more of it because there's a lot of bile everywhere. Because you were so fat deficient, your body used bile in place of it. And it caused everything to be like salt. intensively H2O attracting but not utilizing. That sentence was terribly structured. I hope everybody understood it.
Sure.
The bile attracts lots of fluids without being able to utilize them.
What is bile exactly?
Bile is something that the liver produces to help digestion, and it's for digestion only. And when the body starts using bile to deal with toxins that are in the system in place of fats, then everything gets irritated.
Does the bile get from the liver into the intestines?
To the intestines, to the blood, goes everywhere. Sometimes it'll dump directly into the blood. And then that usually causes vomiting and instant diarrhea. About 3/4 to a pound of meat a day. Did I tell you the percentage of meat yet?
Last time you did.
No, this time.
No, you haven't.
About 70% red meat, 30% white, 10% of that could be fish on a off and on basis, but mostly fowl and beef.
Can I ask a question about that? Last time you suggested swordfish. I couldn't find anything but frozen, and I didn't eat it because you recommended not to eat that.
Right.
So I haven't been eating swordfish. You think I should have some frozen swordfish?
No.
Okay.
No, because swordfish is very high in mercury. It's my favorite, but once you freeze it or cook it, it turns the mercury into a poison. There's 3 kinds of mercury. There's organic mercury, there is stable mercury that you find like in rock and in nature, and then there's toxic mercury. In food, like when the swordfish goes around eating the plankton and gets its mercury, it's a healthy organic mercury, and it helps it be able to fly and jump and more buoyant. So it's useful, but once you cook as soon as you cook it, it becomes the lethal kind of mercury. When it's raw, it's beneficial. Yes?
It's been true of ahi?
Yes.
That it's organic?
Correct.
So you're saying that if certain, Ms. Mercedes says from Hawaii that the tuna has a lot of mercury, but if it's raw, fresh tuna, then you're saying it's not toxic?
It's fine. It's non-toxic, yeah. You can have a very high mercury level, but what it will do is usually cause toxic mercury in your body from thimerosal, from vaccines to start discharging. Because remember that the organic mercury has an attraction to the toxic mercury and starts throwing it out to the skull, and then the skull builds it into the hair. So you have a lot higher mercury content in the hair. That's a good thing because you're getting rid of the poison mercury in the body. But it will cause graying of hair, it will cause some damage, it'll cause, like me balding, like the chemotherapy did, and it won't recover.
So what's the frozen factor relative to fish that's been frozen and
Well, frozen, it unstabilizes the molecular unit and turns it into rock. It doesn't turn it lethal, but it turns it into like the rock variety of mercury rather than the organic. And then if that works in detoxing you, you're going to have some pretty ill reactions. I mean, for somebody who isn't high mercury poison, that wouldn't be a problem. But there's high mercury poison in your system. Did you have lots of tetanus shots, lots of vaccines at some point?
I used to be a potter, and I lived on a road where they were graveling with mercury tailings, and
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so.
Okay. Yeah, I usually don't see this except in young children after they've had a lot of vaccines. This extent. That probably has a lot to do with your headaches, not only the bile. So like I said, just that skull expanded. And the pain formula. The pain formula is 2 eggs, 4, depending upon your size, 4 to 5 level tablespoons of bee pollen. 3 to 4 ounces of raw cream, raw coconut cream, or raw butter. 1.5 to 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, depending upon how much cream, butter cream or coconut cream you use. And 1 teaspoon of honey. Blend that for 30 to 50 seconds. The reason you have to blend it that long is because bee pollen has a shell like a nut. It's very difficult to break down. Yes?
Use small jars.
Yes. Yeah. I always recommend using small jars. Get rid of the big bowl on your blender. Yes?
So if that's a long time, so most things you blend, you want to just do it fast, like 10, 20 seconds? That's not do them too long?
Yes. Not do them long at all, unless you have to. This takes 30, 40 seconds, something like that, 50 at max for this. And for the nut butter, 40, 50 max also. Yes?
There's a question about bee pollen.
Uh-huh.
It's supposed to be soft.
Soft, so it disintegrates as you rub it. If it's hard and pellety, it means it's kiln dried, and you will never break the shell. It'll be just waste. And it always should be kept refrigerated.
That was really helpful when I had my headache. So
Good.
The same formula.
Okay. And eat that. If you don't have migraines, you can eat it with any kind of cheese, including the cheddar. No salt added cheddar cheese. But if you have migraines, then you use the Monterey. And you have the bricks are about 3 inches wide by anywhere from 1/4 to 3/4 of an inch thick. Just go down about an inch. For somebody who has migraines, you might just take it down 1/2 inch. And then eat that with that pain formula. It's a tonic. I call it a tonic/pain formula. Everybody should have it 1 day a week in place of a smoothie. And then, not 2 days in a row, but also have your nut butter once a week. So you might let 3-4 days go between each of them, but have one each a week. Be a great idea if you can find a source for glandular tissue. I don't care if it's liver, I don't care if it's brain, as long as it's organic if it's brain. It doesn't have to be organic if it's liver, as long as they don't use hormones and antibiotics.
Okay.
But the brain has to be because of your mercury poisoning. Okay. Oysters are very good for that too. Just remember, oysters and clams and shellfish build their poisons into the shell,
so if they're
not
frozen,
into the soft tissue.
They were frozen too. It's okay to eat them frozen?
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
No,
okay.
It's better that they're not. I mean, if they're chilled and on ice, it's okay, but they're frozen solid.
They got them into the meat market frozen.
Yeah.
What does it mean, build the toxins into the shell? I didn't get what that means. Oysters, clams, and shell.
Well, a lot of people worry about mineral poisoning, mercury poisoning, and stuff like that because oysters and clams live on the shores, and lots of the mercury poisoning and everything comes up. And they consume it when they consume the water, but they build it into the shell. And it's not in their meat. Yeah, so they're okay to eat, is what I'm saying, unless they're frozen.
What about mussels?
Mussels are good, too. Any of those shellfish are good, as long as they're not frozen or cooked. Green papaya would be great for you, because it looks like the part of your problem, I've been trying to figure this out ever since I looked at your hands. There is a problem. You're not absorbing your fats properly. Of course, you said you didn't have the butter or the cream. Now you know you can get it. But also there's a protein deficiency that seems to be involved in that. And green papaya will help give you that nutrients that you need to break it down.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next. Okay.
Your parents might go.
Okay, after him, then, and you're going next, and then you two will go. Okay?
Okay, or they can go before me. That's fine.
Okay. All right.
Say my name to the
Larry.
Larry Becker, microphone.
Okay, this man's oversexed. Great testes, high adrenaline. Pancreas is about 40 to 50% okay on the left side. On the right side, it's very debilitated, probably only about 10% active. One piece of fruit a day may be too much. Half a piece of fruit probably okay, so 4 ounces. Always with fat.
Pancreas relates to sugar.
Yeah. And also it leaches out enzymes everywhere else if you eat cooked food. So pancreas is very helpful in a lot of ways. Relax your hand. This hand right here, it shows that there's a lot of water saturation and a lot of weakness due to that, up in the chest area all the way down to the small intestines. The bowel doesn't seem to be too affected. Sometimes I find this in people who've had colonics or drink too much water. It's even debilitating the spine on this side. So it's starting to tear down the system. It's a severe protein deficiency. So I would suggest that you eat 3 meat meals a day, about 5 ounces at a time, which is just an ounce less than a pound of meat. But it will stabilize you.
Are you defining meat as either beef, poultry, or fish, either one?
Any one. Okay. When I say meat, it's all flesh food. I recommend 60% celery, 10 to 15% parsley, about 5% carrot juice, and the rest summer squash.
Summer squash doesn't mean the crookneck or the
crookneck, zucchinis, cucumber, any of them.
This is a juice mixture.
You could also use the lubrication formula twice a day. Get rid of that water. That water's retention everywhere is causing a problem. It looks like everything's going into fatigue because there's all this water and no electrolytes. There's no activity. Are you suffering fatigue?
I have for the last 5 days. I say it's because of flu and cold. I've been sleeping a lot. Normally I'm energetic 18 hours a day.
Yeah, because of the adrenal glands and the testosterone. But here, this is showing all this fluid retention. Okay. So the lubrication formula that I just gave, I suggest you have that twice a day until this resolves. Because you're just not having enough fat. Your body's going through this cold, this detoxification to help clean you and strengthen you, and it's not getting out the waste. It's just causing water retention.
I feel dehydrated.
Well, you should. You need the fats in there because you can drink water forever and it won't hydrate it.
And no salt for we, right?
Pardon?
No salt?
Yes, no salt.
Because that creates water retention.
Yeah, absolutely.
I never add salt, but probably because I have hypertension.
Oh, okay, cool.
Let me see your eyes. And my nose. Okay. Well, there's no cell ring. So you probably have a hypertension because you have overactive testes and overactive adrenals.
How can the testes be overactive? I mean, is that like a malfunction or is that like a natural thing?
That can be a natural thing for people. You just usually, if they have other glands working properly, that'll mean they're oversexed. But that's not a bad thing as long as you find out somebody else who's oversexed to have fun with.
Yeah.
Then it's great.
That's my training. Tantra teacher.
Well, that's a good one for you. Wow. Thyroid gland looks good on the left side. Parathyroid is not active at all. Looks like it's completely dissolved.
What are the two?
Parathyroids are alongside. They back up the thyroid if it goes weak.
Thyroid does what?
The thyroid controls adrenal function, all kinds of glandular functions below the neck. The right thyroid is okay, not great. The parathyroid's not so good at all. And then it looks like you have a tonsil here, but over here it's scarred. So it looks like your tonsils were removed over here, but then you have good lymphatic function replacing it here.
Tonsils were removed when I was quite young.
Very young, yeah. Because here you can see it's just all scar tissue all the way down. In fact, they poisoned you when it scarred you. It went all the way down into here. So whatever fluid that they used, iodine or something, got all the way down into the tissues, all the way down along the vagus nerve, all the way down to the stomach. And usually on children that'll cause cramping or indigestion or, belching, anything like that, heartburn. And yours is in the left side, yeah.
I used to have very severe heartburn.
Yeah. So that was from the medication that they used to coat it to stop it from infection. Could have been iodine, it could have been mercury poisoning, it could have been anything. Because it's all scar tissue all the way down still. And the reason that you don't have any pain anymore because it's all scar. You don't feel anything there anymore. This side, it went just so far on this one and stopped. Good fruit for you is when you do eat it, and not dried, should be fresh, is underripe apricot, underripe pear, and medium ripe papaya. You're just missing an array of certain enzymes that you've lost the ability to formulate. So those will help provide that when they're in season. Okay? And I've given you the 3 that you can usually get around all year round and have some. Like I said, I would limit the fruit to 4 ounces a day as long as it's with other fat.
Other fat like avocado?
Avocado, cream, coconut cream, cheese, butter.
Okay. The other thing
keep it simple.
Great. About my throat. I had a disease undiagnosed for 4 years called GERD, and I have a hiatal hernia. So that scarred up my entire esophagus, which became the size of a pencil. And to cure it,
that wouldn't have happened if that poisoning had to happen from your thyroid. From your tonsil removal. That was the response of that. It was just a later side effect. Right.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Larry.
May I be put on your list of people going to...
Okay, so it's you and you. Okay, so it's you, and here, and everybody wants to go. Okay, I'm having a light problem now. I'm going to have a light problem pretty soon. Let me see how this one will work.
How's that?
No. Do you have a major flashlight? I still got enough light here, though. Name?
Catherine.
Catherine what?
Middleman.
Middleman. Okay. Okay, first of all, you got to stop being hard on yourself. It shows that you're very self-critical. So, be a little bit more nurturing. You have the mind for it. Your ovaries look like they're in pretty good shape. Nothing is out of proportion. The right ovary is just debilitating a little bit. The adrenal gland is full of bile, and it looks like it's malfunctioning. The left one looks okay. It's also collecting with bile, so it looks like, from what I've seen before in this, looks like you're heading for chronic fatigue syndrome. Thyroid, parathyroid's great shape. Looks like you have your tonsils.
Mm-hmm.
Great. This one's excellent. This one isn't as good, but this one's excellent. All these glands are excellent. Finally, a good left hand. The thyroids over here are not so active, and the parathyroids aren't very active over here. So these are the only two glands that are having major problems. And that's this right side right here. But all of your other glands everywhere are in pretty good shape. Your spine looks like it's in a little danger because there's no fat on it, and it looks like anything could irritate it, and if you had an injury, there would be no quick recovery, and you'd end up probably like Christopher Reeves. So I suggest that you eat lots of fat with lots of fat. And now do I look like a miner? I'm going to mine here. Yeah, I need a white one. This one's too yellow.
Okay.
I'm going to make it look like everybody has bile when they don't. Well, I don't need it yet. I still have enough light. Okay. So you need to eat lots of fat with your meat. Every time you eat meat, you eat lots of fat. Never eat every time you eat meat, eat lots of fat. Never eat meat without fat, no matter what kind it is. I don't care if it's an egg, buttercream, coconut cream, avocado, anything. Probably egg will be a little bit more stabilizing with it, like they make steak tartare.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had steak tartare?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, steak tartare is nothing other than raw egg mixed with raw beef, and they'll usually put, chop a little bit of cilantro for flavor, red onion, and some hot pepper. They usually use black pepper, but it's better to use fresh hot pepper chopped. Okay, you appear to be very anemic. So probably 70% of your meat, 70, 75, even 80 at times should be red meat, beef.
I love white.
And you love the white, yeah. Well, you're very cold. You have all the signs of. If you had more sunshine, you'd probably be able to handle the white better, and it would be fine for you. But right now, you have signs of anemia. I mean, when summertime comes around, it might be different. But right now, it shows that you need a lot more red meat. What kind of white meat are you eating?
Chicken.
Raw?
Mm-hmm.
And what happens when you eat beef?
I don't eat very much.
Eat some beef and some chicken together. But make meat the larger portion. Now you can use lemon or lime with chicken and fish, but not with beef, because if you use lemon or lime with beef, you'll turn it into a fuel, pyruvate, and it'll burn and won't help build your blood or muscles or glands. Very, very creative. Do you do some form of art?
I'm an artist.
You have to. Well, basically, your glands are in pretty good shape. You're in pretty good shape, except, your blood isn't good, and you've got bile, and a little debilitation in your adrenals. But otherwise, it looks like you have good constitution. You just need lots of fat and meat. For your juice, I would say you have a tendency to be over-alkaline, which is unusual, which also means more red meat. But the thing is, do you just not like red meat, or do you have some kind of block against it?
It's more like we've just started experimenting, and I just really took to the chicken.
Most people start the other way around. They don't want to go near the chicken first.
Yeah, I can't get enough chicken. So.
Well, it's probably because you just don't get enough meat. If you ate the beef, you might see a difference.
Yeah.
Have you tried the beef at all?
A little bit. I just felt like I had puppy breath. So.
Well, yes, that is going to happen. And you'll have to live with your puppy breath. Yeah. And that's okay.
Something, actually, I would like to ask something that I've kind of really come a long way with is I had like really severe dysmenorrhea.
And what were your symptoms?
Just incredible pain in my ovaries and lower back every month. Just like it's just too intense. So I've been on hormones to cut the severity of it because it just would create a toxic reaction like vomiting and diarrhea.
Oh, you did have the vomiting and diarrhea along with the pain.
Right.
And did it happen on the same day that they would start? The pains would start, or would this be 2 or 3 days into it?
Same day.
Right. Okay, that's a severe toxic protein deficiency. Heterocyclic amines store and collect in the ovaries and in the fallopian tubes. And it just starts melting and poisoning the area, and then it has to reject it instantly. So it dumps it into the blood, dumps it everywhere to get rid of it. And when it dumps into the stomach, there'll be nauseous and vomiting. Quickest way out. Because when heterocyclic amines collect like you have, collecting along with bile, it will just burn holes in things. Yeah, and that's why you're having the pain and the cramps.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's not as bad now, but I'm on hormones.
But that's hormones, yeah, which basically is giving you more fats. If you have there you go. If you have the fats, then you won't have to worry about the hormones.
Actually, it hasn't been painful since I started eating the raw chicken.
Yeah, okay, it's raw fats and raw meat and raw protein, so it's working very well.
You were about to make a juice recommendation?
There was a button. Yeah? Oh, here it is. Okay. I was about to what?
Make a juice recommendation.
Oh, yes. Do you like hot things at all? Okay, good. Because watercress, my girlfriend absolutely loves it, and I can't stand it. But, you know.
No, that's my favorite.
Okay, good. Okay.
All
right. You need about 5% watercress, 60% celery, 15 to 20% parsley, and rotate summer squash for the remainder, and winter squash and carrot. Just rotate them all. It looks like you can handle fruit, but I'm just not getting that you should eat much fruit at all. Do you get very emotional, very weepy? Yeah.
But I love fruit.
I know, but it's going to make it worse. You know, you can handle it biologically, but emotionally you're not handling it all. So basically you should stay away from it. I mean, if you got, let's say, green papaya, something like that, it would be fine. It would still taste sweet, but it would be full of enzymes and very little sugar. You know, some underripe fruit might be very fine, like pear. But getting into sweet food, you just find yourself weepy and emotional and unsatisfied and, you know, all that stuff.
Sometimes it's satisfying to be weepy and emotional.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yep. Yeah, very, especially when you're used to it. Yeah, there's a catch-22 in there. Yeah, definitely. There was a scientist that proved that when you cry, it changes the toxins that are in the brain and actually converts them into endorphins. And it comes out the tear ducts. So crying actually transforms neurological proteins that Elnora Van Winkle talks about, and allows them to be dumped, in a nice, favorable way as far as I'm concerned. It's better than, beating somebody up. But still, you don't need to go through that. You don't have the normal kinds of toxic chemicals in your brain that a lot of people who go through a lot of trauma do. For some reason, your body has been able to resist that. You're harder on yourself than anybody else. But, that may be why you need that release, but it isn't necessary. And I'm seeing that if you just cut out the fruit, everything will be much better, and it won't harm your artistic ability. A lot of people think that they have to suffer to be an artist. Good.
Tell me I need to eat oysters.
Well, I'm perceiving that will be very bad for you.
Oh, no.
Teasing you. Avocados and oysters together would be good. Avocado and beef would be good. Just got to get the beef in there. All those white meats are fine for you, but you do need a lot of red meat. The only problem is that you have with the red meat is that you have a lot of acidity in your brain. The rest of your body is over alkaline and anemic, and it has anemia symptoms. Not a doctor, so I can't diagnose anemia. So you're not anemic, you have these anemia symptoms.
Right.
Signs of anemia. So, if you were to eat, let's say, a half a dozen oysters with a quarter pound of beef, wonderful. Okay? Just mix them. And then you'll enjoy the meat more.
Did you say oyster and beef?
Oyster and beef, yeah. It might make you a little horny. Okay. And then you have an egg with it, then you'll really be flying. Those are good for you because you do have metal poisoning. Do you paint also?
I painted for years.
Because you have metal poisoning like the last artist, all everywhere in the hands, and it's gone to the brain. So you did the photography. That's why you inhaled it. So that's why you have the white meat thing to aid your brain. White meat aids the brain entirely, not red meat. Aids, helps it. Yeah. So it's probably just protecting it. The more fat you get, the more you'll be able to do a lot of things. So always eat fat with your meat, no matter what kind of meat you're eating. Just stabilize everything in your body. You're way too thin. Way too thin. You need to gain at least 7 pounds, and then add another 12, and then take it off, and add 12 and take it off. Okay? Because you're a beautiful girl. You could even be more beautiful if you put on some more weight. I mean, emotionally in every way, your temper, everything. Pretty nice already. There's a lot of damage in the kidney here. And it looks like it's scarring and some congestion, but that can be from the hormones you're taking. If I were you, I would go onto the RX list, www.rxlist.com, and take a look at that and see that causes kidney damage, that hormone you're taking, because that looks pretty severe. That's the only danger that I see besides the metals causing some brain melting, detoxification. And there you can have berries, raw berries, but no strawberries. Lots of raspberries and blueberries will help that. Blueberries more than anything. Okay? But no more than 4 ounces at a time with about 6 ounces of cream or a whole avocado. You need a lot more fat than the berries because those berries start pulling too much metal out of your brain at one time and you don't have enough fat. It could cause, you to feel anxious and irritable and, nauseous and all the side effects of metal poisoning. Hate everybody and Nothing's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now you need to eat at least a pound of meat a day. Believe it or not, as small as you are.
Hi. Andy Hartman.
Andy Hartman. Okay. Lots of testosterone. Here's another hot boy. Adrenal glands are normal and calm, which is great. The pancreas is probably only about 25% functional on both sides. So it means 25% altogether. That means 4 ounces of fruit for somebody your size a day, preferable to go a couple of days without it. Almost no fat anywhere on the body. Causes low heat level. You should probably have not only fat with every meat meal, but about 10 to 12 minutes. And if you keep it that close, it'll be a little bit better. I mean, you could have it with any time after. But I'm perceiving that if it's between 10 and 12 minutes after finishing your meat with a fat meal, that'll help you utilize the proteins properly to help generate the heat in your body because you're very cold.
So we eat fat after the meal?
Yes.
Okay.
Not with it, after. Always after. I mean, you could do it and it will be okay. It won't be harmful, but you'll get much more of a favorable result toward heating the body and getting circulation going if you have between 10 and 12 minutes after you finish the meal.
That's for everybody or for him?
This is for him. For most people, it'll work within 10, 20 minutes after.
But it's better after than with?
Yes, if you want to raise the heat of the body. Yeah, because what happens is the honey helps protein digestion. It helps start breaking it down in many ways. When the honey comes in after, it changes it. And then all of a sudden it rushes when you have it in later, it rushes the body with some pyruvate right away, and that usually elevates the body temperature. And a hot flash will come over.
Fat or honey? We're mixing here. Are we talking honey?
Honey. I'm talking about honey.
What about fat with meat? Are you having fat with meat or fat right after meat?
Well, he's having the fat with the meat, and then after he finishes the meal.
Okay.
The honey after you finish.
Okay.
Fat with the meat, honey after the meat fat meal.
Okay. Yeah, would you just need some honey?
Well, I think I need to take a break and eat something. Okay, the thyroid gland on the left side is excellent. Parathyroids are okay. Tonsils look like they're gone. The thyroid on the right side is okay. Parathyroid is very good. Tonsils are completely gone. Not even the lymph glands are working good in your throat.
Yeah, they're pretty regularly swollen.
Mm-hmm. Lots of fat you need, for that. Lubrication formula once a day at nighttime, in the evening, late evening, to help lubricate that, protect it. Basically, you have fat in 2 places of your body: in your balls, in your spine, and a little bit in your pancreas. Basically, those are the only places you have any fat to protect you. Everything else is very, very vulnerable and isn't, very protected. So you need lots of good butter and cream. So maybe for a while, about 6 weeks, you should have the lubrication formula in the morning and in the evening. And then you can cut it down to once in the evening. Lots of metal poisoning around the ears, especially the right ear. In the sinuses. Okay, I recommend your juice. Let me take a look at your eyes. you're scarring everywhere, which means that you're not eliminating poisons from the system, probably a lot of heterocyclic amines and other poisons. So the fats are going to be very important for you in the meats, because you can't replace scar tissue without providing new cells. So basically it's fill, and he has a lot of scar tissue filling his body because he doesn't have the raw protein to replenish it and change it over. It's like you can't tear down the walls until you have new material to put up, or else the whole house will collapse.
As far as the metal poisoning, that's like berries and...
Yeah, berries again, the normal stuff. I don't have to, probably by now I don't have to repeat that stuff. Right. The berries, for it, and any berries for you except for strawberries. There's no any, you need all of them. Boysenberries probably a little bit more. Be healthier if you can ever find them, Probably during the summer you might be able to. Juice formula. Celery, about 65%, 60 to 65%. This is unusual, but this is what I'm perceiving. 15% carrot juice. And about 5 to 10% parsley, and the rest summer squash. Now, what I'd like you to do is, when you can, put a tablespoon per cup of cream in your juice. And hopefully you can do it whenever the carrot is in it, not high. You have a writer's hand. Do you write at all?
Yeah, not necessarily with a pen, but kind of as a hobby.
Well, it has to do with your health, is what I'm perceiving, so do it. You're very creative. You need the nut butter twice a week. You have, for some reason, you've got a protein that's not assimilating, and usually nuts will cause just the opposite. They'll cause a lack. I made that formula so you will be able to, everybody can digest it. It neutralizes the enzyme inhibitors, that formula, but still I never looked for it to facilitate a blood impairment like I see here, but it looks like it will work. Don't do it more than twice a week, though. I know that you may crave it, but just twice a week. And never 2 days in a row. Have it no more than, a third day once, and then 2 days, and then the third. Anywhere from 1.25 pounds to 2 pounds a day of meat. About 50-50, maybe a little bit more on the red. You could have more red than that. You could have up to 70% for a while.
It doesn't seem like there's a lot of variety with this diet.
Nope. I used to make it a lot more variety, and then less people stayed on the diet and did better with it, didn't do as well with the diet. And now that I've made it limited, the body's functions so well that most people don't care because they function well. So, it depends on what you want. But you can take, the sauces are the key. When my book comes out, probably around June, about 150 recipes, and it will mainly be sauces, to give you all that change in variety. Because that's what it's all about. It's just, you have the same, everybody has the same foods, grains, whether it's made into pasta, cereal, breads, no matter, it's the same stuff. It's just they coat it differently. They serve it differently. It's the same garbage. This is just lots of meat. You just have to learn how to eat lots of meat and lots of fat in different ways. And there are numerous ways to do it. So does that answer your question? Mm-hmm. Good.
You can always make ice cream.
Oh, shut up. I'm too hungry for that. Now I can't concentrate at all since you said that.
Blueberry ice cream. That's palm.
Well, that's about it anyway. I'm glad. I've got to eat something, folks. Could somebody go into the kitchen and there's a torn box of eggs? Could somebody bring me an egg out of that, please?
Just one?
He said just one.
Just one.
How do you eat that egg? I noticed you didn't crack it. Did you suck it out of there?
And I just break it on. There's a couple of, hole at each end, eye tooth, and suck it out.
What is it?
Oh, Rocky.
Rocky style.
Phil.
I'm next. Well, okay, who's next? You're next? Okay. I'm going to sit down a few minutes. Would you let me have the blue? Right. And say your name, please. Are we running?
Yeah, we're running.
Okay. You can keep going. Oh. That's why I stay here.
Amala Nelson.
What's your name?
Amala Nelson.
Amala?
Yes.
What a great name.
Thank you. Oh, let's see.
No, sorry. Okay. All right. Ovaries look in very good shape. Look a little underactive. The left one's slightly shrinking. The pancreas on the left side is completely debilitated. On the left side, the right side of the pancreas is about 60% operational. It's pretty good. Thyroid looks okay on both sides. Right's a little bit more functional than the left. Parathyroid's okay on the left. Very good on the right. Looks like the tonsils are gone.
No, I got my tonsils.
On this side you don't. You see how flat it is? It must have melted away. Say, put your tongue out and say, ah. They just disintegrated over there. Let me see the other side. There they are.
Really?
So, yeah. Sometimes they just disintegrate because they take care of so much garbage because they have to protect the brain. Tonsils protect the brain. There's so much garbage that goes into the brain because of all the vaccines and everything because it's one of the highest concentrations of fat is the brain. Now, man brags about the great, huge brain that he has, but most people have 80% toxicity in their brain. So it looks like man had to get a fat head because he got very fat-headed. He started polluting everything, cooking everything. His brain got very toxic, and for it to keep functioning, he had to keep expanding it because he only uses 5 to 10%. Gee, I wonder why that is. But he is full of toxins. And so the tonsils are so important to protect the brain. But most people lose them because of vaccines.
Wow.
And you notice the amount of tonsils that started being removed after vaccines started. Everybody started having them removed. Okay, you have a lot of congestion in your small intestine. Scarring in your right kidney, in your liver. Anything? Your blood's not circulating some of the oxygen well. So you need about 3/4 to 5/8 of a pound a day, 5 days a week.
Of what, meat?
Meats, yes. And about 60% red meat and 40% white. 10 to 12 of that can be seafood. Now, it looks like you're handling fat okay. You're just not handling protein okay, even though you've been eating cooked fats. But that's not, I'm not saying go ahead and continue eating them just because you handle them better than most people. But it's just stabilized your system better.
What?
Fats.
Oh.
Yeah, you've been able to handle cooked fats better than most people can.
Oh.
So your body is pretty stable in that area, but lack of protein because the fats haven't been able to utilize to digest proteins properly. There's a shrinking of tissue. I suggest that you have a lubrication formula in the morning, 36 hours later you have it at nights, and then 36 hours later in the morning, so you will shift.
Oh, I see.
Like that. I suggest that you eat lamb at least twice a week. Juice. Did I give you a juice formula? I don't think so.
No, not yet.
When you get a cold or a flu, do you have a sense constantly running down your throat?
I don't get cold or flus very often.
It's too bad. So you've got a belt of scar tissue that goes, relax it again. Okay. You've got a belt of scar tissue that goes all the way down into the stomach.
Oh, my.
And it's like your esophagus is pretty much scar tissue.
Wow.
And, that means it doesn't secrete, it doesn't make mucus very well.
Oh. Too many hot drinks, huh?
And probably. Or smoking.
No, I never smoke.
Okay, and it has to be hot drinks. So at least 3 cups a day, and I suggest that you break
3 cups of juice.
3 cups of juice a day. Have 2 cups as a full 2 cups, and then 2 half cups at a time. So you can get the 4-ounce jelly jars and fill those.
Wow.
You definitely need nut butter every week. Papaya is good for you. Cherries. But again, no more than about 4 ounces a day. You don't have a lot of metal poisoning. Did you stay away from vaccines and flu shots and stuff?
Well, no, I haven't had flu shots. I did have vaccines when I was a kid.
You didn't seem to have stored them like other people did.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
You basically just haven't been utilizing your proteins properly, which made a problem with certain fat utilization.
So how could I utilize my proteins?
By eating raw proteins with some raw fat. Because it looks pretty stable. You just need to eat good combinations of fats and proteins.
Okay.
And a little juice. Very simple. If I were you to have a cup of juice in the morning, and the next time you have a half a cup, and then a cup again, and a half before you go to bed. Because with a kidney like this, you might be up urinating during the night if you have it right before you go to bed.
That's for sure.
And once in a while, have a little pineapple, not a lot, because it will make you emotional, but you need it to break up scar tissue. You have scar tissue aligning all of your glands and the kidneys and down the esophagus. One side of the esophagus. The other side looks pretty good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, next. Hi.
My name's Mary Carol Winkle.
Okay, Mary Carol. Okay, good sexual activity here. Ovaries are good. The left one's starting to debilitate. The pancreas is almost completely shot on both sides. It shows a diabetic-like nature. I would suggest no fruit, or, maybe one every 3 days, and always with fat. Isn't necessary. The red blood circulation looks excellent in your extremities. But there's just dehydration everywhere. I shouldn't say dehydration, I should say de-lipid.
Yes. No excess.
And I suggest that you have a lubrication formula morning and night, the next day only at night, the next day morning and night, so rotate. Once a day in the evening, the next day twice a day.
Okay.
And if that for some reason that makes you too hungry during the night, put an extra egg in it when you have it at night.
Okay.
And when you put an extra egg in, put an extra half of a tablespoon of lemon or lime juice.
Okay. Is it ever okay to leave the honey out of it?
Yes. The honey doesn't have to be in that one.
Okay.
Now, you have the signs of having yeast all over the place. Do you have a candida problem?
Not that I know of.
Well, that's good, because you might, once you start getting rid of those dried up tissue as it passes through the skin, may cause a drying and itching. And then the yeast will work on getting rid of the carbohydrates, the byproducts of carbohydrates. They will feed on. Looks like you have some pretty good cells. They just need lubrication with the right foods. Rebuilding. There is debilitation going on in the digestive area, in this whole area. It's just breaking down. The rest is pretty stable, except that the brain and face all the way down to about the clavicle is starting to just dry up and shrink up. And the lubrication formula should help there. Suggest that you eat at least a pound of meat a day. And I would say you're pretty intuitive regarding that, but eat more red than white. And you're a person who could go on a binge for a very long time of eating only white or red, and it wouldn't be bad for you. But I wouldn't let a week go by without having one of the other that you're not eating more frequently.
And can white be also fish, not just
yes.
fall?
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't quite accommodated the fall yet.
But as you heard, it's easier. People love, especially women, love the chicken more. Not once they get it, it's like can't stop them.
I haven't been able to.
Yeah.
The fish is fine.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you,
and
the chicken is easier than the fish.
Every time I eat it, I just.
Yeah, it's probably starting to break up this congestion in your hair.
I was just waiting. Lucky showed us how to do the chicken marinated in citrus.
Yeah.
So it's like ceviche. So if you like fish, the chicken, I did it last week for the first time ever.
It's really delicious.
The lime juice. And blood oranges and a little mint. Incredible.
Mm-hmm.
It's really great.
I don't suggest you have the blood oranges, though. Way too much sugar.
Yeah. And it's fine to use a little bit of vegetables if it's like for flavoring.
Yeah, as long as it's just like a little onion and garlic are fine in small amounts.
But I do crave vegetables.
Mm. Oh, you just need the juice. Once you get the juice, you won't crave vegetables.
Mm-hmm. You want to suggest a juice formula?
Yep.
So we're taking notes for you.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It's on the tape.
I'm getting
Look at me.
Oh.
Okay. I'd like you to have 60% celery, 20% parsley, 15% summer squash, and 5% either lemon in it, the lemon I talked about with the rind, or about 3 ounces of pureed pineapple dispersed through a whole 3 quarts of juice.
Okay.
You have some lymphatic congestion, which is not protecting your skin very well.
Okay.
And that's also causing you to dehydrate. I mean, your skin to draw up and dry.
Mm-hmm.
And this left kidney.
Is that what this thing is?
Well, this whole area, that's maybe related to it, or maybe just local to your hand.
Mm-hmm. I hadn't noticed it till you started looking at everybody else's hands.
Well, it doesn't look like it's related to the kidney. It looks like it's related to itself, except in this eye there is some metal poisoning in the kidney that could relate to it, but usually it shows up differently. But none of your poisons are fluid. They're deep in the tissues. So your means that you may go a year and a half feeling really great on this diet, and all of a sudden the poisons will start coming out. And then you'll wonder, what happened, Just know that, your body is very wonderful, that it, that you got to experience, that much time without much detoxification. But usually that's what happens. I don't know that that's going to happen, but usually that's what happens when the toxins are so deeply embedded in the tissues. And, of course, eat, cream and butter every time you eat some meat, no matter what kind it is. And, of course, you need to gain a lot of weight, and take it off, and on and off. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Wonderful hands. Thank you.
Well done.
Your name?
Rangarajan.
Say it loud enough.
Rangarajan.
You expect me to say that with that accent? Say it to me slow.
Okay. Ranga.
Ranga?
Rajan.
Rajan. What a great name. Ranga Rajan.
Thanks.
Okay. Your glands are debilitating everywhere, especially the testes and the adrenal glands. You have very overactive adrenal glands, which usually makes somebody hyperactive. However, it's not likely to make you hyperactive unless your testes are also producing a lot of testosterone. So what happens usually if your adrenal glands are overactive in a situation like that, the adrenal will replace the missing testosterone so there won't be any hyperactivity. So it usually makes for a calm person, but not, healthfully calm. It's just debilitatedly calm. It's like a lot of vegetarians who are weak, because they're unhealthy, they don't have a lot of proteins and stuff like that. They are calm and all relaxed because they eat more vegetables and more of that kind of food. However, if you eat fruit, it's just the opposite. Then they become crazy. Hitler was a fruitarian vegetarian.
Really?
Cain also, Cain and Abel, vegetarians. Most of the people who come after me the hardest are the fruitarians, like David Wolf. I mean, they talk about being peaceful people, and it certainly does not come out of them. It's insane. I mean, they get vicious. And when they approached me down in San Diego when I was doing the Whole Life Expo, drooling with anger. Drooling. And I'm not kidding, spitting and drooling. And this is calm. Yeah. But, and they don't realize it. They think all of that hyperactivity is good energy, when it's really sugar irritating the hell out of their nervous systems.
What about Hannah?
About what? Well, he's a cooked meat eater. That's a problem. Chianti and liver. Okay, you have very good artistic qualities, so you should do something very creative. Okay, you have bile collecting everywhere, a very weak system of weak tissues everywhere, but your genes are excellent. You have excellent genes, but no good nutrients in your body. And you're still a very good-looking, healthy-looking person, but from the looks of this, you're not even a slight bit as healthy as you could be. Because it shows that you don't have enough fats, you don't have enough protein, you have too much bile all over the system. When I've seen it this bad in people, I've seen them go into diarrhea for up to 15, 16 days at a time. And you just have to go through it. And sometimes that could go on and off for years and just go through it. Even vomiting sometimes. If you eat a little bit of cheese all day long, except with your vegetable juice, you'll be able to absorb some of it, that way, as it discards into your stomach or bowels. Also, clay. If you ate, do you have any trouble with constipation?
Not actually. Cooney's hip bath and sit bath. Mm-hmm. So I do them pretty regularly. So they keep your bowel.
But otherwise you do have it.
Probably.
Okay, that's what I thought. I still recommend that you take about, when you're having any kind of diarrhea or bowel movement like that, you take a heaping teaspoon of powdered clay.
Okay.
And if you got the Aztec secret clay from a cosmetic department of a health food store, just use a teaspoon of that in anything, especially a smoothie or in water or in milk, anything to get it down, or even with an egg.
Right.
Okay, that'll help encourage your bacteria in your intestines, because right now there's not a lot of bacteria in your intestines. And people are mostly constipated because they lack bacteria in their intestines. 60 to 80% of fecal matter is supposed to be bacteria. If we didn't have the bacteria, we'd have fecal matter the size of marbles. It would be the texture of gland and always rip us to pieces.
Constipation is because there's not enough bacteria?
Enough bacteria, because the bacteria feeds on it. We should have 3 to 5 pounds of bacteria in our intestines. Colonics, all kinds of things like that, rips it apart.
So I have constipation. Fair enough.
Yeah.
What about taking what they put in yogurt, acidophilus? Is that?
Acidophilus helps sugar digestion, doesn't help movements. And acidophilus is mainly in the small intestine. And if you're drinking milk, you get plenty of natural acidophilus bacteria. For some people, I suggested they have constipation. They eat clay, anywhere from a half a teaspoon to a teaspoon a day until it resolves. and or take about 5 ounces of clabbered milk. That means milk that you've let it sit out for a couple of days, and you take an enema bulb syringe and you get on all fours like a dog, and then you inject it in you, and then you roll your stomach so you get to move all around, all fours. Put your face down on your hands on the floor with your buttock up in the air on your knees, and roll your stomach like a belly dancer. Get it to move up into the colon across the transverse. Then lie on your side for about another 3 or 4 minutes and roll your stomach again, and that'll get it all over there. And then the bacteria will have something to grow on that won't be poisoning them. Because most people, when they're detoxing stuff like bile, the bacteria can't feed on it, and they just don't procreate, and they don't sponge out the fecal matter, and you're constipated. And I have some people, they're trying to pull it out with their fingers, so... If you're taking the clay and you do that, you don't have to be concerned, with that. Yeah, they do, as a matter of fact.
Needle nose.
Yeah.
But would the clay be a binding agent?
No, it isn't. Only if you're using heated clay will it.
How about Sunny's?
Sunny's?
Sunny's is a clay drink. It's clay.
Liquid, right?
Huh?
The liquid one?
Yes. SONNE.
I don't know what's in it. I'd have to read it and see what's on the label. If it's just clay, it's just bentonite or something. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't trust anybody's water. I would use my own water and mix it myself if I were going to do that.
So I can continue to take the clay for a while. Yeah.
Well, yeah, probably be a good idea if you took it every day for about 6 weeks, and then every other day for about another 6 weeks, and then maybe twice a week for maybe 6 months. Okay.
John, can we get this light on so we can just see? Can I clear it up?
Yes, it's fine.
Thank you.
I like my dark obscurity, though.
Yeah.
Green papaya would also be good for you. Aloe vera would be good for you. So if you got some aloe vera leaves, if you can't get any, fresh juice, then get some leaves and just scrape it out.
Okay.
And just down it.
What does that do for him?
It's going to help his intestinal tract, his bowels. There's some, because of the high bile in there, it's burned and scarred his bowels to an extent. And that will help soothe it, the aloe vera. I did a juice for you, right? I got sidetracked.
No.
I didn't? Okay. About 5% watercress. There seems to be a lack of peristalsis even in the small intestines. Watercress will help that. Let's see. Okay, let's make sure there's no sodium ring. 70% celery, 5% watercress, and the rest parsley. Okay. Do you have questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been eating a lot of fruits basically and carrot.
Fruits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carrot juice is the only one I like that taste, so I continue to drink a lot. Probably I have to give it up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, you're so used to the sugar cycle, you just keep drinking the sugar cycle, and just take a look at this. Just relax your hands. You see all this breaking up like this? I mean, it's actually going like this. It means your tissue inside is just being eaten away because of all the fruit, all the sweets. It's just melting your tissue. Sugars just tear things apart, melts it, in the human body especially. Takes the bones and starts demineralizing the bones to get the fats to try to deal with that much sugar. And you only need 5% sugar in the body, and you can see what's happening. You're awfully young to be dealing with this kind of a deterioration.
Okay. So what kind of meat and what kind of fat recommendation are?
Any kind of fat. You can get, any raw fat. Right. And lots of butter, lots of cream. You should be drinking 1 to 2 quarts of milk a day. Okay. But never with the vegetable juice. Always keep that separate, an hour away. Coconut cream, a small amount of coconut cream, but you need more animal fats for your fat. And of course, how tall are you?
5'10".
5'10". You should be having about 1.25 pounds meat a day minimum.
Okay.
Okay? And it can be...
Great, does it?
Yeah, but I would say 50-50.
Okay.
Okay. You have some anemia-like symptoms for having dark skin, because mostly dark people aren't anemic. They've absorbed the sun, they've utilized it for lifetimes. And it's good. They don't need as much red meat. Some do. The Maasai still eat mainly red meat, and they do fine with it. But it isn't that it's necessary. But you can do it with any, basically, but you still need at least 50% red meat for a while. And then you could probably, in about 10 years, eat any kind of meat you want and feel the same. But for about 10 years, I would say at least 50% red meat.
I have this belching and mucus problem. If I say my main health concern is, it is mucus. Whatever I eat, basically from India we used to eat a lot of rice and rice-oriented dishes, right? So they result in a lot of mucus, and that's the reason I had to give up the entire starch family. And
wonderful. Give it up.
Right.
And become a meat eater.
Yeah.
Meat and fats.
Yeah.
Forget all of that.
Okay.
Just remember that in India, the ruling class ate all fat and meat. The lackeys, they fed them all the grains to keep them emotionally crazy, so they could not overthrow. And China did the same thing. Egypt did the same thing. They feed them carbohydrate to make them crazy. So what happens, they're always emotionally in a turmoil, so there's always conflict within the family. Nobody could overthrow the government because they're too busy with their own turmoil. And basically, that is the science. Exactly the science.
Okay. So my mucus belching problem will go away once I...
Oh, yeah. But like I say, you're deteriorating everything. Your body's eating your own flesh.
Right.
That's the belching.
Okay. Okay.
If you had a good mucus coating and you weren't eating all the fruit, your body wouldn't have to be eating itself.
That's right. I have this hair falling problem. Do you think this will slow down, or does it?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, getting the proteins is what it usually stops it, unless you had chemotherapy or poisoned yourself.
I haven't had any. For example, medication. I haven't taken any medication at all.
Good. Right. Then yours should reverse very quickly.
Yeah. Okay.
Stabilize, because usually people who haven't had that, I've got clients who were going bald and the hair thinning. They got on this diet and now they look like Pascal. And they will go around like that too because they're so proud of it. They go around with these bouffants.
That's my goal. When I was 15 years old, I had a infection, inflammation, something. So I took a penicillin shot. What happened 2 weeks ago? I had a detox crisis, kind of under my tongue. Even now it's a little bit swollen. It started swelling, pushing my tongue back, and started excreting some kind of saliva, bad smelling. It was happening for 4 days. So I had to keep a bottle and keep spitting. I guess it's kind of penicillin started coming out or something.
Probably, yeah. Or it's another kind of poisons.
Poisons, right?
Yeah, it's always poisons when it's coming out.
Okay. I just want to show you that part, right-hand side.
Okay. Well, it's already healed, completely healed, so there's not even any scar tissue left.
Okay. Little bit swelling is there and it's smaller, I think, right?
Yeah, but it's, not much.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, inside my tongue, there seems to be a scar all the time. It may be an acidic indication or something.
Yeah, well, everybody's going to have that all the time because you're going to be detoxing until you've been on this diet 40 years.
Okay.
So everybody should have a coated tongue. In they don't, they're a miracle. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Next. Pardon? Why can't you mix milk with juice? Because the vegetable juice is alkaline and the milk is acid, and they neutralize digestibility. Everything on this diet is acid except the vegetable juice.
Can you have meat and milk together?
Meat and juice?
Milk.
Yes.
That's okay.
Those are all acid. Anything you can mix together as acid is fine.
What about cream and juice?
Cream and juice is the exception because cream is a neutral substance that's not digested with hydrochloric acid. It's digested by the liver.
But you mentioned have eggs and vegetable juice together.
That's only for people who are constipated and for a quick... See, they don't digest. My instant bowel movement constipation formula is mixing foods that don't digest at all. And that constipation formula is 1 egg, 3 to 4 ounces of milk, 2 tablespoons to 4 tablespoons of raw apple cider vinegar, and and 1 egg. And let me tell you, none of that digests. So it just pushes right through. You won't digest anything from it, and you may flush some nutrients through, but you usually have a bowel movement within 24 hours or less. Now, some people, who've had to have bricks and pry it out with a crowbar or something, it's taken 2 times in 2 days, but that's rare.
Lynn Guyan.
Lynn Guyan. Okay. Put your hand over here. Okay, lots of anemia-like symptoms here. Lots of water retention. The right ovary is very good. Relax this hand. The left ovary is debilitating. The adrenal gland is very swollen and edemic on both sides. It's usually normal. It's usually not too overactive. Maybe the left side is a little bit. The pancreas is slightly edemic, and most of that is actually from the adrenal gland, but there's some swelling and very debilitated. It looks like we have, this is what I see in people who have advanced diabetes, and lots of water retention and swelling. How do you do with sugar? You don't know. That's diabetic.
I don't know.
It's like a diabetic. You just have no clue. Okay.
What type of honey is sugar? What type of sugar is honey?
I talked about that just before you came in the door because you came late. So let me save that for later.
Sure.
Okay. Juice, have only 4 ounces at a time. You're already over alkaline.
Okay.
When you start detoxifying, I have the vegetable juice to keep the blood alkaline. Just keeps the mind clear and the body clear. You're already over alkaline. However, you still need enough to deal with the poisons, acid poisons that are going to dump into your stomach and into your blood. So a half a cup at a time will be fine for you, 2 cups a day. You need to eat very little eggs, and I would just eat nothing but meat and fat. I mean, even eggs are a fat, but with a system like yours, you're so protein deficient and so water retentive, so edemic, that you will have a tendency to swell and explode. If you do a lot of eggs and a lot of, milk and eggs together. So milk is fine, lots of meat and fat, and, the juice. And then after maybe 3-4 months, when you stabilize a little bit, then you can have eggs and, smoothie mixtures and stuff like that. But for you, I would try to concentrate on having nothing but meat and butter and cream and milk.
How much
meat? because you'll be eating mainly meat. You're going to lose a lot of water weight and get awfully skinny. But then you can build up with the fat from there. Hopefully you'll be able to eat enough fat with your meat. In fact, you might get acidic in your intestines a little bit or in your stomach and not have a craving for meat. So mix a little tomato with some butter, some way to put something with the meat, and then you'll be able to eat a lot. And I would suggest about a pound and a half a day. And as much butter and cream as you can eat. And, about at least a quart of milk a day.
Okay.
Okay? And I keep it very simple for a while.
Okay.
Okay. And then when you come around in about maybe 6 months, do some berries in the afternoon only with lots of cream or butter or coconut cream, because you've got the metal poisoning in your brain too. It's deeper into the tissues though. Do you take any kind of a medication at all? And did you for a while?
Vitamins count?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you took a lot of them.
I've taken MSM and.
Oh, yeah.
And I have still been taking MSM and.
Yeah, that's one I see causes water retention and deterioration of tissues. You ever take any colloidal minerals or anything like that?
No.
Good. Because you have, it looks like you almost are on some kind of medication and a vegetarian.
Well, I've changed my diet different ways and was working on vegetarian, going toward.
For how long?
Probably 6 months. I eat some meat, but not much, and then I've been trying to eat it raw.
Right.
Yeah.
And what kind of vitamins have you been taking?
The MSM, the chondroitin.
And how much?
With the chondroitin. Like one tablet of each a day, one capsule of each a day. And I don't remember how many milligrams that is.
And the glucosamine?
Same. One capsule a day, basically, yeah.
And that's something you can't even utilize. It's all a byproduct. Yeah.
I do that because of arthritis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just because you've got toxic waters just stored in your tissues, in your joints. And it almost looks like a chemical compound, like you're taking medication, well, like insulin or something. So the MSM, I've seen do this.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems to work with some people, but some people it does just the opposite.
Oh, okay.
Lots of meat and lots of fat. So concentrate on for about 6 months.
Okay.
The left thyroid and parathyroids, they look wonderful, but it may be because they're just so swollen with fluids, So your juice, I'm going to recommend 80% celery, 15% parsley, and 5% summer squash. And you could have a little bit, one of those lemons or limes per 3 quarts. But like I say, you should only have a half a cup of juice at a time, so you'd be making 1.5 quarts for 3 days. So that would be a half of one of those. Lemon or lime.
Probably no fruit, huh?
Like I say, looks like you have advanced diabetic tendencies. But because of the SMM, it's screwing up the ability to be able to see exactly what's going. Because the MSM will go in and maybe clean out the joints, but it doesn't do it positively all the time. And, it could be causing aberrations or even, deterioration of your, which is basically one of the things that it does. It deteriorates scar tissue built up in the joints. But you're not discarding the waste if it's doing it. It's just staying there. You don't have the proteins and the fats to remove it. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, Aajonus.
Hi.
Oh, Michael Rash.
All these rashes.
I got the whole family here.
How did you do that? That's good.
My brother's been watching me for the last year.
Well, your blood sure is good now. Wow. Everything looks like it's rebound pretty well, except for the missing tonsils and the debilitated pancreas. You may be like me, just not able to rebuild the pancreas.
Would you mean ever, or it would take a long time, maybe?
Well, I don't know. I just never have seen anybody more. My pancreas is healed maybe 15%, but it was 0, But I still don't do well with sugar, so I just stay away from them. I have fruit maybe once every 3 days, and it's always green fruit.
So sugar's really hard in the pancreas.
What about bread? Sorry, Mike.
Be quiet. For 1 minute.
Glycation end products.
Yes. Yeah. Let me see, guys. Well, you definitely have some storing, especially in the lower part of your body. In this large intestine at the bottom, in the ileocecal valve, and in the kidneys. So, are you eating breads?
Oh, yeah.
You need to eat that nut formula.
Really?
Yeah, so you can stop having that craving.
I crave bread.
Yeah, so you need the nuts. Maybe you should have the nut formula 2-3 days a week.
Okay.
Okay, and you're not eating enough fat with your protein if you're having that problem too.
I drink a quart of milk a day.
That's nothing. I drink 2 quarts of milk a day. You want to have a milk
Well,
duel?
I have a lot.
That's nothing, and you should be eating, a half a pound of butter a day.
Okay.
Quarter to half a pound of butter a day with your meats. It looks like you're burning them up. Your blood is just like rich.
Rich with what?
Rich with protein, like pyruvate.
That's what I eat the most of is raw meat.
But without the fat.
Right. I usually trim it off, too.
Yeah. So.
Guilty as charged.
Yeah, you have all of this pyruvate going on, driving you with all this energy.
Feels good.
Yeah, it feels good. So is a sugar high. Yeah. But, you won't be stabilizing the system.
Well, butter's so hard to get. What does you...
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Nope, it's very, very available. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
For what?
You just write them, Nesson Scott Farms. You can get it easily.
Okay.
They'll even ship you raw cream.
Do they ship it temperature?
Yeah, they pack ice in it.
They pack ice in it. Tell them not to freeze it. Yeah. Just pack ice in it and send it.
What happens to cream if you
Gets here in 2 days. What?
What happens to cream if you freeze it?
You lose some of the value if it's frozen for very long. Yeah. Okay. Look right at my nose, into my nose. You have a little bit of a salt ring, so I'm going to say 80% celery, 10% parsley, and 10% summer squash.
Summer squash, okay.
Yeah.
I take about 5 head of celery and about 3 branches of parsley. Is that about?
It's about right.
Okay,
yeah. And then throw, 2 zucchini in there or 2 cucumber.
Cucumber?
Yeah, medium. Cucumber is a summer squash.
Oh, good. I used to throw cucumber and then I stopped doing it. I don't know. I just did it because it sounded right.
It's good to intuition. Should be having anywhere from a pound and a half to 2 pounds of meat a day, minimum.
A pound was a lot. Okay.
I eat a pound, and I'm smaller than you are.
Okay.
And sometimes I eat 3 pounds a day.
I put on 20 pounds.
You look good. That's what I'm saying. You look good, great.
Forever,
Yeah.
and I'm 175 now.
Yeah.
I'm holding.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
How tall are you?
6 foot.
Yeah. So I'm 172. I hold at 172, and I go up to about 185, and then knock back down. But you're looking a lot better.
I feel better. Yeah.
Just eat more fat with your meat.
Leave the fat on the meat too. I was afraid to eat the fat on the meat, especially
no,
make
that's
it
good
local
fat.
cow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's fine. Leave it. If you're not eating glandular tissue, you're okay. If you're eating glandular tissue that isn't organic, you might have a problem. Because most of the toxins do not store in the muscle fat. It stores around the kidneys and the suet and all of the other patches, but not in the marbling. Okay, and in the glands and bone marrow.
So liver, kidney, and adrenals are back up then.
Yeah.
Because last time we did. Okay, all right.
The thyroid looks good. Parathyroid looks okay. Parathyroid over here is excellent. Thyroid over here is okay. And I would say 50-50 meat. You could have more red meat if you wanted. You don't look like you have that kind of a problem that it makes much difference, whether you eat red or white.
When I eat fish, I don't get the same energy from it, so I just stick with the red meat.
Well, red meat stimulates the adrenals and the muscles. White meat relaxes the body, comforts it, soothes it, calms it. So usually it's better not to have. That's why you've heard me say today, red meat in the morning. Red meat with a little fish or chicken in the afternoon. In the evening, no red meat, just chicken or fish. I guess you didn't hear that because I did that with my consults. I didn't do that in here. So now you know. Okay.
When you first talked to me, you gave me a real low reading on eggs, like 6-something eggs a day. And a while ago, my body stopped eating eggs.
Stop eating eggs?
Yeah. Is that?
You're just low on fat.
Low on fat?
Low on fat. You're low on fat and probably not doing so well, with just that high amount of protein without fat with it.
Okay.
And if you're eating a lot of eggs at the same time, you might have a tendency to get over acid.
Something that just didn't
so
fit.
You haven't been eating your juice?
I do.
Yeah?
Like I said, 5 head of celery and 3 parsley every 2 days.
Every 2 days?
Every 2 days. I'm
so how much juice is that, though? I mean, how many cups? That's a gallon?
That's a gallon.
You drink a gallon?
Sometimes it stays down and I got it on the 3rd day, but I'm drinking a gallon of that at least every 2 days, 3 days maybe.
That's too much.
Why?
Because you'll over-alkalinize the blood.
It keeps things moving around, though.
Yes, I know, but I'd rather you drink, not the way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's better to eat more fat to keep things moving. And the juice is just there to make sure that you keep the alkalinity going and replenish the enzymes. Other than that, it's just going to start ripping your body up a little bit.
When I do too much fat, I get really congested, and then I just feel cloggy, and then I do the green juice, and I feel okay.
Yeah, well, that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to clean you out. You're supposed to have some cleansing going on.
Let's go down on the cleansing. Okay.
You don't like fat? What is it?
I don't like the congested feeling I get. I don't like
what is that cloggy, congested feeling?
Yeah.
That's toxins being dumped out, usually out of the brain and out of the neck, going out the sinuses, quickest way out.
Does it happen that fast? I'm more like...
Some people it does.
Well, I spit all the time. I start talking, I could spit that much mucus.
Good. Do you know how much poison that is? And being able to spit like that?
I have to walk alone. It just looks gross.
Would you rather be walking with somebody and hacking that like that?
I'd rather not be hacking. So
I would do it. Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you were perfectly healthy, you'd be like the Messiah and never worry about that,
Thank you.
You're welcome. Pascal Solis. Okay. Okay. Bile is still all over in your system. But we already talked about that, didn't we? So that's why you still have fatigue. It's just all throughout your tissues.
I get so much fatigue.
Yeah. The thyroid is working better, the parathyroids.
Gosh, maybe I'm gaining weight. My hands look a little fat.
That's good. Remember how skinny you were before? The ovaries are starting to lubricate. The adrenal gland looks okay. This left looks like it is still congested, but when it becomes active, you have a tendency to be overactive with that adrenaline.
With the adrenaline, yeah.
Yeah. But right now it looks like the bile's causing the fatigue. And of course your pancreas isn't working.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you just need to stay away from sugars, like you've just started doing. How long has it been now since you've been off of sugars? Sweets, fruits?
4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah. And you feel a lot better.
Oh, much calmer.
Yeah.
And not depressed.
So now it's just a matter of cleaning out the bile.
So the bile is like in everything? In the
It's everywhere, in your bones, in your lymph, in your... you probably will feel like you have arthritis and rheumatism at times, because you just have soreness everywhere.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like I can barely lift up my... It's like, like what happened?
Yeah.
But I feel it muscular.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's more there than anywhere else. Skin's quite loaded, too, in your lymphatic system, connective tissue. Okay. So I wouldn't change anything that I told you earlier.
Okay, so the thing I was asking
But coconut cream is, remember, going to be something that's going to really help you get rid of that bile.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
More than the other cream?
Well, the other cream will help, but the coconut cream, especially if coconut cream and raw cream together, will help even quicker. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just that if you get too much diarrhea, then you just have to, back off for a while.
Okay, I don't really get that diarrhea. About the eggs, because, if I have an egg, then I'm like, I need another break.
Right.
What should I do with that?
I would do it. When you know it's time to take a nap, just have an egg and take a nap.
Okay.
Because it'll help pull it out. Usually that means it's pulling it out of, some particular gland that's pretty toxic and pulling it right into the stomach. Could be out of the nervous system.
Okay.
It's better to get it out of there, because then you'll get out of depression sooner. The depression that's caused by poisoning of the nervous system.
Yeah, that's true. Well, actually, if I have an egg, then I get, so sluggish, a little bit depressing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. Phil Cotton. Okay. You still have those hands of a mechanic. Okay, you still have the overactive testes and the adrenal glands, very overactive.
What can you do for that? For the overactive adrenal?
Well, because he has all those petrochemicals from the work in his body. See, normally he doesn't have overactive testes. So usually means that somebody wouldn't be overactive sexually. But when these kind of poisons get in and irritate the glands and get into the glands, like the testes, it makes them overactive because the body wants to ejaculate and to discharge it with the fats and proteins that are in the sperm. So it makes some people overly sexual, even though they're not normally over-sexual. And you would not normally be over-sexual, you'd be normally very hyperactive, be a great farmer because of the amount of adrenaline you have. You're not over-sexual, but you're overactive, physically. But because you have all those poisons hitting the testes, that makes you overactive sexually. Now, the left one shows that the actual left testes is breaking down, or it has been breaking down a long time. So that one should be underactive. But still, with the poisons in there, it's going to force it the other way, just to be active to remove it. The thyroid is working okay on the left side, barely on the right, and all the glands are poisoned. The rest of the glands are poisoned. So basically, your coffee is all that poisons that are in your system that are driving you. And just keep up with all the things that you're doing right. Stay away from the fruit, now. Okay. Philip was a person who loved his fruit, and I mean, would you eat 15 mangoes at a time, or what was it?
You'd say one piece of fruit a day, so I'd have one pineapple a day.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, he was crazy with fruit, and now he's learned to back off of it, and he's done better. Same with Pascal. It's taken him what?
A
year to realize, what the fruit would do. It's just a matter of getting off of it to find it out.
It's an addiction.
Yeah, it's definitely an addiction.
Oh, yeah.
Gross one.
Hello.
Hi.
I have a question, Aajonus. I'm sorry. What does the ejaculation do in terms of the poison attacking the testes? Or I'm not sure.
Well, when the poisons go to the glands, because that's where most of the fat is in the glands, it stays there. And if it's a toxin that will actually cause the gland to break down, the body will try to reject it with the hormones that it makes. And if it gets into testosterone, it'll run his whole body like he's on speed, and also excite him sexually because his body will want to throw it off by building it into the sperm. Just like we take toxic minerals out of the brain, build them into the skull, and the skull builds them into the hair. And we get rid of them. That's why we have so many metal poisonings that come out of the hair.
So then if he ejaculates in me, I get some poisoning?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I've got lots of toxicity in mine, so I do not ejaculate into anybody for that reason. Yeah. So I pull. That's a good idea, especially with your toxic stuff. I had chemotherapy. It's probably no worse than what you have.
All right, Richard Valverde.
Valverde, okay. All right, here's a very sexual man. Right test, but it's debilitating. Okay, right testy usually looks like it's overactive, but it's debilitating. The left one, it was already debilitated. Adrenal glands very overactive, very hyper-strong nature. Pancreas is about 70% debilitated on the right side and about 90% debilitated on the left. So you have like a diabetic nature. Thyroid gland is okay. Parathyroids are underactive here. Scar tissue at the tonsils. Underactive thyroid here. Parathyroid's okay. Lots of scarring here with some congestion. And where's the right tonsil is supposed to be. Still a lot of signs of anemia, like the blood isn't transporting oxygen well. Skin looks a lot better, basically. So everything is starting to lubricate a little bit. I would stay with eating, 70% red meat and 30% white. You do need the fish, so I'd make fish 10 to 15% of that, and you might eat it because if you have an over-alkaline system, but usually when the testosterone and the adrenal glands are this excessive, it usually creates an acid over hormonal nature. So you have like the conflict going on. kind of like a body schizophrenia. So a lot of hyperactivity, but yet with a lot of sallow nature to the body. So it's more difficult to balance that. So you might want to have, when you have some beef, you might want to have a few bites of white meat every time you have it. But, 70% of the meat should be red.
That's mostly what I eat when I eat meat.
You don't eat enough?
I eat every day, sometimes half a pound, sometimes a pound and a half.
So it averages out to about a pound a day?
Yeah, about 3/4 pound a day.
Not enough. You're a big boy. Not enough at all.
Probably need to eat more fat.
Fat with the meat, yeah. Since you have a diabetic-like nature, you have a tendency to absorb fluids and sugars and not be able to handle them. So the more meat you eat, the better off you will be, or the better on you will be. Okay? So like when I get like this, when I feel like you look, I eat 3 pounds of meat a day, and fat with every time I eat it.
Now, does the fat help the sense of, God, I can't eat another bite?
No, it actually takes it away. It allows you to eat more.
Yeah, I get that way, and it's like, ugh.
Yeah. I can eat, half a pound of meat and say, I just don't feel like it anymore. Like in the kitchen, you saw how little I ate, but if I had butter with it, or cream or anything else with it, I could sit there and eat 2 pounds at a sitting. But when you eat it just by itself, it's difficult.
Why?
Because the body is getting too acid too quickly, and I've got that acid-alkaline imbalance because of the diabetic nature, so it's confusing to my body. So when I give it something that will absorb the over-alkalinity and the acid effect, which fat does because it's neutral, it'll absorb either, then it changes it. And then I can just eat and eat and eat the meat. Otherwise, I just can't eat much meat. You have lots of congestion along your spine. I would definitely use a hot water bottle along my spine at night to get that circulation going, also in the intestines. Are you eating starch? Cooked starch? No, cooked starch.
No cooked at all.
At all?
At all. I stopped at the end of last year. I was eating about a cooked meal maybe every 2 weeks or a month, going to eat or something, but I stopped at the new year.
So you're eating a lot of pineapple, is that it?
Yeah. Have been for quite a while.
Yeah, it must be dissolving the system. Because it almost looks like, I can see that you have better coloring, but normally when you eat pineapple, a lot of pineapple will start disintegrating scar tissue, but it's not disintegrating the scar tissue, it's disintegrating your blood.
Are you having pineapple with fat or just pineapple?
Avocado or coconut?
Coconut or coconut cream?
Coconut.
Does it different sound?
Yeah, the fat doesn't get out of the release from the pulp easily.
It's called being tired of doing all the work.
That's why you quit the juice.
Yeah. I would just get off of fruit. Like I said, you're near diabetic.
Do you want to know about that spectrum coconut?
It is rendered.
200 degrees.
Okay, so it's useless?
Absolutely. No, it's harmful. Not just useless, it's harmful. And they put on it raw.
Yeah, well, I saw that, but I was wondering.
Yeah. Well, I went around and around with them 3 years ago, and I said, I want you to tell me the exact process. Well, it's the way the natives do it. And I said, the natives where? And they said, and I said the Philippines. They said the Philippines, and I said, I know how they make it in the Philippines. I had a roommate who was Filipino, and he rendered it by boiling it. They just keep boiling. They'll press it. They'll boil the pulp. They'll press it again, boil it, and press the pulp. They just keep doing that.
We need to convince someone to make that stuff because that's a real hassle to make, and if someone can manufacture it.
Well, we have someone who does it, but in L.A., but you just have to get there every day to pick it up.
Oh, really?
You know, they juice it on Mondays and Tuesdays and Fridays. But you go and pick it up, and if you put it in small jar containers, it'll last for 10 days. Otherwise, it goes very rapidly. That's why you can't render it, you know, or make it into any form that won't debilitate. It's one of the quickest deteriorating fats there is. So that should be your big change. It'll make your blood better and everything. Right now, you just keep dissolving everything.
Richard, how you doing with coffee?
I don't drink coffee.
He doesn't need it with all that pineapple. It must wire him.
I've been doing herbal tinctures like ginkgo and ginseng.
Mm-hmm. They'll also make you acid and create.
I noticed the ginkgo takes away the sense of mental cloudiness and fogginess, so I can function better at work.
Yeah, but if you get rid of the pineapple, that'll take care of itself.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mercedes?
My pancreas, I think.
Your pancreas?
Yeah.
It's pretty debilitated. Yeah.
Thyroid and parathyroid.
Pardon?
Thyroid.
Thyroid? I said you can pick up the tape,
okay.
But the thyroid is, all the glands are really debilitated, all of them. Yeah, it looks like you've been vegetarian or, you know, somebody who'd been on high grain, you know. Yeah. Okay. Mercedes, what's your last name?
Kirkle.
Kirkle. Okay, very overactive ovaries. It's a very sexual lady here. Very overactive, right adrenal gland. Left is somewhat overactive. So it shows that you're probably a very high energy active child. The pancreas is very edemic on both sides, going to break down. It's moving toward a complete breakdown. So if it weren't just swollen, it would already looks like it was breaking down instead of functioning at all. But it's like you forced it to stay functioning. Thyroid on the left side is okay. Parathyroids are very good. You have your tonsils?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Some of the best ones I've seen. Parathyroid's excellent over here. The right thyroid is not so good. So, overall, your glands are pretty good on the better side than most people. But the pancreas and the right thyroid are very debilitated. And the ovaries are starting to break down. This one's a little bit stronger. The left one's a little stronger, even though it looks a little bit more smaller, shrunk. Lots of psychic ability. In one hand, that you came in with, you're not utilizing a tenth of what you have. Probably because you're denying your bodily needs, as we all do when we think spiritually, without considering the body as part of it. Lots of creative energy, good touches. The red blood cells look like they're very good when they get fed properly. It's going to you have a lot of magnetic good energy. Lots of bile everywhere, though. That will have a tendency to make you feel like you know, want to be a little irritable, but you won't allow yourself. By allowing yourself, just drink some raw cream, and that'll calm the system down. Raw cream is about the only thing that'll calm it. Coconut cream will help remove it from the system, and maybe, you know, maybe some diarrhea and some vomiting at some point. have to look under the contact. Okay. Again, this looks like it's, lots of fruit and vegetable diet for a very long time. So you need lots of meat and fat, more butter than cream.
The butter isn't attractive to me at all.
Yeah. That's because it goes in there to the skin and deep tissues and will start cleaning out the bile. Enjoy the cream for a while, but eventually you're going to have to bring it out. How much meat are you eating?
Half pound a day.
Never be enough. You need to go for even more than a pound. How tall are you?
5'5".
5'5". Because you're so protein deficient, you may have to go for, just maybe a few ounces over a pound, 18 ounces maybe a day to really rebound, to stabilize the system. But, like I say, mix tomato with it, make some kind of a sauce with it so you can eat more.
Could you explain more what you meant about the psychic abilities in the body?
Well, you were born with the connections here to the psyche, very strong, and they don't appear here. They're cut off. And this is what you do with what you came in with. So this shows intense psychic ability here. And here you're not utilizing it, probably because your philosophies have gotten in the way. And I would say it probably has to do somewhat with physiology. Yeah, I had the same thing, a lot of people get the concept that, vegetarianism is spiritual and just all kinds of abstract things about what spirituality is, what, psychic ability is and all of that. But you'll find out what yours is eventually. Once you get more stable in your body. Take care of the temple first, is that what they say? But great recoverability in your system because you have pretty good genes. Just need to be fed with lots of protein and good fat. Like I say, you can mix the butter. If you're having, chicken or fish, you could always put some lemon or lime in the butter, and it becomes delicious, and you can dip it. Right now, you may have a fat digestion problem, because the liver right here is very, very white, which means mainly scar tissue. And that's what it looks like. It's mainly scar tissue. It's almost like you'd been an alcoholic and, burned the tissue. Alcohol burned. And it could be from your body manufacturing too much alcohol from too much fruit and too much any carbohydrate. Can do it. So it's almost like you have like a cirrhosis of the liver, And turn that around and everything looks like it'll turn around quicker, Because like I say, you have good resilience. You just have to get rid of that one block. But that's a heavy block. The liver's, the first big step. And it cannot recover without protein, lots of protein. I mean, you can start eating liver, and that will be helpful. And I found that, I always disliked liver. So I would have to eat a spoonful at a time, and I'd have to grind it up into a pate with some onion. And I'd eat a spoonful, let 20 minutes go by, and then I'd eat another spoonful, let another 20 minutes go by. And finally, I was so frickin' hungry, and my body had the the liver in it, all of a sudden it would taste okay, so I could go eat it. Then I had blended it with butter and onion the other day. And, buffalo liver is incredibly powerful, so if you eat it, the charge that people get is phenomenal, but it's so strong. So I blended it with this butter and onion, and I went nuts. It was delicious. It changed it entirely. So I was able to eat it and enjoy it for the first time in my life. Really enjoy it. So you'd be surprised what butter mixed with something, but butter by itself you may not do well with.
What did you say?
Just mix it.
It's like clam chowder.
When I used to take either brain or thyroid and blend it with butter and with milk and red onion.
Brains and thyroid?
Brains and thyroid, yeah. Buffalo or cow.
What does that do? Are you actually taking in the thyroid?
You saw how little I ate today? Yeah. You remember that little piece of brain that I ate? About that much? It fueled me all day. Yeah. And I was able to not have to eat so much today.
Well, we started sessions at 8 o'clock this morning.
Wow. And it's 7:30. Yeah. Well, I started setting up at 6 o'clock. 6:15. I've had no nap. I'm just still going.
You're blending the brains and thyroid with butter and
red onion.
No, the brain, no. That's what I mix with milk and red onion to make it like a clam chowder. But the brain is so delicious. I just love it alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
I gave you juice, right or not?
No.
Okay. Sidetracked with so many questions. You need about 20 to 25% parsley, 60% celery, 5% carrot, and 5% winter squash for about 6 to 10 weeks. And then in the rest, summer squash. What's the name of it? 60, 25 max. It's 20 to 25, so 85, and let's see how. So it's 5% summer squash, 5 to 10% summer squash.
And
probably you could get the liver to recover a little quicker if you put, drink 5 cups a day or 4.5 cups of juice a day. You might, speed it up a few months. The recovery usually takes 2.5 years to get the liver to recover properly. So. You can decrease it to about 2 years instead.
And how much at one sitting?
Juice, a cup at a time. Okay. Yeah.
And what about fruit? No fruit? Any fruit?
Unless it's green, like green papaya. Coconut. That just has a small amount of sugar, lots of enzymes. Whenever you get tense, do you get cold?
I don't get cold very much anymore.
Oh, it's very cold right now. Is that because you're hungry?
I'm tired. But I feel warm. My hands may feel cold to the touch, but I feel warm.
That's good. So you can get liver, that'll be very helpful to that condition. You're welcome. Thanks for the rubs. That was really nice. Thanks.
I enjoyed it too.
Hi. Was it Tom, was it?
John.
John. John what?
Estep.
Pardon?
Estep.
Estep. Okay. Put your hands on my leg here. How old are you, John? 16. All of your glands are completely fatigued. Your thyroid on the left side is working okay, and on the right side is under, but everything is under. It's like you've got chronic fatigue. Your testes, your adrenal glands, the left is completely exhausted. On the right, it's okay, but that's not enough to run a young man like you. How long have you been fatigued like this?
A little while.
Years?
Yeah.
How many years?
I don't know, like...
Since what age?
I'd say about 9 or 10.
9 or 10? Did he have some heavy vaccines at that time?
No, we've never done vaccination.
Great.
Ever.
No.
No.
Well, then the only way that I can see can be like this if he were basically raised a vegetarian, had kwashiorkor. Which basically means that he's everything's almost all scar tissue and not active. And for 16 years old, that's rough. Need lots of fats. Everything is just dry, and that's why the glands are just debilitating. It's just everything is just shrinking. And his glands are just so shrunk they don't function. There's not enough fat to build any hormones. So if you eat lots of meat with fat, it'll reverse that condition.
How much should he eat for his body weight?
What's your size? How tall are you?
Like 5'7" or 5'8".
At least a pound a day. Usually when you're as young as you are, and when you become active, you can eat more, but until you become active, I would say about a pound. Do you do any sports at all?
Yeah.
And you're able to do it, and then you just collapse afterwards?
Not really collapse, I'm tired of it.
Yeah. You also have some severe liver complications. Look right into my nose. A lot of scarring in the liver. Pardon?
He had jaundice at birth. I had a normal birth, but there was jaundice.
And what did they do for it?
Nothing. I didn't let them do anything. I put him in the sun.
Oh, good.
I didn't know. Breast milk.
Okay.
That's what I did.
And what were you eating?
I was not eating enough. I was not doing dairy. I was vegetarian. Got a little bit of chicken. I was not eating enough food. I know that.
Okay.
So
probably I had one other fellow like him. It was a 13-year-old, and he responded almost immediately. But 16's 3 years older and a little bit more development. So it took Aaron about probably a year to recover. It may take John a year and a half, Of course, he may feel so much better once he starts doing it that he doesn't even know how weak he really is or how much fatigue there is.
Yeah, I know he doesn't get it. I mean, it's been a real issue about it's been really frustrating for me, very frustrating.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you can get your glands going, you'd be a great athlete because you definitely have, the athletic ability. Although you're much more mentally inclined, you just don't have that working very well either. But you have interest in everything. That's good. I would say just to help the liver rebuild quicker, it needs about 70% red meat, and probably in about 2 years he could go more to white meat.
Okay.
But maybe 6 years red meat, 60% after that.
And what about you?
And lots of eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of milkshakes.
Okay.
Have you had any of those yet? Those raw eggs and milk?
Yeah.
With fruit or without?
Like with a banana.
Yeah, I've been doing with banana. No fruit?
Well, see, the banana that has to pass through the liver. One's it's in conversion, so it's not a good one to give him.
So should I stay away from fruit altogether?
Does he get irritable?
Well, we just started recently, so I don't...
Do you have a natural disposition toward irritability?
Kind of.
Okay, then fruit's better. You stay away from unless it's green fruit, green papaya. Like you could make him a custard if you want, with green papaya and just a touch of honey and eggs and butter or cream. Delicious. Okay. Even when papaya is unripe, it's still very sweet tasting, but it's only the mineral content that makes it sweet. And the enzyme content, it's not the high sugar.
And what about juice? Proportions of juice? So which probably not. I've been doing carrot with beet and stay away from carrot totally.
Yeah, you should have about 80% celery.
Okay.
And 20% parsley. Make it very plain. Do you like lemon? Yeah.
Sure.
Put some lemon in it, lemon juice, to make it more like a tea.
How many?
And only a little honey. Okay. Maybe a tablespoon per quart.
Okay. And
you can put some cream in it if you like. Cream in the juice. So it'll be more like a tea. Cream and the lemon in it.
Okay.
Let me see your hands again. Was he taking supplements?
We've done them on and off, yeah. Yeah.
And how much vitamin C?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, we've done it on and off for, years.
Uh-huh.
It's off now, of course. But.
And at what dosage were you giving it? Pardon?
It's like 1,500.
Yeah.
Very,
because some of his scarring is due to vitamin C.
Really?
Yeah.
So
vitamin C scarring. Not enough fat in the system. Just went in there and started ripping things apart for the fat.
Yeah.
And that broke his glands down. Well, everybody's misled, so it wasn't really, anybody's fault except for the maniacs out there selling the vitamin C, because they're suppressing some of the data. Even Linus Pauling was suppressing it because he wanted his work to be received so well.
So should we not be doing orange juice then? We've been doing fresh orange juice.
No way. No way.
Okay. Oh, God. Okay. No fresh juice. Lots of fat.
Yep. Lots of milkshakes.
Yeah.
Get rid of the fruit. He'll respond much quicker. I didn't realize you were still doing that kind of a thing to him until I saw his nails.
What's wrong with his nails?
Well, it just shows high vitamin C, unnatural vitamin C content.
Got it. Okay.
So, yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's still in the system.
Wow.
Still in the tissues. And if it comes out, it looks for fat again. If he has the fat there to deal with it, then you'll never have a problem. You won't experience this fatigue. But when you've got vitamin C like that stored in the body and it comes out, it's like a complete sugar down. It just rips the fat out of the system. It has none to burn, and there's no fuel. And if it were a good vitamin C that wasn't obstructed like your orange juice, probably would be fine for him as long as he had lots of eggs and cream with it. However, but he's got all this old toxic vitamin C that he's going to, the fresh stuff is going to pull the old stuff out, and he's going to bottom out. And if I were you, I would eat 12 eggs a day. Yeah. 3 smoothies, 4 eggs at a time. But only with honey, not with a fruit. Once in a while you could have it with berries, if you wanted. Something low in sugar.
We had a hair analysis, and I have no idea why. It came back high aluminum. And I wear aluminum, that kind of stuff for years, so I don't know what creates that.
That can be good. It's coming out in the hair.
Pardon?
It can be good because it's coming out in the hair.
Yeah, it shows it's getting rid of, but where did he get in the first place? Because you didn't ever gave him food out of aluminum?
It wasn't high for me in my system. Yeah.
Well, those contrails that we get?
Yeah.
Do you know what that is? That's aluminum, liquid aluminum. You know why they're doing it? Who is it? Boeing has a contract, $2 billion a year. They're doing it to reflect the sun, to reduce global warming.
Being paid for by the insurance company.
And the government. Yeah. And the government, yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of them.
So there's lots of aluminum in the air. More, Alzheimer's, all kinds of problems from it. Yeah. Okay, Carol. You're welcome.
Carrot, okay, and milkshake, or is that considered a carbohydrate?
No, it's usually not digestible at all because it's mostly pectin. It's not absorbed. Compare powders unless they're toasted. And the only place that you can get a raw carrot powder is from Jaffe Brothers.
So carrot powder is not good unless it's raw.
Correct. Even if it's toasted, you're not going to digest much, but you will get some carbohydrate reaction from it if it's toasted.
But we can get raw carrot powder here.
That's what they tell you. But unless you're getting it from Jaffe Brothers, I bet it's not. Let me smell it. If it smells like dirty feet, it's good. Literally. If it tastes at all toasted or roasty, it's not good. God, so similar hands to his. Only you don't have all that dryness that he has.
I know, I couldn't look.
Okay, your ovaries look pretty good. Lots of, boy, you grew up in lots of cynicism. Wow, it's almost like your parents were the principals of the world. Surprised you're not so cynical.
Cynical?
Cynical, yes.
Cynical parents. Many times. I had menorrhagia for 10 years, quite a large uterine fibroid, and it shrunk to the size of an orange now. It's a grapefruit, but I lost so many nutrients in the last 10 years. I know because of that. Better.
Good. Your thyroid, your right side is working okay. Parathyroid's not. Doesn't look like you have tonsils.
What do you mean? They're gone?
Yeah, it doesn't look like. It doesn't look scarred, but they don't look like you have them. Do you have them?
Yeah, when they're taken out.
See, definitely there. Just not active. They're so flat.
Wow.
But they're not scarred. That's why it doesn't look like you have them removed. But then it looks like your parathyroids don't exist either.
Wow.
But there's no scarring there. So
thyroid.
But your left thyroid is working okay. Just needs better nutrients. Right is okay too. The parathyroids aren't working and the tonsils aren't working. Lots of congestion in your ovaries, in the whole uterine area. Your kidneys are very scarred.
Mm-hmm.
Your liver is scarred.
What creates a scar tissue?
It could be sugar damage. It can be poisons that dump into the liver because there's a high concentration of fat.
Hmm.
Toxic fats.
Hmm. Hmm.
For someone as dark complected as you, sure have anemia.
Well,
Anemia like.
Blood buckets.
Pardon?
Yeah. Blood.
Right.
With the uterine fibers.
Uh-huh.
A lot.
Most people don't bleed with that. You were bleeding with it?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like sometimes 10 days. Very, very nourishing. Very
Okay. If I were you, I would eat 90% red meat for about a year and a half, 2 years.
Okay.
10% white.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't look like you're going to rebound very quickly because of the low blood. The red blood cells are so weak. Lots of bile in the chest area, so you might get some rashes as that exudes. Lots in the spine, lower spine. You might get soreness in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Around here a lot. Probably that was from the menstrual problem, and a lot of bile went down there to try to protect it, and burned it instead.
Wow.
Odd though, your constitution is really strong and stable.
Yeah, saved me. I couldn't insane with the bleeding. It was so intense. Because I chose not to have surgery.
Mm-hmm.
No way I'm going to into my body.
All you would have had to have had was raw white cabbage juice.
I tried. Well, I didn't know. White instead of red?
Red will cause bleeding.
Really?
White stops it.
When I do it again, I did the red last time. I read in your book, and I did the red, but used to do white.
White cabbage, not red cabbage. White cabbage.
It's like 4 ounces or something when I'm actually menstruating then?
You should be having 8 ounces a day, 4 ounces in the morning, 4 ounces in the evening.
Just when I'm bleeding, or all
yeah, if you, I would say, how long have you been suffering this?
10 years.
10 years. I would say probably every day for about 6 weeks.
Okay.
Once a day while you're not menstruating, and then when you are bleeding, twice a day.
Okay.
4 ounces.
Okay.
Give you a story. A woman flew from Switzerland, a vegetarian for 26 years. Found out she had cancer of the uterus. She flew here to get some alternative treatments in Mexico. Nothing worked. She was bleeding to death. She couldn't stop bleeding. They tried everything. They were giving her transfusions. And she came to me, and I told her what to do. She was so diehard vegetarian that she couldn't. She said, spiritually, I cannot do this. I said, well, then you will probably belong with the spirits, because that's where you'll be soon. And that's fine if that's where you want to go. And if that's where your heart is, if your heart isn't on this planet. And she said, but I'm not ready to die. I've got things to do. And I said, well, there's a choice then. You have to do something about it. So she bled for 2 more weeks. She called me desperate. And I said, listen, there's nothing I can do. You can either try it and see if it works for you, or, there's nothing else I can do. So one of my clients went and got her some of the meat, butter, everything, because at this point she was crippled in bed, couldn't get out. He took her the meat, took her everything, and some cabbage juice. The next morning she didn't bleed. Stopped just like that the next morning.
He's so happy.
Yep, just like that. Stopped the next morning. So then this went on for 3 months. She started getting better and looked good, and then all she went back into her spiritual attitude again and stopped eating it. Started bleeding again. Started doing it. But as she got into her mind that it's really anti-spiritual. And that was bad. I said, there's nothing I can do for you. I mean, you don't do what I say, so I'm sorry. I can't take you as a client. She died a week later. Mm-hmm. But she's with spirit. She definitely is. You know, so
You felt the key
and that's
was,
okay.
Was the cabbage juice? Or the
Cabbage juice to stop her from bleeding, but to help make her recover so she'd get out of bed and function, she had the meat and fat with the meat.
Do you remember when I had a little incident with my internal bleeding? The cabbage juice really does work. Okay?
Yeah.
I went on real quick. I went on this one of these rides that drops you from 50 stories and then you stop at the bottom. Well, whatever my weakness was, basically it caused me to bleed a little bit because and I rode it like 3 times in a row. It was a lot of fun. But the third time, I felt like someone had stuck a knife through my gut. And so I went home and there was like a lot of blood in my feces and it was still hurting. So I called. I told him, I got to go to the doctor or something. And he's like, no, just shut up and go drink your. And it worked.
Yeah.
It did.
Instantly. I've never seen it not work within usually 12 hours. Works that quickly. Wow.
That's any kind of internal bleeding?
Any kind of internal bleeding. Yeah.
And only green carrot.
And only green
carrot.
Red will cause the bleeding.
Why?
Pardon?
Can you say white?
Because there's a high vitamin C content.
Not white, but...
Pardon?
Do you say white or green or both?
White and green are the same.
Okay.
Some people call it white, some call it green.
All right.
Okay.
What will shrink the fibroids? Because that's what supposedly creates the bleeding, or is that coming from the spleen?
No, that's coming from a lack of protein to be able to heal properly. I have tons of women. I don't have a client who's a woman that doesn't have fibroids.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So
about 90% of them have fibroids.
Wow.
And very few of them have a problem bleeding on this diet.
Great.
In fact, I don't know anybody who bleeds anymore on this diet.
Oh my gosh,
yeah.
that would change my whole life.
It's just a matter of binding the cells together right, and you're not in those wounds because you're not healing. Probably a vitamin K and vitamin U deficiency, which you restore with the cabbage juice. That's why it stops right away. And then if you're eating the meat to allow the regeneration of cells, you heal that. But there are lots of ways to get rid of fibroids, but you can't go that way right now.
Okay.
Because that helps remove scar tissue, and that also causes areas like that to be sensitive. You need to stop that area from being ulcerated so that you can stabilize the area before you go trying to remove the scar tissue, is what I suggest. Okay. So deal with that another time. Mm-hmm. To get rid of all of this bile in your system, you need to eat like 6 to 8 eggs a day.
Okay.
Lots of milk. And that means lots of eggs Rocky style.
Not in a smoothie? Okay.
Yeah, just downing about 4 of them that way, and then maybe 2 to another, 2 to 4 in smoothies, and then lots of meat. And just stay away from fruit.
What about
if you're bleeding, do not go near fruit.
Okay.
A little bit of honey, but never alone.
Okay. With something with a fat?
Yeah.
With milk?
Something with a fat or with protein and fat. Yeah.
With cheese. I love it.
Okay, cheese and if you're eating cheese with your system, make sure that you have an equal amount of butter.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then you put because you don't look like you're absorbing your minerals too well, especially if you're having bleeding.
Okay, cheese, butter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about the juice? How much juice should I be drinking?
Well, you should drink about a quart a day, and 4 ounces of it will be the cabbage. On the days that you're bleeding, then you want a whole cup of it to be the cabbage.
Okay, 8 ounces.
Half at a time. Okay. Half a cup morning, half in the evening.
Okay.
Rest of the juice, let me at the end of my nose. Okay. No sodium rings, so I would say 60% celery, 20% parsley, and make it 15% parsley and 15% summer squash.
Okay.
And then the extra 10% that will go toward cabbage, sometimes, and then the half of it will be toward cabbage other times. And then you can add either another 5% of summer squash or parsley, whichever you choose, or even celery. So we can change the taste of the juice just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Suggest no lemon or lime in your juices for a while.
No lemon or lime?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Later, when you want to get rid of fibroids, you can start adding 5%, like 4 ounces of unripe pineapple to it, and that will help start breaking down the fibroids. But you don't want to do it now.
Don't do that now.
Don't do it for about 3 to 6 months.
Okay. I wrote Alonza because I had written the story, and she was saying Easiac.
Easiac, yeah.
Easiac, maybe to take that. That'd be okay. No, just do what I'm doing now. Okay. And then how much meat should I eat per day? You said 90%.
Yeah, at least a pound.
At least a pound. Okay. And eat it with butter to help it go down.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Butter, cream, coconut cream, avocado, any of those you'll be able to handle.
Okay.
Avocado will help. It cleans the liver a little bit more. It's harder to digest, but it helps detoxify it. There's a little bit more vitamin E along with the fat in the avocado, so it helps break down some toxicity in the liver a little
Now,
bit.
what creates the bile? Why is there so much bile in my system? Gallbladder?
You didn't have good fat. Gallbladder only holds the bile. It doesn't create it. The liver creates the bile.
Because I do not have good fat.
Good fat,
I was always so conscious of my body weight. I just almost never ate. I mean, I ate very little. Put it that way. Would you say that I need to gain weight at this point? Or I mean, I feel like I've gained a few pounds since I've been on the diet for 6 weeks.
Well, it's like I say, it's good, when you're in a condition like you are to get overweight, 12 to 15 pounds overweight, and then take it off after, a few months.
Okay.
And then once you get into that cycle the first time, you only have to stay heavy for a week, and then you can take it off. So when you get to the high end, you stay there. When you get to the low end, some people like to stay there for a month, because they like to be slender. I don't suggest it, but some people like that feeling, so that's okay. But then get back up.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Douglas Couples.
Okay, here's another young man that's very dry in all the glands. Your right testy is not shrinking or debilitating. The left one is a lot. The adrenal glands are fatigued over here. Right looks okay. Pancreas is pretty much debilitated, probably only about 20% active. So half a piece of fruit a day if you're lucky, with some fat. It's just that everything is just drying out in your side. Everything is drying out. Your glands, everything. It means that basically you look like you go into chronic fatigue too, in any minute. So like that young man.
Mm-hmm.
I would concentrate on lots of lubrication formulas.
Okay.
Because he's young, you're not. That makes a big difference. So for you, I would suggest 2 lubrication formulas a day. One in the morning and one in the evening. Now, in the morning one, I don't mean have it first thing. You have the juice, you have the meat, and then you have the lubrication formula.
Okay.
Okay? And do that pattern, juice, meat, lubrication formula, juice, meat. You could use the berries. You have metal poisoning all in your kidneys. So were you vaccinated?
Yeah, as a kid.
And did you have tetanus shots?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them?
I'd say probably 4 or 5.
That's a lot.
Okay.
Okay, because there's a high amount of metal poisoning in each one. And usually 1 is more than enough. And if you had 4 to 5, that's a lot. Because you have metal poisoning in the kidneys, and that kind of metal poisoning usually only comes from vaccination. And you've got it there. So it looks like what is happening is that mercury poison just keeps pulling the fats, depriving yourself. So you're going to have to eat a lot.
Okay.
Lots of eggs will help, soothe those kidneys and get the cholesterol in there and attach to it and help neutralize it until the body can melt it and get it out of there. It doesn't want to turn into a gas, because if it turns into a glass, it hardens like, when it solidifies again, it hardens like a stone or a crystal. You know, then it's even harder to get it out. So, lots of fats, you know. Even though you'll be having a lot in the lubrication formula, a lot of butter, you still need some fat with your meat meals every time you eat it.
Okay.
And basically, stay away from fruit, you know, unless it's, you know, green papaya.
Okay.
And still eat that with a little cheese. Because you have a little bit of spinal contamination from that. And if you have too much papaya without cheese and some fat, it may cause a spinal detox. And that could be painful. Do you ever have any back problems, any sciatic, any soreness?
No.
Yeah. Well, you might if you have too much, even too much papaya. So if you're going to have a piece of papaya, let's say you got a whole papaya about this large, and you cut off a third of it at a time, a day, you can get by with that.
Okay.
As long as it's a green papaya.
And will the eating a lot more fats help, like with the acidic in the legs?
Everything.
Okay.
Well, you've got contamination everywhere because everything is just dried up.
Okay.
You have no fats to carry any of the poisons out, whether it's lactic acid from moving your leg like this or whatever. You just do not have it available. It's all being absorbed and dried out, so you need to really focus on just fattening up, basically. Just loading the body with fats.
Okay.
Butter's your best bet in a situation like yours. That's why I want you to have the lubrication formula twice a day. Otherwise, just follow the pattern. Lots of meat to regenerate the tissue, because you're obviously going to have tremendous amount of scarring because of that, because of the body, and you do. If the body can't get rid of this waste, they just kill the cells. They'll burn it, and then those cells are dead, and then there's more scar tissue. So you feel a lot of fill without live cells, you know, and that just makes for more soreness, more and more soreness and weakness till, you know, there's no strength in the body at all. Meat-wise, I suggest, now normally you'd be a person who wouldn't need to eat, but maybe 50% red meat. But right now you need to eat 70 to 80% red meat and 20% white.
Okay.
Juice, I recommend 50% celery, 20% parsley, and 30% summer squash and winter squashes to get rid of those metal poisonings.
Okay.
And because of the high metal contamination, I would like you to have a couple of tablespoons of cream. Could be coconut cream or raw cow's cream when you can get it per cup of juice.
Okay.
Now, if you do what I do, when I can't get the cream, I'll suck the cream off the top of the milk with a straw and put that in another jar and use it as I can. And then I take the skim milk and put it in my bath, like Cleopatra did. She always would suck the cream off and then put the skim milk in her bath, and it helped her levitate and feel wonderful in the bath. And it does. I love it. Exactly. And then I would say in about 6 months, start trying to get rid of it. Actively start trying to get rid of, once you stabilize, start trying to get rid of that metal poisoning by having the berries.
Okay.
Especially boysenberries for you and blackberries.
Okay.
Boysenberries have a little too much sugar, so I don't have it too often. Blackberries have less sugar, and the other berries have less sugar, except for the mulberries. White mulberries are very high in sugar, like boysenberries. So if you're going to have those, only have those maybe, 4 ounces every third day. If you're going to have something high in sugar, berry that's high in sugar.
Okay.
And stay away from strawberries.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, sure.
Hello.
Gordon Hammer.
All right, Gordon. Those palms. All right. Lots of testosterone here. Lots of adrenaline. Debilitation on the left side. Pancreas is about 50% operative. So you can definitely handle a piece of fruit a day.
That's better, because a year ago you told me the pancreas was almost gone.
Mm-hmm. Well, then that's improved.
Yeah, it's an improvement.
Great. I haven't seen a pancreas improve like that. Because your body feels your pancreas is important. Thyroid's very weak over here, parathyroids, the whole tonsil area, very scarred. This one looks like you have tonsils, though.
I do. Both there.
Well, see, this one's all flat. It's not operative. Mm-hmm. There's even scarring there, so probably enough in throat infections turn into scar tissue. Mm-hmm. But this one right here is in excellent shape. Mm-hmm. This parathyroid is in wonderful shape. This thyroid is in very good shape. This side is still debilitated in glands in the throat anyway. Mm-hmm. So the left side. The glands all over the entire left side are very weak and debilitated compared to the right side. Mm-hmm. Tissues look a lot better. I remember how dry they were. Mm-hmm. In fact, your hands were very much like that gentleman who was just sitting here. Douglas. Yeah. So you've come a long way.
Yeah, I think so.
Still, though, you have lots of signs of anemia.
Anemia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anemia. Your red blood cells aren't real strong.
I have live cell analysis, and what happens, the red blood cells look okay, but they show a kind of a cellular dehydration, and it's not from not getting enough fluid out of them.
No, it's lack of fat.
Yeah, that's what I'm gathering.
Because you were just so dried before.
Yeah.
All your tissues, so you still need more red meat, and you need the butter or cream with it.
Yeah.
Now that you can get it.
I had cream, but not butter. Yeah.
Okay, well, butter, you really need butter, because you can't get to the glands deeply, nor the bones or lymph deeply without the butter.
That's butter, yeah.
Yeah, so I would say, every other day have a lubrication formula at night to help that. Well, you could go on a 36-hour night, 36 hours later, morning, night, 36 hours later. Because every 2 days would just not be enough. Or ideal. Keeping the glandular tissue, because it must be that to cause that pancreas.
I've been living liver and hearts and gizzards, and I'll be trying the lamb kidneys now.
So that must be it, because I've never seen anybody else that's come together like that.
Yeah.
So that's terrific.
I remember it being like 20% on one side and virtually gone on the other. So that's a significant.
Yeah, 50% is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
It's good to have someone that has good news. I'm afraid that'll be the end of it.
So you're doing very well, except for the anemia. It's still the dryness, fatigue on the left glandular system.
Yeah.
Juice. You have a lot of metal toxicity on the left side, so I suppose that's the problem. 60% celery, 15% parsley, and 25% summer squash.
And no winter squash?
You could have a little bit, maybe 5%.
So every once in a while, maybe.
Well, you could have it 5% as long as it's no more. So 20% other squash, and then 5% winter squash, only up until probably 1st of May.
Yeah. I sometimes tend to throw other things in my juice, and maybe I should stop. So things like every once in a while, some kale, some collard greens, some burdock roots, some celery roots. Should I quit that?
As long as the totality of it is not more than 5%.
Small, a few leaves, a little small length.
That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. It only becomes. Those herbs are very very medicinal in a way that they will force some major change in the body. And unless you know what you're doing, you can be in real trouble. And 5% is always usually just alleviatory. You know, it's just enough to do good things without doing anything too hard. So unless you really know what you're doing, I would never have more than 5%. And by utilizing 5%, nobody's ever had a problem. Utilizing 10%, people have had problems.
Does burdock root have a function? Because, again, intuition told me to start putting that in, and I put in typically a piece about the size of my index finger in with a,
Well, burdock root is very good for the immune system, especially the lymphatic system.
Right, and that's another thing. The live cell analysis said that my immune system was a little sluggish. So,
yeah. I don't go along with live cell analysis because how the body reacts, how the blood reacts in the body is very different once it hits oxygen. Certain amount of high sugar content can cause coagulation that doesn't happen inside the body once the air hits it. So it changes everything. So I'm not, I don't support live blood cell analysis for the final analysis.
Right. It's just information.
Yeah. That may be misleading.
Yeah. But it did I'm trying to get at why it is that I still tend to get tired a lot.
You're anemic.
That's it.
And you're not anemic. You have the signs of anemia.
Yeah. But it means that I'm not getting energy where I need to. Yeah. And it's fats that's going to solve that, huh?
Well, the fats with the proteins.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of them. And also, like I say, you were very dry in your glands. The glands are still dry. They're not hydrated yet and may take the lubrication formula to get in there and feed it properly.
Yes.
Okay. And what's your height?
I'm 5'10".
5'10", so you need about 1.25 pounds of meat a day.
Yeah, I've been eating typically between 1 pound and 1.5 pounds.
Great, good. Keep that up and more if you want.
Yeah.
Just as long as it's with butter or cream or something. I'm sorry, John, what did you ask?
Gordon had a question about flaxseed oil.
I have been making a concoction where I grind flax seeds, add some flax oil to it, an egg, and some honey.
Okay, the problem with that is it's going to dry out the glands.
Okay. So
just remember that oils dry the skin out. The body makes solvents with them. They talk about them they break down cholesterol. They dissolve cholesterols. They get rid of free radicals. Why? Because they're a solvent. And they dry out the skin. They will dry out the glands. So people who are dry, I say to completely stay away from pressed oils.
Okay,
until the glands are hydrated.
So waste of vegetable oil.
Unless you have scar tissue somewhere else, then I say olive oil to help get rid of the scar tissue, but don't have it with egg. If you have vegetable oil with egg or pressed oil with egg, you can better believe it's going to be a solvent, and it's going to dry out wherever it starts cleaning.
I do olive oil with a little tomato, cheese, and avocado. Is that
No,
okay? No,
only with meat.
Only with meat.
Yeah, that way the olive oil will be used to get rid of scar tissue, and you have meat there to replace it.
Okay. That's good to know.
What happens?
It's good to know.
You can use a little bit of horseradish. If you take horseradish and you grate it into a 4-ounce jelly jar full, and then you pack it with butter, with 1/4 teaspoon of honey, melt that down, or you've had the butter out. It may already be melted, but you can immerse the whole thing in warm water to get the meat completely soften it, and then blend it for about 30-40 seconds, and make a little horseradish, and just take a little bit and put it wherever you have meat. It'll help stimulate some of this glandular activity and detoxification of it.
Okay.
And also might help absorb fat a little bit better.
Okay.
Okay?
That's good. Percentage of meats. Should I say what we talked about amount? We didn't talk about percent of red versus white.
I thought I did. I thought I said still 80 to 90% red meat.
Okay.
Because you're still you still have the signs of anemia.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there a particular kind of olive oil that you recommend?
Well, the most delicious one I like is Oliflix. Oliflix. That's my favorite.
Is that the brand name?
Yeah.
Hi, Nancy.
Nancy, I'm sorry.
That's the brand name, Marcus?
Pardon? Oliflix is a brand name, right.
Assume it's organic cold pressed?
Yes. Yeah. It's from Portugal.
You mentioned Spectrum. Did you have a beef with their olive oil?
No.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Still good as long as it's the organic, cold pressed one. But
just some of their other products like the peanut and.
Peanut's okay as long as it's the clear yellow in color. Relax, Nancy.
I know I'm cold of it.
Yeah. How's Tara?
Oh, she's coming.
Oh, shit. Okay, yeah. All right. It looks like your system's finally hydrating a bit, but you're still very, very... You still have a lot of anemia signs. A lot of... so I suggest, 80-90% red meat. Should be eating at least a pound a day.
What about 2 steaks or a pound? I guess I need to read the
2 steaks is about that, about a half a pound each, right? Yeah. You do need some fish.
Okay.
So oysters or fish, whatever you like. Tuna's fine.
Because I go and I ask them what's not farm raised and not much.
That's right. There isn't much.
Yeah.
Unless you have a big, fish market, that has a lot. In L.A. we have a huge one, so lots of selections. But I still go back to my favorite all the time, and it's just swordfish.
Yeah.
But if it's frozen, no. Oysters are safe.
Sea bass.
Pardon?
Sea bass.
Sea bass is good. It's a little salty, a little salty for me, but still it's good. Mix nice lemon and butter sauce.
Ergot is really good.
I've only eaten that once, but it was cooked, so I have no idea. Yeah.
I love shark, but Whole Foods buyer will buy it because it's endangered.
Oh, that's right. It's become endangered.
Sea bass. He also spoke to me about
swordfish. It's supposed to be endangered.
Right. Northern Pacific halibut is really a clean fish when it's seasonally available.
Right. Well, your ovaries are looking better because they're hydrated and they're full. Everything's much more relaxed in there, so you don't have all that tightness and rigidity you had last year. That was just like this. So everything's much calmer, much more relaxed. But you still have a basic anemic-like activity, which means low in energy, tiredness, lethargy, because your blood isn't real strong. So that's why I would like you to eat still a lot more red meat with butter, with cream. Then you won't be so cold, too. Okay, right now, probably you're just not eating enough butter with your meat and enough fats with the meat, so your red blood cells are not getting any stronger.
All I've had is cheese mostly. But now we're going to have a steady supply of butter.
Right.
I'm sure.
Yeah. So that'll help a lot, and I think that's about all that you can do to change anything. You had to have some metal toxicity in the left kidney and in the liver, and you can take care of that with the berries and cream, berries and cheese.
When I saw you in May, you wanted me to stick to the diet for about a year before I started any berries.
Right.
Because of all the colloidal silver I took.
But now it looks fine, like you can start doing it. Yeah. Start doing it. But just make sure you start eating the butter with the meat.
Right.
And it looks like your right ovary has even gotten fuller and fine. The left hasn't, but this is also fuller and fine. So it's actually, you're creating more female hormones. So your skin should be improving too. Oh, it definitely is. Gosh, you were so dry last year.
Well, I put goat cream on it.
That's still, but I can still... Yeah, but I'm looking at the neck too, and I'm looking here, and there's an oil that wasn't there before, so your skin is changing because it was very dry. before, and all around the eyes.
You have a good memory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my work. And I don't have to put it down on paper, and then the FDA and the AMA come after me because they'll turn anything. When somebody tries to give me medical reports, I don't take them. You know, I'll look at them, but I will not take them. Because all I have to do is have them in my file cabinet, and guess what? I'm practicing medicine. Just by having them in my possession. It's ridiculous. And an MD that went to jail taught me that one.
You do keep notes on your study questions?
I keep them all in my head.
Oh, you said you have files. You don't have files.
Well, I have files, yes, and I have their histories, but they're handwritten histories or typed histories. So they're just a history.
Right.
There's no, I put nothing on there. Did you have this illness? And nothing like that. So I just tell them to give me a history. Somebody's giving me their medical history. It's not a medical background. So.
Right, you can give that from getting a massage if they want to know.
Absolutely, yeah. Anybody can get that. Your pancreas can handle about one piece of fruit a day, maybe a little less. The side is still debilitated completely.
I crave a lot of honey, and I eat a lot of honey. Is that okay? I thought
if you're eating enough meat, yes. If you're not, no. You know, because then what it'll do is you'll crave more protein. And if you're a stable person, you'll go for the meat. If not, you're likely to go for one cooked starch or just more honey and just keep the cycle going again. But it will create a protein deficiency because the honey looks for protein to digest. Now, whether it's taking care of old protein compounds in your body, that's another thing, but you're too thin, you know, to have that happen. So it could start tearing your body apart a little bit.
So keep honey down.
Yeah, take butter and, you know, mix 1 part butter to 5 to 6 parts butter to 1 part honey. You know, let's say 1 tablespoon of honey to 5 tablespoons, 6 tablespoons of butter. And then use that as your candy. And then you'll be getting the fats that you need to take care of how you need things to be taken care of.
Okay.
Because that'll be about the ratio, and then all it has to do is you're eating the proper amount of protein, and the body will keep the honey with the fat until it finds the protein, the meats to utilize it with.
But it's still okay to put honey in the juice and a little honey in the eggnog.
Right. Yep. Okay.
Eggnog?
Well, the milk and egg.
The milkshake.
I call it egg milkshake.
Do you mind if she calls it an eggnog? Do you mind?
Use bourbon in it or what? Althea used to make this incredible honey-flavored raw eggnog.
Oh, yeah.
About 15 years ago. Oh, from Thanksgiving to January 1st. I'd buy
right.
As much as I could get.
It was delicious. Yeah, and they use raw eggs.
I believe it.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
So that's all I would do is, you know, keep the formulas that way and have you can start the berries now. The berries with coconut cream and the berries with cream. And maybe a little cheese too if you like.
Okay, because I got to get the cream source.
The cream source is the same as the butter source. They'll ship both.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Nesland Scott. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll see you on Monday.
Okay. All right.
Oh, wait, I got to get my hug.
Good to see you again. I almost didn't recognize you when I was first walking in the door because you were so colorful. And you know, you were so white a year ago and your skin was so dry. And your eyes were so... You were in so much pain, it looked like. Suffering.
Look pretty now.
Hi.
Hi. I'm savoring my last few minutes of ignorance.
Good luck. Say your name.
Balsala Bonsignore.
I'm sorry?
Balsala Bonsignore.
Balsala Bonsignore. Where's the first name and the second name begin?
Balsala.
Balsala? Balsala. How do you spell it?
Valsala.
Okay. Is that Portuguese?
No, it's South Indian.
Yeah? Shaman's hands. Okay, everything is very balanced. The left adrenal gland sometimes has the tendency to be overactive. And the left ovary is slightly shrunken compared to the right. But it doesn't look like such a problem except that there's some metal poisoning in it in the left side. So it must have been very young because this looks like it's been a long time. So it could have been from a vaccine. Looks like you have very good genes. Lots of bile is storing in the system. So you may have some rashes when it starts coming out.
I've been having rashes this last few weeks. My feet and ankles and then my hands and then behind my kidneys and then my shoulders.
No, you've got it just everywhere and it's just permeated. Especially your shoulders, or especially around the kidneys. The kidneys are right here. It's all around the kidneys. Surprised it doesn't have a lot in the liver, but it doesn't. All along the spine, all in the feet, even in the face and head, and here in the sinuses on the left side. Thyroid looks excellent over here. Parathyroid's fine. Looks like you have your tonsils. I don't see any scarring there anyway in either of them. Thyroid's okay here. Parathyroid's okay. So everything is in good shape, but just not resilient and quite poisoned by the bile.
Why is there bile all over?
Your body didn't have the fats that it needed to bind it with the toxins necessary to do that, so it would use bile in place of it, and it's very caustic. Looks like you have a lot of scar tissue around the right ovary. See your eye. Sorry. On either side of it, there's pools of bile.
The ovary?
Pardon?
The ovary?
Yeah, both sides of the ovary. You basically begun plaquing it probably about 10 years ago. How old are you?
37.
So probably about 27 you started plaquing all over the place. Did your life change at 27 very much?
Kind of. I did a lot more traveling and a few years. I think that was when I first went to India. And then I've just been doing a lot of traveling back and forth there in Europe and crazy kind of lifestyle.
Yeah. So ever since then you've been plaquing and not getting a balanced a form of diet. Are you starting to get varicose veins?
Yeah.
In your legs?
Yeah. I have a Harrington rod in my back too because I had a surgery that they do for scoliosis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a way to make money, those people. Crazy. Well, I can see it over here, but I don't see it affecting you on the left side. But it definitely has affected your right side. You've got some ulcers in there that still aren't healing, plus you have some metal there. Probably is from iodine or something they rubbed on the area. Keep it an antibacterial. Oh, that's what they use the mercury in vaccines for. They call it an antibacterial. I beg your pardon? I'd rather have the bacteria. Mercury poisoning. Coconut cream was about the best way to get rid of that plaquing. Coconut cream with just a little bit of pineapple, maybe 2 ounces of pineapple at a time. Putting a little bit of coconut cream with your vegetable juice. And I'm going to recommend your vegetable juice be about 65% celery, 20% summer squash, and 15% parsley.
How long does coconut cream last?
If you put it in the small containers, it'll last about 10, 12 days. If you have it all in one, you keep letting the air get into it, it goes very quickly within days.
What about if you store it in its juice?
It'll last a little longer, but it still will ferment more rapidly unless you separate it into smaller containers.
Can you eat it when it's sour?
Yeah. Just becomes more of a solvent. It'll clean you out much faster.
Should I be having a lot of eggs?
Yeah. That will also help get rid of the bile.
Like how many do you think I should eat?
What's your height?
5, 3 3/4.
6 to 8 a day. And if I were you, because of where the bile is located in some areas in the shoulder, that I'd have it with meat, a little steak tartare. You don't have to eat it actually in the meat like steak tartare. You could always down it. But I wouldn't have a milkshake with the meat.
Okay.
Because that may cause you to detox the bile too quickly, and then you'll get nauseous.
Okay.
You're still going to have to deal with nausea. And when you've got this much bile in the system, there's just no way around it. And it's better it dumps there and to go all the way through your skin, because if it keeps going through your skin, it's just going to make scar tissue in the skin. That's why the rash is all over. So if you can take a mixture of what I just played with in the last few weeks was take a mixture of equal amounts of raw cream and raw butter and blend it into a little salve and put it on. It works so much better.
Put it on?
Put it on locally.
Okay.
Topically. And it just soothes those areas.
Okay.
Just like I used to use butter or cream, but it was difficult to tell which one was going to work with a particular rash, so I'd put them together and it's working for everything. So it's obviously that there's some cells that absorb, like neurological cells that absorb the cream better, and some that absorb the butter better. And when you have both, everybody's satisfied. All the cells are satisfied. So it seems to be working very well.
Okay. What about drinking mineral water? Like sometimes I feel...
Well, that's because you need so many fats. So the body never is thirsting for water. It's always thirsting for something to lubricate the system, and water just dries it out more. So the more water you drink, the more you need. I mean, here, somebody like me talking all day, usually people are downing water like crazy. I just go over and drink. I haven't even consumed a liter of milk today, and it's basically all I've had, besides a couple of eggs, and that's very nourishing and so-called hydrating, better than the water, but the water will just make you crave more and more water. And I'm a person who used to drink 2 gallons of water a day. And I always used to be thirsty and crazy. I used to be.
Yeah. What about fruit for me? Pancreas. Because I've been craving oranges.
Yeah. Well, that helps break down bile. But, if you start eating the proper meats and fats and you have your juice, then your body won't need the high carbohydrate fruits like orange. If you have the juice, you're going to see that you don't even crave it. But if you go off the juice for a couple of days, then you're going to find yourself craving the stuff that isn't as good. Because if the sugar starts breaking out the bile, you're going to have a lot more rashes. It's going to make the rashes worse, too. Because it's going to dry, it's going to burn the fats and not leave them for you to lubricate your skin and take care of your skin. So what I also suggest is that you have, for maybe 5 months, have a lubrication formula in the morning and the evening, just to get everything, good and saturated in oil. You'll lose the thirst for water, and you'll also stabilize your system.
My pancreas?
Well, like I said, your pancreas isn't active. I mean, it just doesn't even look like that it exists, basically. It's not debilitated. It just looks like your pancreas never really developed as a child. It's like it was slightly deformed or something. Usually I find that in people who have DES or something, their parents had DES or thiamide. What is it? What was it? Thalidomide. Yeah. No?
I don't
You don't know?
Yeah.
No. You have a lot of characteristics of people that I've seen that have had that. A lot of characteristics. But it could be either, the DES or the thalidomide. I see it in both like this.
I should try not to have any fruit.
Are you very emotional?
I can be.
Then I would stay away from it. Yeah. Unless you're really stable and you eat lots of fat with it. But usually that might get you into a spiral of having more, and then you end up there anyway. So, a little self-control might be.
Green papaya, maybe.
Green papaya is good. Yeah, green papaya is good for anybody because the sweetness is the mineral content and the enzyme content. It's not sugar.
Things like green papaya, it's not yet ripe.
Mm-hmm.
The skin is usually green, except
completely green, right?
Right. So, like the Mexican papayas have a green skin and a.
Those are still very ripe. Very ripe. Yeah.
So you're saying you should cut through it and the whole inside should be green?
No, it should be whiter, or just slightly colorful inside, but not intense. It should be more on the white side, the dull. Those are all usually they're very ripe by then. Mexican and the red papayas usually get ripe very quickly.
How do you find a good green one?
Well, it's the variety. If it's the Hawaiian ones that are red inside, you have to get them very young, very green, to where they're shiny green on the outside. Yeah.
What about like the greenish yellow?
Greenish yellow is good. I mean, it's better. That variety is the one that stays greener inside longer. So you need about 1 pound of meat a day, and you have some anemia-like indications. I would go to about 75% red meat, sometimes even 100% on a few days a week. But to balance it out to about 70 on most days. I would say 3 days a week you could do 100% if you want. Okay. Red meat, and then the other times balance it out with some chicken. Okay. And fish if you like. Did you take birth control pills?
A long time ago.
For how long?
For about a year.
Okay. What I'd like you to do is, this isn't just from, well, it's not likely that it was just from the varicose veins as you're developing, the spider veins. I'd like you to take the citrus, and if you juice, some once in a while, you juice the white as well. Mm-hmm. When it goes through the juicer, pass it through several times till it can get dry. Mm-hmm. Okay? Because those bioflavonoids could really help you reverse that condition because it's moving fast. Mm-hmm. And then you might find your legs are very weak and bleeding a lot, and thrombosis. It looks like it could go that way, from varicose veins to thrombosis. And the bioflavonoids in the citrus pulp will help reverse that, especially if you juice it until you get a lot out of it.
Mm-hmm. Several times a week, you said?
Yeah, I would do it about 3 times a week. So you're talking about a lemon or a lime about this size. If it's organic, great. If it's not, then just peel just the rind off and leave the white, because that's the bioflavonoids. Very necessary.
Okay.
The oils in the rind, when you can get it organic and not waxed, will help melt some of the old varicose vein type conditions and will help reverse it. But the citrus tissue will actually stabilize your system, so it won't necessarily continue to develop varicose veins. Okay?
Should she eat it with?
Cabbage is good for that too. So you could make 5% of white cabbage. So you could make 5% of your juice cabbage juice. Okay. Also help. Lots of bioflavonoids in white cabbage.
Should she eat it with or without fat? The citrus.
The citrus, well, it's going to be in the juice. There'll be some oils from the parsley in it. So I would just leave that alone. Okay. Just make sure you get your fat and other foods.
Okay.
Okay. If you were ultra skinny, I would definitely say put some fat with it. But you're to me a perfect size. This is where you should pretty much remain. I mean, on your downside right now, that's the perfect size. You can gain 10 to 12 pounds and then take it off on and off if you really want to get rid of some toxic stuff in your system. Start getting rid of that plaque and that bile quicker. It speeds things up. Also, by doing the weight loss and weight gain, there's a lot less symptoms of toxicity. There's a lot less detoxification that is forced by the body, and it just makes things so much easier. And people feel more in control with their body when they're helping the body, because the body feels more relieved. It doesn't have to do all the thinking and have to force you to do something. So let me tell you, working with hundreds of people now and doing that system, I get so many fewer calls, desperate calls. Very rarely do I have any desperate calls anymore, and those are people who are really sick. So that weight gain and weight loss is such a wonderful tool in all ways. So take advantage of it if you want.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's Roger's birthday today.
It's my birthday.
Well, happy birthday. I think I'm going to have to suck some milk here.
We'll make her a birthday steak.
Took me a minute to get steak and cake. That's good.
What brand of milk is that?
That's Claravale.
A different bottle we get in Marin.
Oh, I put it in these bottles. If I put it in those other ones, the cap flies off and gets all in my bag. So I get these, yes. And these are wonderful. I got these at Sur la Table the kitchen store. Really nice.
Do you mind if I ask, when you go on an airplane, do they have to put your food through the exit?
I do not. I go up there and I start taking everything out, and they say, what the heck is this guy doing?
I travel every week. It depends from airport to airport. Some of them will just say, okay, fine, whatever, and they'll look at it and pass it on. Atlanta is an example of one that's really bad. They'll look at everything, they'll open up everything, ask you what it is, look at it, sniff it.
Yeah, and from back you drink some. I did that with my juice, and I said, you open it, there's going to be a mess, and you're going to have to drink it. So he put it right down. Put the lid back on.
And Atlanta, for example, plan like an extra 10 minutes. They'll look through everything.
Yeah, in L.A. they look through everything.
So it's not good for it to go to the machine, regardless of what they
Correct,
They
yeah.
would say, oh, it doesn't hurt it. And I said, okay.
No, well, I always say, have you ever had an X-ray in your life? Yeah. Okay. You say, I had radiation therapy. I can't afford to have any more radiation. They don't even question you if you say that. That's it. They don't even want to screw with you if they think there's going to be a health hazard. So they'll let you through. But when I go up there, I just automatically take everything out of my bag. And let me tell you, I came with like 5 things of vegetable juice and 2 things of milk and my honey and the brain. And the brain was 2/3 of the jar, 12-ounce jar, and then all the cut meat. And I'm just laying all this stuff out. The guy says, what is that? And I said, buffalo brain. He said, you're going to eat that? And I said, yes, you want some? When he saw that, he got so repulsed, he didn't even check anything else. He just went away and said, okay, that was it.
How big a check-in bag do you check in with? Oh, it's not check-in.
Carry-on.
It's carry-on of it.
Oh, it's carry-on, yeah. Then I'll pull everything out of it, and then I'll run the empty bag through the scanner, through the radiation if they want, but I won't let the food go through. But most of the time, when they're going through, they just take the bag and look at it, and then I put the food back in. But I don't even give an opportunity. I don't even let them give me an answer. I automatically go up and start pulling it out, all out. What's he doing? What's he doing? I say, I had radiation therapy. I can't let any of my food go through it. They never say anything. They'll just investigate and inspect it, and that's it. Boston is the only place I had a trouble, and that's when I learned to say the radiation thing. And Boston was terrible. They were awful. They got the head of security there. He wouldn't let me go through. So what I did was I just said, okay, so I'll get you, buddy. So I put it down on the other side of the grate, and I stood there and talked with him. And he said, no. I said, okay, I'm never coming through here again. So I walked right through and picked my bag up and walked, and he didn't even notice. Didn't even notice. Yeah, right, exactly.
I'm not looking for these.
So it was great. Hi, what is your name?
Rajo Mockman.
Mockman? Okay. Boy, Young's oils must be popular here. A lot of people are using Young's oils, right?
Really?
Yeah?
I was in the bathroom, whatever was in there.
Okay. Okay, the ovaries look pretty good. The left side is debilitating. There's lots of metal poisoning in the left ovary. The pancreas is pretty debilitated on the left side, probably about 15% active on the right. So you have signs very much diabetic nature. You're so dry inside that your tendons are starting to buckle. It's even happening in your fingers. What that happens, usually when that shrinks like that, it causes the joints to go together and causes arthritis, rheumatism, or rheumatoid arthritis. And it just starts forcing the joints to rub and grind until they become infected, deteriorating. So you need a lot of fats and a lot of meat to help regenerate cells, because right now you just keep losing more and more cells, and everything gets tighter and smaller, you know, until you're going to have, you know, a tough time, be in pain everywhere. So that's where it looks like it's leading. So you need lots of fats and lots of meats together to regenerate the cells and to lubricate everything. Are you taking a lot of supplements, anything that's causing the fat to deplete that much in the body?
Yeah, I take supplements, yeah.
Yeah, vitamin C?
I mean, just what's in the general, but not extra.
Well, that is extra.
Yeah.
So any kind of chemical is going to cause a problem, and vitamins are a problem because they're really not natural. 99% of all vitamins are byproducts of food. And what they do is they say, it's from food, extracted from food. What they've gone is found a company that has a food waste product that they can extract the waste from, but almost 99% of the extraction is solvent extraction. If they're taking it from the wheat germ, it's usually because they've made some cereal or pasta without the germ in it, but the germ's already infected and already, you know, rancid. So the vitamin E isn't even active. It's already become a solvent process where it's breaking down. So all this stuff is all hype. They're just trying to sell you their waste and saying, this will nutrify you, be extra, and it isn't. In vitamin D, they take a toxic petroleum or a toxic vegetable oil and expose it to a radioactive light or an ultraviolet light and call it vitamin D because it changes the form. Just like the vitamin E is the tocopherol from, you know, developing film, because it has a chemical structure that's similar. Here's vitamin D. Here's vitamin E. And it's really just poison. It's a waste product that's a poison. And Merck is one of the biggest offenders, you know, and they get all this publicity on these public radio stations, say, Merck, the supermarket to the world. We care about you.
Arthur Daniel Middle.
Yes. Yeah, Arthur Daniel Middle.
Through soy.
Yeah.
You can say that now.
Genetically, yes, and genetically processed soy, which is toxic, which not even any animal can eat without poisoning them unless it's processed. Soy is the biggest ploy. I know my father grows it. Okay, the parathyroid's in excellent shape on the right side. Left side is in very good shape. The thyroid on the left side is pretty good. Not so good on the right. You have your tonsils. Look pretty good. A little bit of scarring on this one, but it doesn't look like a surgery-type scarring. Looks like just deterioration scarring. I recommend that you have a lubrication formula every 36-hour pattern. You know, morning, night, morning, night. And but when you have it with 2 eggs, with 4 ounces of 4 ounces of butter, only a teaspoon of honey, and 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, and blend that together, and have that every 36 hours. About every 7 days, I like to go through a 3-day cycle of having pineapple with either whipped cream or coconut cream.
How much pineapple?
About 4 ounces. So it's about maybe almost a half-inch thick circular slice.
What's that for?
Not much. Pardon? I hope that's going to help break down some of the scarring in the tendons, and then so you can start rebuilding cells in there right away. Because unless some of that scarring is removed, you're not going to be able to build cells in there. And we need to get those tendons expanded as soon as possible. How long ago did this start? Do you know?
I know. Well, I noticed that I don't notice. I mean, I haven't been aware of it, but I noticed that my right wrist and my right knee, it feels more like a ligament that's kind of gone.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's what's happening is you're just pushing together. You're starting to, every time you move, you're starting to just eat away at your joints.
Yeah.
So lots of fat with your meat, and how tall are you?
5'5".
5'5", so at least a pound a day. And if I didn't say, about 70-75% red meat, the rest white. Without that white meat, you're not going to rebuild those tendons quickly. So you're going to have that 30% white meat. Chicken's a little better for that. Some fish is helpful, because of the high mineral content. Because there's a higher mineral content in tendons and bones and cartilage. So that's much more helpful. So I wouldn't do without it. And then, let's say 6 months down the line, 7 months down the line, you could have a cup of olive oil a week. So 2 ounces at a time. One day have it with red meat. 2 days later have it with, chicken. And then 2 days later have it with fish. So that basically is 6 ounces right there. And then start the cycle over again. So it's not quite a cup. Pardon?
What do you mean to cycle over?
Start over with the red meat, having the 2 ounces with the red meat, and then the chicken, the fowl, and then the fish again. Just keep rotating like that. That olive oil will help you break down scar tissue that'll be particular for that particular meat. And you have lots of scar tissue everywhere in your system. Yep, lots everywhere. Juice, it should be 4 cups a day, a quart a day. I give you juice formula or not?
No.
I was just about to, and then I got sidetracked. 55% celery, 30% summer squash, and 20% parsley. There looks like there might be some hemorrhaging in there, a little bit of ulcerations. Do you have any soreness in the shoulder, in the neck? It looks like you've got open internal sores there. So make it 5% cabbage, of that summer squash. Cut it down to 25% and make it 5% cabbage, white cabbage or green cabbage, whatever you want to call it. What does everybody call it? What do you call it? White or green cabbage?
Green.
Green?
The one other than the red.
Yes, exactly. There's only other one, but people say white and say, you mean the green? And then if I say the green, you mean the white?
Call it the white girl.
I've never explored or experimented with it.
No, stuff they're using coleslaw.
Yeah, I know, but I've never used it to experiment with it. Oh, you mean the white one?
There's Chinese and Napa also. They're not the same.
Pardon?
There's Chinese and Napa cabbage as well.
But it's more elongated, like a lettuce.
Yeah.
I've never used it, so I don't know. I don't know something. Uh-oh. I don't have a lab anymore, so I can't experiment like I used to, No animals, except for humans. You see your eyes again? Do you like tomatoes? Yeah, they would really help you, but they have a tendency to make your lips really dry and make your mouth sore and give you sores. Where else can I get that? what you can do is make a little sauce with it. Put some cheese and tomato together, and put about a quarter of a teaspoon of lemon per half of a medium tomato, and a chunk of cheese about inch by inch by inch, and blend it together and make a sauce. Put that on white meat, red meat, fish, anything you want. And you put a little bit of, any kind of like bell pepper in it, hot pepper, anything that you like to go in it, because that tomato is going to be pretty important for you. To soothe the skin, because you have too many signs like you're going toward rheumatoid arthritis. And tomatoes are a great reverser of that. Really? But also the people who have it have a tendency to get acid mouth and start breaking out all around the mouth.
Yeah.
So blending it with cheese might help prevent that.
I thought it was too acid, so that was why it's not good.
Well, it's usually what it's doing is getting out the acid minerals and the acid toxins out of the mouth area. It's not the tomato doing it directly. It's the tomato relieving the poisons out of the acid poisons out of the system. And they have to be gotten out. It's just with concentration of the cheese minerals in the cheese, it might be able to keep it from coming out the skin and just come out through the gums and the salivary glands instead of out the mouth. The skin here. Yeah. It does it to me, but I have to do it. Yeah. But that's because they did the stomach surgery on screwed me up. Formula, eventually you'll lubricate everything, but you're dry everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's just a lack of fat in the tissues.
How many eggs a day?
6 to 8. But don't eat the eggs alone. For you, they might dehydrate you and dry you. Because it'll start pulling out toxic cholesterols. And then you're going to get more dry. So have them in with a smoothie and make sure that there's some extra coconut cream or butter in it. Okay?
Okay. And there's one more question I have. About 2 years ago, I got very sick and I lost my sense of smell. Is there anything I can do for that?
I've had several people who have had that, and it's taken about 1.5 years to come back, and they have lots of the lubrication formulas, and it comes back. Yours may not take 1.5 years, because most of those people were in their 60s, late 50s or 60s, so yours may not take that long.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hi, guy.
Hi.
How's it going?
Detoxing. That's what's happening.
How's Shakti?
Shakti's doing good.
Yeah? Better than you? No.
Thanks for asking.
Okay. You're not eating the butter, I can see. You're not eating enough fat. Not eating enough eggs. What are you eating?
Like 10 eggs a day.
Yeah?
Yeah. Almost 2 quarts of milk a day. A pound of meat.
Yeah. Pound of meat, but not the butter and not the cream and not coconut cream.
Unavailable.
Yeah, coconut cream's always available. It's time.
Yeah.
But your system doesn't have the fat. You're completely drying out. It's almost like I saw you 2 years ago. I mean, it all looks like almost 2 years ago. And it's created an anemia. You're not even handling your protein properly without it. You're one of those people that you could eat all the protein in the world, but if you don't have a good solid fat with it, it's not going to do you much
milk
good.
And all that stuff.
Milk won't do it. In a situation like that, it won't do it. No. I have the same problem. I went 1 year without it, and I started going right in the reverse, drying out quickly. I started having more problems, more detoxifications than I'd ever had this last year without the butter.
Yeah.
So I'm so glad that people got on it and got it going. One particular fellow started flying all around the country and found it. Found different suppliers now, so we'll never be without it again. unless somebody goes around and creates a world war here in the States. But yeah, you need lots of fat to reverse this condition. And I would suggest that you eat, once that you get the butter, that you eat a lubrication formula even with your meats. So make a good batch of lubrication formula, like 2-in-1, and just have it with your meats for about a month. And eat the meat 2-3 times a day. And just keep spreading it out and feeding to yourself, a lot and gradually. Okay? You are a lot like me in that way, and you didn't even have chemo, radiation, or surgery. So you must have had some exposure to chemical to have this reaction. Medications or anything?
Oh, I used to clean pools.
Oh, okay. Muriatic acid.
That's right.
Yeah, there you go. One of the worst. And that's a gas that turns into a solid matter that will actually turn everything into scar tissue.
Yeah, I remember reading that stuff.
Yeah. The people who use muriatic acid that I've seen, their bronchioles are complete scar tissue, not a live cell in them. Muriatic acid. And then parts of the lungs are damaged too. But I've never seen anything like it except for children with asthma that have been on inhalers and prednisone have that same kind of scarring. But only with muriatic acid have I seen that, without people who've been exposed to other harsh chemicals, drugs. How long?
10 years, I think.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Okay. So that way you and I are alike. You just live for it. Yeah, just lots of butter. The butter people.
The butter people.
The butter people. It's got to have butter or else I'll deteriorate. I can eat cream all day long. I can eat cream every day and I'll still just dry out because it doesn't get into my deeper tissues. And you have the same kind of system. Yeah. So now you know what to do about it. Now you know your limitations. Yeah. When I found out after 8 months of not having butter, and I was eating cream, and that was happening, and I thought it never happened to me. It started happening, so I started sucking the cream off the top and making my own butter. It was a frickin' fortune and time-consuming, but it stopped it, within about a month. It stopped that regression. And I was wondering, why am I going through detoxifications that are actually crippling me? Or actually putting me out of commission and severe pain for weeks at a time, even a month, 1 month, 6 weeks at a time.
So you get terrible pain in your knees, that's what it is?
Yeah.
How is butter made?
Butter is just churned cream. No, it isn't. I found a way. You take one of these jars. I take a 12-ounce canning jar that's about this size and this narrow. And I will put the cream just a half inch on the top of the jar, and then I'll use the put the blender blades on, and I turn it upside down and turn it on. And I'll turn it on whip speed, which is about medium speed. Now, when it turns into whipped cream, there's not enough room for it to expand as it normally would. So it stays hard, so as it churns, it never stops. If you leave it like this much air in it, as soon as it turns into whipped cream, it stops churning. It's just there, it stops. But without enough air in it for it to expand, it just keeps blending and blending, and you watch it in about a minute and a half, you'll see it go from a white to an off-color cream, then to a gray, and you can see all of it just separating, and in about 2 minutes you have butter.
Wow.
Just like that.
Leave any air room at all? Any air space at all?
No, I said a half inch. Just a half inch. And that doesn't leave it, room enough to expand. But let me tell you, if you don't leave any air, it starts coming out the bottom.
I'm sorry, was that a half?
Half inch.
He's teasing. He's being a meanie.
I see.
Okay, so all that drying's happening everywhere in your glands, just everywhere in your tissues. Are you drinking juice at all?
Yeah.
Okay. To help reverse this for about 6 weeks, I'd like you to have 95% celery and 5% parsley only. You're going to need a lot of natural sodium to reverse this quickly, because this looks almost like a year without butter.
Well, it's been a year without butter.
If ever gets that situation again, like I do, you make it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it'll come to that again, but just make it if you do. Are you eating any white meat?
Not too much.
You really need white meat.
Now I need white meat.
Yeah.
Last time, mostly red.
Yeah, mostly, but you don't even look like you're eating white meat at all. So you're just hanging on to the red. I think I told you, eat 80%, 70-80% red, and you're not eating any white.
Not too much.
Yeah.
So again, what's
it's rare. I think you should be eating that 80% red and 20% white.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got to do the 20% white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because from what I can see here, it looks like you'll go maybe 2 weeks of only eating red meat, and then maybe once every 2 weeks, once a month, you'll have some white meat, and that's not 20%. So that's just what I would concentrate on. And don't have eggs alone for a while. Rocky style.
Right.
Yeah. Have them in, if you have them with milk, have a little extra cream or throw a good slab of butter in there. A good slab of butter would be better. Butter with everything. Butter out. Yeah.
Right.
You know, I mean, when I first got it, I went to a pound the first day. A pound the next day. And then a half a pound every day for a while.
This can be reversed, though?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, well, you definitely have tissue change, but it's causing you to be anemic because you're just not digesting your protein properly without a solid form of fat. You know, that's what chemicals do. Cream doesn't cut it. Only butter will cut it. And, you know, chemotherapy is just as bad as your muriatic acid, or I should say muriatic acid is just as bad as chemotherapy. Yeah. Just remember that other fats won't cut it. Not even coconut cream will cut it.
I actually sucked it once. It was pretty out of line. Went down.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The muriatic acid?
Yes, it went
down.
down.
My God.
Went down.
You're lucky you're alive.
Yeah.
You ever see what muriatic acid does?
Yeah.
It'll eat the paint off of concrete, anything. I mean, it'll just eat it off.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nasty stuff.
Yep.
Okay, good. Nice seeing you again. At least now you know a limitation.
I do.
Aajonus, can I ask a question about meningitis?
Uh-huh.
Because I'm a parent, and before my daughter entered high school, they were recommending that everybody give their child meningitis vaccination because the football player had died, and all of a sudden now there's a lot of kids in Placer County who've gotten, they say, meningitis, and
because they're getting the vaccine for it.
well, so that's what they're pushing.
Yeah.
But is that?
It's only. Well, I've gone through meningitis 2 times, well, 3 times now, and it only happens to me once every 9 to 10, 11 years. And it was the best thing that's ever happened because it frees up all the scar tissue along my spine. You know, like after the radiation therapy, when it finally solidified, I couldn't touch my knees. I had to sit down to be able to touch my knees. And then after the first meningitis, I could touch my shins. Then after the next meningitis, I could touch the floor.
So how come these kids they're finding, I think there's achiness and a ring around their neck, and they go to the hospital and they're dead.
Because they go into anaphylaxis shock. There's every allergy. When you're going through a severe detoxification, because I didn't go for treatment when I had it.
Oh, so it's
I didn't.
The treatment that they give them?
Yes, that's anaphylaxis. It's an allergy to the treatment. Yeah. If they just leave it alone, it'll be like a pneumonia. You'll go through it. If you're strong, if you're on a terrible diet and eat nothing but junk, then you won't.
Well, a lot of these teenagers, they
Yep. They live on soda pop and stuff. And a lot of them are going to die. You know, because they have nothing to recoup from such a neurological detoxification. But you have to understand, usually when that happens, kids will eat the same things because they're going in the same group. They'll have the same deterioration in a certain area of the body. And then they call it an epidemic. It's an epidemic of junk food. It's not an epidemic of one gets the virus, somebody else gets the virus from them.
Epidemic of peer pressure.
Yes, yeah.
What is your research or opinion or feelings about the effect of the milk, cream, beef, etc. on people's cholesterol? How it affects the arteries and the heart?
That's in the book. I cover it quite extensively in the book.
I read
Yeah.
about 160 pages. I don't think I got that.
Yeah, it's further in there, when I talk about fat, yeah. So it talks about that pretty extensively. It lowers it, actually.
Lowers LDL.
Yeah, unless the fat is cleaning out old toxic fats and cholesterols, then your cholesterol may rise, but then they'd have to do a test that costs right around $6,200 to differentiate between it's been a cholesterol that's been in the body and it's old for a year, 2, 5, 10, 20, 30 years, or if it's a cholesterol that was freshly made. See, they don't make that distinction unless you're going to pay $6,200, and no insurance is going to pay for that, and the doctors don't do it routinely. So they just see a high cholesterol level and say, high cholesterol level. But there's a difference between cleaning house and then the present new cholesterol. Right, sweetie. Hi, how you doing?
Better than I was earlier today.
Good. Well, you look a lot better.
I don't understand why, though.
You just don't feel it.
Well, no, because I haven't been very good since December of sticking to things.
But you built up enough health before that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of dryness here,
Yeah,
but I can see the tissues are much better than they were last year. Whatever you've been doing lately, though, has created a lot of anemia. Because, you see, your face doesn't look like there's an anemia reaction. But here in your hands, there's a lot of signs of anemia. So it's a lot of weakness, a lot of depression. Okay, the ovaries are okay. There's still massive debilitation and weakness in the adrenal glands. The pancreas is still just about shot. Maybe 10%, 15% functional. So it wouldn't have much fruit. And of course, you should be eating, fats with your meats.
Yeah, I don't think that never sunk in before. Sometimes you can hear information and you just it doesn't stay.
Yes, I understand.
And I don't think I ever got that.
Yeah.
I mean, I do the milk, but now I'm realizing the milk is not enough of a fat.
Right. No, it isn't.
So I've really missed the butter. I'm glad to get it.
Good.
We can get it again. I tried to make it. I would turn it sour.
Well, like I say, if you blend it like I just instructed, it'll work.
Yeah, I'm going to try that one.
But now we have butter, so. But it's always butter. Butter was always sour. It was never fresh and sweet and all of that unless you lived on the farm. But when all of the dairies made butter up until about 1940-something, before there was regular refrigeration, when they had the old ice boxes, only the people who could afford the ice had refrigeration. So everybody's butter was sour. There was no butter that was not sour on the market. So sour butter is good butter because it's just pre-digested to an extent. So it's not a bad thing. Okay, the thyroid's in good shape, parathyroid's in great shape, the tonsils look good. Thyroid over here is a little weak, parathyroid's okay. So the glands are in better shape. Probably the the ovaries are ovaries are okay, but the adrenal and the pancreas are your weak glands. Those two that create depression, along with the lack of bacteria.
Yeah.
And I suggest you have a very low bacteria level. I don't know what you've been doing.
Well, I had been making the Villi that I thought really helped a lot, and it got messed up when I was traveling. So I felt that always helped me a lot with the bacteria, and I haven't had any for a couple of weeks, and I'm really noticing the difference.
You mean the grains that you put in to help?
Yeah, because the
sour
flavor
milk?
wasn't good. I mean, I've tried this bedding as well, but it's like the flavor, the one that I got from Jill, I really, it's like so satisfying.
If you let the milk sour on its own, it has all the latest bacteria in it. Even if it's been refrigerated, you take it out, and it will sour on its own. It'll even turn into yogurt. Kefir first and then go to yogurt. Those are always your best because they're not processed. Any of the grains that you buy have been washed. They have no relationship to what happens in the body and presently. So it's almost like it's no longer... Pardon?
It makes yeast in the, when you use those grains.
Yes, right. Yeah, it'll make a yeast type effect because the sugars don't break down. Nothing of it breaks down properly because they are such violated organisms. They're actually mutated. But when you have your fresh raw milk, just let it sour on its own, and there are all the bacteria. You have the Bulgarius, Caucasus, and Acidophilus all right there.
How long do you use it? I mean, how long does it take?
It takes about a day and a half, 2 days.
You just leave it out room temperature without a lid?
Yeah. No, I will usually drain about a cup out of the Claravale bottle, and then that's enough air right there.
This guy here sets his oven temperature to 93 or something like that. Lets it sit in there.
That's fine if it only gets to 93. But see, there's a lot of people that think it stays at 93, but it may heat up to 200 degrees at a particular time, but the actual airspace stays on that average. But if you touch the bottle, you find that sucker is 130, 140 degrees. So it depends on what kind of if you tell me oven, I say there's no oven that regulates that way. But if he has a particular dehydrator, a particular machine that will always shut off as soon as the highest temperature reaches 93, I'll say great.
So you said
but otherwise, no.
You pour out all the milk but a cup in your bottle?
No, I take out a cup out of the bottle and leave the rest, 3 cups in the bottle.
Oh, and let that sour?
Yes, let that sour. Yeah.
Okay, with the cap off?
No, with the cap on.
The cap on, just leave it out.
Yeah, your flies can get in there, everything get in there. Not that I don't mind, not that I mind really. But if I knew that the flies weren't eating my neighbor's garbage, then I wouldn't mind the fly. But I don't know where that fly's been.
Right.
And also for you to be able to absorb the fluids again in your system, 90% celery and 10% parsley. I would go 3 days of eating eggs, 3 days without, 3 days on, 3 days off. Keep doing that.
Okay. You mean eggs by themselves or eggs in the smoothie?
Anyway.
Okay.
Anyway.
3 days on.
3 days off. I just want to make sure you get enough butter in you. Because you may have a tendency not to eat enough eat as much butter as I think that you need if you're eating the eggs. All the time. Okay, and 3 days won't be enough to make you deficient.
I think for me, a big part of the challenge is the strong sense of taste and, how do I say it, I'm needing more variety or something there for it to be satisfied. I'm finding that that's becoming my challenge now. And the one thing that I'm always good is I like to make my smoothie and have it sweet tasting because that is satisfying. But then you won't, that's what I mean. I want to deprive you of that so you'll be so hungry, you'll eat the butter. Oh, if I had the butter, I would have ate it easily.
But I'm saying right now, I want you to be so hungry that you'll eat more butter.
I got to get a hold of some.
There's a lady over right there. She's going to sell some.
Tonight.
Yes.
I mean tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, sweetie.
All right. And then I'll bring up other things when I have a reading.
Okay. Terrific. Well, Christian, I can do when I do him tonight. Am I going to do you tonight? Do your eyes or not?
Well, if you...
I have plenty of energy. I'm not tired.
Okay, I'm fine then.
It's not a problem. Okay, Ben?
I've got a session scheduled with you, so I can...
Tomorrow, so we'll just do that. Okay, that does her then. You want to do you now or privately? Okay.
Yeah, I don't want my poor elder bill.
Ben, you look pretty good from what I remember you 2 years ago.
I got a lot better the first year, but I've taken a lot of it for granted, and I've sort of, lived that.
We know how that works.
Travel around other family members that give you a hard time. It's hard for them.
Yeah.